Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Quick update, What If Luffy Became a Marine will also be going on hold soon, as we're nearly caught up there too. So now, I need your help picking the next project for the channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in the One Piece world? What if reborn as Gohan in the future timeline? Please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next. I'll take the second pick and start working on that as its replacement series. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 46, Arc 9. The next 2 months quickly went by for the champions. After the holiday break, Kyan pushed them harder for the upcoming second task. He had them practice swimming in the Black Lake early in the morning. Harry and Artoria had to take a private swimming class with Kyan since neither one of them knew how to swim. Despite the approaching task, Kyan still allowed them to have the afternoon and evening to themselves. It allowed them to pursue a relationship with their dance partners. With the second task quickly approaching, Kyan ordered everyone that isn't a champion to walk in pairs. If a professor needs to have a private meeting with one of them, the other would follow and wait outside. If that isn't possible, they should contact Kyan immediately. Everyone quickly agreed with Kyan's instructions. Scene change, February 23, 1995, Great Hall. Everyone was eating dinner in the Great Hall when Professor McGonagall approached their table. "Hello, Professor McGonagall. What can we do for you?" Kyan asked. "Professor Dumbledore has requested to see Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, and Miss Johnson in his office," she said. "Very well, I will escort them to his office," Kyan said. "It is not needed, Mr. Shiba," Professor McGonagall replied. "Oh, I insist. I must make sure my students and those who place their trust in me are protected," Kyan replied. Professor McGonagall sighed. "Very well. The password is jelly beans," Professor McGonagall said as she walked away. Hermione, Luna, and Angelina soon finished their dinner. Kyan escorted them to Professor Dumbledore's office. They arrived at a stone gargoyle. "Jelly beans," Kyan said. The stone gargoyle moved to the side, revealing a hidden stairway. They walked up the stairway. They soon arrived at the door. Kyan knocked on the door. "Come in," Dumbledore said. Kyan opened the door to see Professor Dumbledore, Madame Maxime, and Professor Karkaroff there. "Ah, Mr. Shiba, thank you for escorting these students. You may leave now." "Nope," Kyan said. "Whatever you need them for, I will stand here," he said. Dumbledore sighed as the door closed behind them. From Madame Maxime's side, Kyan noticed someone else was there. It was Gabrielle Delacour. "Monsieur Shiba," she said in a heavy French accent. "Hello, Miss Delacour," Kyan replied. "Thank you for coming here." Dumbledore started. "Your 4 have been selected to be hostages placed at the bottom of the Black Lake for the champions to rescue." "I think not," Kyan interrupted. The heads turned to Kyan. "What gives you the right to force students, who are not champions, to participate in the tournament?" "They're not participating in the tournament," Professor Karkaroff said. "Of course, they are. You are trying to make students, who are not associated in the tournament in any shape or form, be a hostage for the champions to rescue as part of their task in the tournament." "Making them a part of the tournament." Kyan glanced at Hermione, Luna, and Gabrielle. "Especially minors. Well, as their headmaster, I can be a pseudo-guardian when their parent is unable to be contacted," Professor Dumbledore said. "Objection!" Kyan shouted, pointing at Dumbledore. "You are not the headmaster for Miss Granger," Kyan said. "Ah," Dumbledore replied. "It appears old age made me forgot about that." But Miss Lovegood is, in fact, my student. You are correct about that, Kyan said as he pulled out a sheet of parchment. Good thing I have this, Kyan said as he handed the parchment to Dumbledore. He took it and read it. His eyes widened. Kyan swiftly took the parchment back. What is that? Professor Karkaroff questioned. It is a written note from Mr. Lovegood, Luna's father, Kyan said. He heard about what happened to Luna and was furious about it. He knew he wouldn't physically able to see Luna if an emergency happened, so he wrote a note which grants me pseudo-guardian whenever the situation requires it. Kyan said. As for me, Angelina said. I am an adult which means I can decide if I wish to participate. She said. And in fact, I don't want to. She said with a smirk. Lastly, with Miss Delacour, does she knows the dangers you would put her in? Kyan asked. Of course, she knows. Madame Maxime said. Then let me ask her then, Kyan said as he turned to Gabrielle. Gabrielle. Did Madame Maxime tell you why you are here? Kyan asked in French. She said that she'll take me to see Fleur after this meeting, Gabrielle replied in French. Madame Maxime's face flinched. So, she didn't tell you what was going to happen tomorrow, Kyan said. Tomorrow's the second task. Right. And Madame Maxime intended to put you at the bottom of the Black Lake for Fleur to swim down and retrieve. What? Gabrielle shouted in shock. Kyan glanced at Madame Maxime. Looks like you didn't even tell her you're planning to do this, Kyan said, switching back to English. You intended to stun her and throw her into the Black Lake without even telling her what's going on. Kyan shook her head. Here is what's going to happen, Kyan said. All three of you will stay here and figure out what the champions need to retrieve from the Black Lake that isn't a student, Kyan said. The judges opened their mouths, ready to argue with Kyan. Kyan gave them a stern glare. While I escort these students out of here, Kyan said. The door behind him opened. Dumbledore's eyes widened in astonishment. How? I sealed the door with my authority as headmaster. Dumbledore thought as Kyan motioned the students out of the office. The students followed Kyan out of Dumbledore's office. The door closed behind them. I need to find how he's able to bypass my authority, Dumbledore thought. So, what should we do now, Dumbledore? Madame Maxime asked. We should order the house elves to get them at night, Professor Karkaroff suggested. Madame Maxime looked at him in shock. Easier said than done, Dumbledore said. They somehow managed to ward their private quarters to prevent me or any of the house elves from entering. Dumbledore lied. It better to say that than admit that none of the house elves or the portraits are obeying my orders if those orders are anyway related to them. What? How? Professor Karkaroff questioned. I admit I am not sure. Maybe some sort of Japanese spell or ward? Dumbledore lied. Getting back on track here, Madame Maxime said. What should we use as hostages instead of them? Maybe their respective school flag? Dumbledore asked. That could work, Professor Karkaroff said. Madame Maxime nodded her head. So, we agree to place our school's flag at the bottom of the Black Lake, Dumbledore said. I will hand it to you in the morning, Professor Karkaroff said. So will I, Madame Maxime said. Very well. See you in the morning, Dumbledore said. The respective heads stood up and left Dumbledore's office. As soon as they left, Dumbledore stood up and walked over to the only stationary portrait in his office. It was an image of a castle on a grassy plain. The castle reminded him of Hogwarts. He tapped the portrait with his wand, revealing a secret passageway. Dumbledore entered the secret passageway. The secret passageway led him to the 4th floor. He walked down the empty corridor and arrived to see a giant Hogwarts coat of arms. Dumbledore pointed his wand in the middle of the coat of arms. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, command you to open. The Hogwarts coat of arms began to glow white as the four houses separated to reveal another secret corridor. He entered the corridor and walked down a path. He arrived to see a giant stone pillar, radiating magical energy. Dumbledore touched the stone pillar only to feel nothing from it. It can't be. How did I get disconnected from the wards? Dumbledore thought. It's because Hogwarts itself has determined that you failed your students and reverted control to someone else. Someone said. Dumbledore turned to see no one there. No, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. I hold the Hogwarts wards. Dumbledore thought as he tried to connect with the wards. Suddenly a blast of magical energy hit Dumbledore, sending him flying out of the chamber. The ground below him forced Dumbledore out of the secret chamber and back to the empty corridor. The giant Hogwarts coat of arms closed itself again. Dumbledore quickly stood back up and pointed his wand at the giant Hogwarts coat of arms. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, command you to open. He commanded. The giant coat of arms didn't move. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, command you to open. He repeated. Once again, the coat of arms didn't move. No, no, and no. Dumbledore began to panic in the empty corridor. Fawkes. Fawkes appeared in a ball of fire and landed on Dumbledore's shoulder. Teleport me past this point. He ordered Fawkes to shoot his head. What? You can't? Fawkes nodded his head. Gore, take me back to my office. He ordered. Fawkes nodded his head as he teleported Fawkes back to his office. Fawkes flew back to his porch and began to groom himself. Dumbledore began to interrogate each portrait of former headmasters and headmistresses, trying to figure out the problem. Scene change, Kyan's private quarters. Kyan escorted everyone back to his private quarters. Kyan? Angelina said. Yes? Kyan replied. Is it okay for me to stay here for the night? Angelina asked. Scared that Dumbledore might kidnap you in the middle of the night for the tournament? Actually, a little, Angelina admitted. Sure, Kyan said. They soon arrived at the portrait. Sir Galahad. The portrait swung open. All the others were relaxing in the common room. Gabby? Fleur said. Fleur. Gabrielle cried as she ran to her sister. Kyan and his group quietly entered the room. Gabrielle, what are you doing here? Fleur asked. I'm here to watch you compete in the tournament, Gabrielle said. Madame Maxime intended for you to rescue her, Kyan said. What? Fleur shrieked. So, something bad just happened? Fred asked. Kyan quickly told the other champions what happened in Dumbledore's office. Everyone remembered how hysteric Fleur was when they discovered what the second task was. Until the end of the second task, every non-champion in this room will be either under my watch or Artoria's, Kyan said. Everyone nodded their heads, understanding the situation. So, Fred. Angelina started. Yes, Angelina? Fred replied. Could I stay in your room tonight? Angelina said. She was very embarrassed. Fred said. Don't worry, Fred. I'll ask Kyan to get me a different room for the night. George said with a smirk as he walked to Kyan. Sure. Fred said as they walked upstairs. Make sure you use silencing charms. Kyan shouted. Fred and Angelina began to blush. Everyone downstairs began to chuckle and laugh in their expense. Soon everyone else went to sleep. Time skip, tomorrow. The next day was filled with talk about the second task and what the champions would have to deal with. Everyone glanced at the empty champion table and continued to speculate. Slowly everyone walked to the Black Lake, where a stadium was erected for the second task. As everyone else was walking towards the stadium, they could see a giant privacy bubble approaching them. Everyone was forced to move aside for the bubble, which contained the champions and their close friends. The privacy bubble moved to the champion's tent, dropping off the champions before going to the stadium. Kyan and all the non-champions sat in front. Directly in front of them was a dock where the champions would jump into the lake from. Artoria walked to the judge's booth. Slowly the stadium filled up with the spectators. Soon Fleur, Victor, Fred, and Harry walked onto the dock. Victor, Fred, and Harry were dressed in swimming trunks while Fleur was dressed in a one-piece swimsuit, all of them displaying the Shiba clan's colors. In their right hand is their wand while in their left hand was the gillyweed. Mr. Bagman stood up from his chair. "Good day everyone." Mr. Bagman started. "Mr. Crouch is unfortunately unable to judge. He asked his assistant, Mr. Percy Weasley, to be his replacement for the time being." Mr. Bagman announced. Madame Maxime and Professor Karkaroff glared at Percy. "Unlike both of you, I will judge the champions in an unbiased manner," Percy said. The two judges turned away. Percy turned to Artoria. "Miss Shiba." "Mr. Weasley," Artoria replied. "Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely an hour to recover their school's flag. On the count of 3, then. Mr. Bagman 1, 2, 3. The whistle echoed shrilly in the cold, still air. The stands erupted with cheers and applause. All the champions stuffed the gillyweed in their mouths, chewed the slimy thing, and swallowed it. Every quickly dived into the water before the gillyweed took effect. All the champions gained webbing between their hands and feet, gills by their neck, and the ability to see underwater. Everyone looked at each other and began to swim down. Everyone made sure to stay alert as they swam down. Suddenly Grindylows attacked Fleur. She pointed her wand. "Defindo." She silently cast. The spell hit one of the Grindylows. The others continued to wrap Fleur's legs. "Defindo." Harry, Fred, and Victor silently cast. The severing charm freed Fleur from the Grindylows' tentacles. They continued to swim down, being careful of any other dangers. They soon spot a temple of some kind. They could see 4 large poles there. They could see 4 flags hanging from the poles. They all swam to the large poles where each champion took their respective flags. Everyone began to swim to the surface. Soon all 4 of them popped their heads out of the lake and presented their flags. The audience began to clap. The 4 champions quickly returned to the water, confusing the audience. Kyan stood up and placed his wand on his neck. For those who are not aware, all 4 champions used gillyweed. When swallowed, it grants the user gills and webbing between their toes and fingers. Kyan started. The effects last based on the amount of gillyweed they ate, which should last for an hour and a half, Kyan said. He turned to the judges' table. "So, we can either declare that the second task is over and award full points to all the champions or sit here and wait for another hour," Kyan said. He soon sat down. There were talks among the judges' table before Mr. Bagman soon stood up. Based on the information at hand, the judges agreed to award all the 4 champions full points for completing the task under the hour mark. Mr. Bagman said. "The third and final task will take place at dusk on the 24th of June, continued Bagman. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions." The audience clapped and began to leave the stadium. Artoria grabbed the champions' belongings and met with Kyan down by the docks. Kyan and his students spent the next hour staying on the docks. Kyan started a small campfire to keep them warm while they waited. Soon Harry, Fred, Fleur, and Victor got out of the Black Lake. Kyan extracted all the lake water from them and sent it back into the Black Lake. Madame Pomfrey performed a quick medical evaluation on each champion. Once they were done, Kyan and all his students returned to his private quarters to celebrate. They arrived to see Madame Maxime standing outside their portrait. "What can I do for you, Madame Maxime?" Kyan asked. "I am here to pick up Miss Delacour, the younger one, from you," she said. "Oh? For what reason?" Fleur asked. "She needs to go back to Beaux Batons," Madame Maxime said. "Why?" If you got my parents' permission to bring her here, I know they would allow her to stay for the rest of the weekend. Fleur said. Unless you illegally took her here. Fleur accused. Of course I have their permission. Madame Maxime said. Then my parents would have allowed her to spend a few days with her sister before sending her back to Beauxbatons, Fleur argued. Madame Maxime stood before walking away. Cayenne walked to the portrait. Excalibur, Cayenne said. The portrait opened up to reveal the living area full of food and drinks. The party quickly got underway. Fleur gave Gabrielle a quick summary of what happened between her and Madame Maxime. Gabrielle was shocked, to say the least. Fleur showed Gabrielle a few different Daily Prophet articles. Gabrielle looked at the photos, seeing Cayenne humiliate the other heads. Cayenne sat back, a butterbeer in hand, watching all the students interact during the party. Harry was with Hermione and Daphne. Fleur was with her sister. Luna was showing Victor some of the Quibbler articles. Fred and Angelina were talking while George and Alicia had left upstairs. So, a few more months left, Artoria said as she joined beside him. Indeed. We still need to find Tom and have Harry perform the ritual. Cayenne said. I could try and command Tom to show himself, Artoria suggested. But would he? Cayenne questioned. Well, since he is still a British citizen, the magic in the land would theoretically compel him to show up, that is if he is still in Britain or renounces his citizenship. Artoria said. We'll try that out once we have a safe location to do it. Cayenne said. Agreed. When should we tell Harry about the ritual? Artoria asked. Maybe when Tom is completely captured. Cayenne said. All right then. So where do you want him to meet us? I was thinking about the location of the locket, Cayenne suggested. It would also add further insult since he thought his Horcruxes were safe. Artoria cracked a small smile. Good idea, Artoria said. Cayenne and Artoria sneaked away from the party. Scene change, seaside cave. Artoria and Cayenne appeared above the seaside cave. We surround the area with anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards, Mysteria suggested. Sure, Cayenne said. Can you come out and help with that? Sure, Mysteria said as she appeared beside Cayenne. The three spent the next 10 minutes putting temporary anti-portkey and anti-apparition wards around the area. Mysteria, could you hide some of your animalistic features? Cayenne asked. Fine. Mysteria pouted as her tails, dragon wings, and whiskers disappeared. Cayenne turned to Artoria. Are you ready? Cayenne asked. I am, Artoria said. She took a deep breath, focusing on the authority. I, Artoria Pendragon, King of Britain. Magical energy began to build up around her. Order Tom Marvel O'Riddle and all those that ally with him to appear before me for judgment. Artoria commanded. The magic around her flashed. They stood there in wait. Scene change, not manor. Tom Marvel O'Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort, was in the basement of Not Manor. His solution to the lack of Death Eaters was to create Inferi. Inferi is made by performing a ritual using any dead human body. With that in mind, he instructed his Death Eaters to carefully desecrate graveyards, stealing the dead bodies from them and make sure the tombs appeared undisturbed. Those dead bodies were brought here where he would perform the necessary ritual to create the Inferi. Suddenly a wave of magic hit him. What is this feeling? Voldemort quickly recognized what this feeling was. A compulsion? He looked around the basement. But where? Where did this come from? Suddenly the compulsion got stronger. His feet began to walk upstairs. Gore! Voldemort turned to the Inferi army. Follow me. He growled. The army of Inferi nodded its head and followed behind Voldemort. He walked upstairs to his few remaining Death Eaters. My lord. One of the Death Eaters said. Follow me. He growled. Voldemort and his army apparat away. Scene change, Hogwarts. Professor Snape sat in his desk, grading potion assignments. Suddenly a wave of magic hit him. Snape quickly summoned his wand and pointed around him. Who casted that compulsion? He thought. Hominum revelio. He cast, trying to find out where the compulsion came from. The spell didn't detect anyone in his office. Suddenly the compulsion's effect grew stronger. He growled as he was forced to stand up and walk to his private flue. He grabbed the flue powder and threw it into his fireplace. He entered the fireplace. 3 broomstick. He said as he was quickly teleported out of his office. He soon exited the 3 broomstick and apparat away, following the compulsion. In Professor Moody's office, Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. sat in his office. He was still polyjuiced as Alastair Moody. He watched as his father, Bartemius Crouch Sr., under the influence of the Imperious Curse, write instructions to his staff. Suddenly a wave of magic hit him. Barty Crouch Jr. stopped concentrating on his father as he looked around in his office. Who cast that spell on me? He thought. He made sure he was alone in his office before he started this. Suddenly the compulsion got stronger. Gore. Barty Crouch Jr. banished his father into the truck and limped into his private flue. He grabbed the flue powder and threw it into his fireplace. He entered the fireplace. Leaky cauldron. He said as he was quickly teleported out of his office. He soon exited the leaky cauldron and apparat away, following the compulsion. Unbeknown to Barty Crouch Jr., he forgot to drink his flask of polyjuice potion and the sudden movement freed Barty Crouch Sr. from the Imperious. He slowly came out of the spell and immediately noticed the drugged-weakened Alastair Moody. Many other Death Eaters, those who abandoned Voldemort's call, those who remained in deep cover, and those who were not marked with the dark mark were all compelled to apparate away. Scene change, Seaside Cave. Cyan, Artoria, and Mysteria didn't have to wait long for Voldemort and his allies to show up. They all appeared in the black cloud of smoke. Voldemort was surprised to see how many of his Death Eaters were there. Many of them he thought abandoned him, like Karkaroff, showed up. Others were spies for the Death Eaters. Even those who suffered in Azkaban were somehow here. Seems like the command worked, Cyan said. They all turned to see Cyan and Artoria standing here. Mysteria was hidden in the bushes, making sure the wards remained standing. Shebas. Severus and the polyjuiced Crouch Jr. said. So, you must be Cyan Sheba, Tom said. The one who killed quite a few of my Death Eaters. I am, Cyan said. Prepare to die. Voldemort pointed his wand at Cyan. Avada Kedavra. He cast. The eerily green spell shot out of Voldemort's wand towards Cyan. Cyan stood there and took the spell. All the Death Eaters celebrated Cyan's death. That celebration quickly ended. Was that it? Cyan asked. Voldemort and the Death Eaters turned to see Cyan still alive. How? You didn't dodge the spell. Voldemort questioned. Cyan smiled, purposely ignoring Voldemort's question. Artoria walked in front of Cyan. Tom Marvolo Riddle, also known as Lord Voldemort. Artoria started. Your acts against both magical and non-magical Britain are inexcusable. Artoria continued. Today, you and your followers will all die for your treacherous crimes. She declared. Voldemort and all his followers began to laugh at Artoria. Please. A little girl against me and my army of Inferi and Death Eaters? Voldemort said. Who said I was alone? Artoria said as she summoned her flagpole. Cyan noticed the flag has unraveled itself and began to glow. Play, Fate/Stay Night Rialta Nua Oestid Mighty Wind. My name is Artoria Pendragon, the once and future king of Britain. She declared. And a king is never alone, especially in her own country. Artoria slammed the flagpole into the ground, releasing a bright black light, blinding everyone. The light died down and everyone opened their eyes. They were standing in an empty plain with green grass and a calming blue sky. In the distance, they could hear the sound of heavy footsteps. They turned to see a large army of knights approaching them. Some of the knights carried flags similar to Artoria's. In front of the army of knights were 9 unique-looking knights, each of them wearing different armor. Kaien recognized these unique knights. The army of knights stopped behind her. These are the knights who swore an oath of loyalty to me. Even in death. Even beyond time. They answer my call, Knights of the Round Table. She declared. "Gr, attack the fools." Voldemort ordered. The Death Eaters began to fire spells at them. "My knights, end these terrorists." She ordered. "Charge." Mordred ordered. The knights charged at the wizards. The Death Eaters fired all kinds of curses at the charging knights. The knights either dodged the spells or used their sword to block the spell. Artoria charged in and began to attack Voldemort. She used Excalibur against Voldemort. She easily pushed Voldemort into the defensive. Voldemort struggled to find an opening. With Kyoka's help, Artoria already knew many of Voldemort's strategies. Voldemort pointed the wand in front of him. Depulso. He cast, sending himself towards his few remaining Death Eaters. All of his inferi were easily destroyed by the knights. "All of you fiend fire," Voldemort ordered. If either Karkaroff, Snape, or Crouch Jr. were alive, they all could have warned Voldemort about using the spell. "Fiend fire!" They all shouted. Crimson fire spewed out of all their wands. The crimson fire transformed into giant snakes racing towards Artoria. Artoria stood there. The fire was about to hit her when they suddenly froze. Voldemort and the Death Eaters looked confused. "Attack those who summoned you here," Kaien commanded. The crimson fire shifted towards the Death Eaters and charged towards them. Depulso. Voldemort casted, pointing his wand at his Death Eaters. Those Death Eaters were sent flying into the crimson fire. Gahahaha! The remaining Death Eaters screamed as they were devoured by the crimson fire. Soon Voldemort was the last one there. "Surround us," Kaien said. The crimson fire quickly surrounded everyone in a ring of fire. "This is the end, Tom," Artoria said. "My name is Voldemort." Voldemort yelled. "It doesn't matter what you call yourself. Today you will die." Kaien said. "Fool! I will never die." "You don't realize where we're at," Kaien said. Voldemort looked and quickly realized where they're at. "No, no." Voldemort yelled. "Yes. We know about the Horcruxes and all of them are destroyed." "Impossible." Voldemort yelled. Artoria charged towards Voldemort and decapitated him. His blackened soul poured out of the dead body. "I'm still here. Means one of my Horcruxes are still working." Voldemort thought. "You're still here, but it's not because of your Horcruxes," Kaien said. Voldemort looked down and noticed a rusty chain was at his chest. "My lord." Voldemort turned around to see his dead Death Eaters floated with him. Kaien released the remaining soul fragments. They all appeared beside Voldemort. All of them had the same rusty chain on their chest. Tom Marvolo Riddle and those who allied themselves to his cause, for your crimes that you've committed when you were alive, I sentence all of you to hell to suffer for your crimes, Kaien said. The crimson fire wrapped themselves around all of them. Gahaha! They all screamed in pain and agony as their souls were incinerated and painfully sent to hell. Kaien and Artoria stared at the bloody field. Artoria closed the reality marble. They all returned to the seaside. The bodies reappeared there without the blood. What should we do about this? Artoria asked. Let the wizarding world speculate their death. Kaien said as summoned hellfire again and destroyed their bodies. With this done, they returned to Hogwarts. Timeskip, June 17, 1995. The next 4 months were chaotic for the British citizens. News quickly spread about the missing/dead conservative wizards and witches. Amelia Bones were forced to announce all the Death Eaters in Azkaban have also disappeared. Some mourned for their losses, while many others celebrated their death. Many Slytherins who bullied the other students gone quiet. Many speculated what this meant. With the sudden disappearance of Professor Snape, Professor Dumbledore was forced to take over potions. The sudden appearance of Crouch Sr. and the drugged Alastor Moody was kept secret from the students. The students were told that Alastor Moody had to help the DMLE investigate the disappearance of former Death Eaters. To replace Alastor Moody, Professor Dumbledore was forced to cancel classes until he could find a new professor. He was forced to hire Sirius Black, who was the only one who applied for the position. Kyan spent the next 4 months helping his students pass their exams and made sure the champion knew as much as he could. Kyan hosted a meeting with his student in his private room. Today, all the champions are banned from going to the library, using the training grounds or any activities directly related to the third task, Kyan said. What? Harry, Victor, Fleur, and Fred shouted. The reason is simple. I wish for all of you to enjoy the friendships that we've formed and taken a break. After the closing ceremony, everyone is quickly going home. There will not be much time to spend more time with each other. Kyan said. The champions realized Kyan was right. Something else is that none of you would hear anything from me or Artoria for a long time, Kyan said. All the couples began to talk among themselves, trying to figure out things to do. Kyan decided to confront Fleur about her feelings towards him. Kyan walked to her. Follow me, he quietly said. Fleur nodded her head as she followed Kyan upstairs. He cast a privacy bubble around them. Fleur, I know you have feelings for me, Kyan said. Fleur blushed a little. Was I that obvious? Fleur asked. Kyan cracked a small smile. Is this where you tell me that you accept my feelings and we live happily? Kyan sighed. It all depends on you. Kyan said. Artoria and I are not from this time, Kyan admitted. What? Fleur said, surprised at what she heard. We were sent back in time to correct a mistake. We were given a year to correct it. And you two managed to correct the mistake. Correct. I see. Fleur said. Kyan hugged Fleur, shocking her. Fleur, I wish for you to move forward. I want you to live your life without any regret. If you find someone that loves you and you love that person back, then go for it. Kyan said. But what if I don't and I still want you? Fleur asked. Then become the greatest which you can, Artoria said. Fleur turned to see Artoria walked in. If you decided to pursue this path, then know this. I will be there at the end. I will judge you if you are worthy of an opportunity for Kyan's love. Artoria declared. Kyan noticed Fleur's eyes began to burn with fire and passion. I accept that challenge. Fleur declared. In that case, this may help you on your journey, Kyan said as he handed her a pouch of galleons. Huh? Fleur questioned. Your parents may not approve of your decision to go on this journey. This should help you start your journey. Fleur cautiously took the pouch of galleons from Kyan. Best doesn't mean solely the most powerful, Artoria added. It means the most financially independent, smartest, skilled, just to name a few things. I see. Fleur said. Good luck, Fleur, Kyan said as he walked out of the room. Artoria quickly followed behind. Time skip, June 21, 1995. Victor and Luna decided to camp in the Forbidden Forest. Victor wanted to show Luna a few survival skills he learned from Durmstrang. Fred and George shared with Angelina and Alicia the dream of their joke shop. Angelina and Alicia both could tell that Fred and George wanted this, so they decided to help them pursue their dream. Fleur was reading a few books about traveling. Harry invited Hermione and Daphne to attend the Wisengamot meeting. They accepted and left earlier this morning. As soon as they returned, Kyan pulled them aside for a private meeting. So Kyan-sensei, what is going on? Harry asked. Have you heard of the Deathly Hallows? Kyan asked. The what? Harry and Hermione asked. Daphne turned to Harry and Hermione. The Deathly Hallows is one of our fairy tales in The Beetle and the Bard. Daphne, if you don't mind, can you please tell them the story? Kian asked. I don't remember the entire story, Daphne admitted. That's fine, I have the book here, Kian said as he took out the book. He handed it to them. Daphne took the book and began to read the story out loud. There were once 3 brothers who were traveling along a lonely, winding road at twilight. In time, the brothers reached a river too deep to wade through and too dangerous to swim across. However, these brothers were learned in the magical arts, and so they simply waved their wands and made a bridge appear across the treacherous water. They were halfway across it when they found their path blocked by a hooded figure. And Death spoke to them. Sorry, interjected Harry, but Death spoke to them? It's a fairy tale, Harry. Daphne said. Right, sorry. Go on. Harry apologized. And Death spoke to them. He was angry that he had been cheated out of 3 new victims, for travelers usually drowned in the river. But Death was cunning. He pretended to congratulate the 3 brothers upon their magic and said that each had earned a prize for having been clever enough to evade him. So, the oldest brother, who was a combative man, asked for a wand more powerful than any in existence. A wand that must always win duels for its owner, a wand worthy of a wizard who had conquered death. So, Death crossed to an elder tree on the banks of the river, fashioned a wand from a branch that hung there, and gave it to the oldest brother. Then the second brother, who was an arrogant man, decided that he wanted to humiliate Death still further, and asked for the power to recall others from death. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to the second brother, and told him that the stone would have the power to bring back the dead. And then Death asked the third and youngest brother what he would like. The youngest brother was the humblest and also the wisest of the brothers, and he did not trust Death. So he asked for something that would enable him to go forth from that place without being followed by Death. And Death, most unwillingly, handed over his cloak of invisibility. Death's got an invisibility cloak? Harry interrupted again. Hermione and Daphne glared at him. Sorry, Daphne. Then Death stood aside and allowed the 3 brothers to continue on their way, and they did so, talking with wonder of the adventure they had had, and admiring Death's gifts. In due course, the brothers separated, each for his own destination. The first brother traveled on for a week or more, and reaching a distant village, sought out a fellow wizard with whom he had a quarrel. Naturally, with the elder wand as his weapon, he could not fail to win the duel that followed. Leaving his enemy dead upon the floor, the oldest brother proceeded to an inn, where he boasted loudly of the powerful wand he had snatched from Death himself, and of how it made him invincible. That very night, another wizard crept upon the oldest brother as he lay, wine-sodden, upon his bed. The thief took the wand and, for good measure, slit the oldest brother's throat. And so, Death took the first brother for his own. Meanwhile, the second brother journeyed to his own home, where he lived alone. Here he took out the stone that had the power to recall the dead and turned it thrice in his hand. To his amazement and his delight, the figure of the girl he had once hoped to marry, before her untimely death, appeared at once before him. Yet she was sad and cold, separated from him as by a veil. Though she had returned to the mortal world, she did not truly belong there and suffered. Finally, the second brother, driven mad with hopeless longing, killed himself so as truly to join her. And so, Death took the second brother for his own. But though Death searched for the third brother for many years, he was never able to find him. It was only when he had attained a great age that the youngest brother finally took off the cloak of invisibility and gave it to his son. And then he greeted Death as an old friend, and went with him gladly, and, equals, they departed this life. So, what does this story have to do with us? Harry asked. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry didn't serious mention that your father had his invisibility cloak when he was in Hogwarts. He did, Harry said. Harry, the enchantments on an invisibility cloak normally go away in a few years. They don't last that long. Daphne said. So, you're saying that my invisibility cloak is the actually cloak that Death gave to the Peverell brothers? Harry said. Indeed, Kian answered. But that is not the truth of what happened, Kian said. Antioch, Cadmus, and Ignotus did exist, but that isn't how the Deathly Hallows became a thing, Kion said. Antioch was the oldest of the three brothers. His passion was dueling. He would constantly duel against other wizards. He was soon known as Antioch the Unbeatable. He loved the sensation of dominating his opponent, making the audience stare at him in shock and awe of his power. In one of his duels, Antioch almost lost against a wizard. This near defeat drove Antioch crazy. He desired more power, so he never wanted to taste defeat. Then he reunited with Cadmus. Kion paused. Cadmus loved the witch he was engaged to. Before they could marry, Cadmus's fiancée was killed in an attack with the Muggles. In his rage, he killed all the Muggles in the nearby villages. After his vengeance was satisfied, grief and depression took over. Those feelings inspired an insane plan to bring his beloved fiancée back from the dead. He decided to create a ritual to call back the dead. He discovered that only death has the power to call forth the souls of the dead. So, he decided to summon death and take its power for himself. When Antioch heard of his younger brother's plan, he realized the opportunity to get more power. So, Antioch and Cadmus began to work together to create a ritual to summon death and steal his powers. After 5 years, Antioch and Cadmus managed to perfect their ritual. However, the ritual they created required 3 people to perform the ritual. Ignotus was the youngest of the 3 brothers. Despite being the youngest, he was much smarter than his older brothers and he cared more about his family. He never had any desire for power. All he desired was to live peacefully with his family. That life came crashing down because of Antioch and Cadmus. They went to Ignotus's home and told him their plans and why they needed him. Ignotus told his older brothers that he doesn't want to do anything with their plan. Antioch and Cadmus didn't like Ignotus's response. They threatened to kill his family if Ignotus didn't comply with their demand. With a heavy heart, Ignotus joined them to perform the ritual. The ritual managed to summon Anku, a Celtic god of death. The ritual began to seal Anku away. The ritual drained Anku's powers and transferred them to the 3 brothers. Antioch focused the power into his wand, making it much more powerful. Cadmus focused the power into his stone on his engagement ring, allowing it to call back the souls of the dead. Ignotus focused the power into his cloak, gaining the ability to hide from his brothers and those with ill intentions to him. As soon as the ritual was done, Ignotus used his cloak to disappear from his brothers. Years later, Ignotus discovered the ramifications of their ritual. As the sole remaining heir of the Peveril, he inherited Cadmus's research. So, he began to look into a ritual to free Anku. He managed to complete the ritual to free Anku, but he couldn't do it because the wand and ring were lost. So, he locked the information in his vault in Gringotts and sealed the Peveril vault. To unseal the vault, the heir must present all 3 artifacts to the vault. The Peveril magic will unlock the vault and allow the heir to complete the ritual. Kion said. How do you know this? Harry asked. Kion sighed. Artoria and I were from the future, where you didn't set Anku free, Kion said. I see. Harry said. We need to find the wand and the ring, Hermione said. Kion smiled. Already ahead of you, Kion said as he summoned the wand and the ring from his mindscape. Is that? Yes. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone. Kion said. So we need to go to Gringotts, Harry said. Yep. Kion stood up. Let's go. Scene change, Ragnarok's office. Ragnarok was sitting in his office reading pages of paperwork. Why are there so many stupid pages of paperwork? Ragnarok groaned. Can I get some entertainment to relieve myself of this boredom? Suddenly there was a loud knock on his door. Come in, Ragnarok said. The door opened as Kion and Harry entered. May the blood of your enemies run the rivers red, Kion said. May your enemies fear your blade, Ragnarok replied. So, Mr. Shiba, what can I do for you? I need to go to the Peveril Vault, Kion said. Ragnarok began to laugh. Going to the Peveril Vault. Going to the Peveril Vault. Ragnarok laughed. Ragnarok. I am serious. Kyan said. This stopped Ragnarok. Many wizards and witches have tried to unseal the Peveril Vaults. All of them are dead. I know that, Harry said. Ragnarok turned to Harry. But unlike them, I have the means to properly unseal it. Ragnarok turned to Kyan, who nodded his head. Ragnarok got out of his seat. Come on, follow me. Get ready for a long cart ride. Ragnarok said. They walked down to the mine carts. The minecart began to drive down. Harry and Kyan could see they quickly drove deeper and deeper down. It took them 10 minutes before they arrived at the end of the tracks. This is Vault 1, the Peveril Vault, Ragnarok said. Harry had the cloak of invisibility draped on his shoulders, the Elder Wand in his left hand, and the Resurrection Stone on his right hand. I am Harry Potter, descendant of Ignotus Peveril, master of the Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. I order the Peveril Vault to unseal itself so I can finish the task that Ignotus Peveril started. Harry said. The Peveril Vault glowed white before it opened for Harry. Harry walked in the vault to see a letter there. Harry picked up the letter and opened it. Dear Descendant. If you are reading this, then you have collected all 3 artifacts. The next step is to follow the instructions below. Good luck, my descendant. Lord Ignotus Peveril. Harry walked to Ragnarok. Am I able to perform a ritual down here? Harry asked. You should be able to, Ragnarok said. Kyan helped Harry set the ritual circle. Harry placed the Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility in the correct spots. Harry stood outside the ritual circle. Harry cut himself and allowed his blood to fall into the ritual circle. The circle began to glow white. I am Harry Potter, descendant of Ignotus Peveril and master of the Elder Wand. I sacrifice the Elder Wand to unseal Anku, the god of death, from his imprisonment. Harry said. The Elder Wand began to glow blue before the wand snapped into 2 pieces. I am Harry Potter, descendant of Ignotus Peveril and master of the Resurrection Stone. I sacrifice the Resurrection Stone to unseal Anku, the god of death, from his imprisonment. The Resurrection Stone began to glow blue before the stone split into 2 pieces. Harry glanced at the Cloak of Invisibility, remembering the times the cloak helped him in the past. I am Harry Potter, descendant of Ignotus Peveril and master of the Cloak of Invisibility. I sacrifice the Cloak of Invisibility to unseal Anku, the god of death, from his imprisonment. The Cloak of Invisibility glowed blue before the cloak turned into dust. With the powers returned, Anku, allow this god to return. Harry said. The seal glowed blue as a being rose out of the ritual circle. It appeared to be a skeleton wearing a cloak and wielding a scythe. Finally, Anku said. After thousands of years, I'm free. Anku turned to Harry. Thank you, Mr. Potter, for freeing me, Anku said. No problem? Harry replied. Unsure what to say to a god. Allow me to give you something, Anku said as he tore something off his cloak. Harry's eyes widened. Wait, are you? Indeed. Anku handed Harry another Cloak of Invisibility. This one is special. I bounded this to the Peveril magic that dormant in you. Only those who have the Peveril magic and with your permission may use the Cloak of Invisibility at its full power. Anku said. Thank you, Harry said. Anku turned to Kyan. What is Ashur? Anku's mouth was quickly covered by Kyan's hand. Don't reveal that, Kyan said as he moved his hand away from Anku's mouth. I have a letter from Morrigan. I see. Anku said as he took the letter. I need to check in with my people. Anku quickly disappeared from the vault. Harry and Kyan left the vault. Please don't mention anything you saw in there, Kyan asked. Ragnarok sighed. Very well. I saw nothing. He replied. The next 3 days were relatively peaceful and calm. Mr. Bagman revealed the third task was a maze. Since all 4 champions have the same score, all 4 champions will enter the maze from different sides and race to reach the middle. All the champions' families met before the start of the third task. Kyan met with the Sebastian and his wife, Apollon Delacour. Gabrielle was excited to see Kyan again. Kyan soon met with the Weasley family. "You," a woman said. Behind her was Arthur Weasley. "You must be Molly Weasley," Kyan said. "You must be proud of Fred to reach this far in the tournament. It's your fault he's in the tournament in the first place." "Mum," Fred and George said, stepping in front of Kyan. "For the last time, we both wanted to enter the tournament," Fred said. "And Kyan-sensei allowed us the chance to put our names into the tournament," George said. "Fred." "George," Kyan interjected. They turned to Kyan. "She's your mother. She's just worried about your safety. She doesn't want to see you injured. She wants you both to succeed in life." "I see," Fred and George said. They were interrupted by Mr. Bagman. "Champion," he called out. Harry and Fred walked over to Mr. Bagman. Victor and Fleur quickly followed after. "We are going to start the third task very soon," he started. The champions nodded. Their families head to the stands while the champions head out to the field. Kyan was with Hermione and Daphne. They sat next between the Weasleys and the Delacours. "Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin," Mr. Bagman announced. All the champions entered at once, showing unity. Fred, Fleur, and Victor were flown to the other side of the maze. "So, on my whistle, all 4 champions will enter the maze," said Bagman. 3, 2, 1 dash. He gave a short blast on his whistle, and all 4 champions hurried forward into the maze. The towering hedges opened a hole for them to run into. Kyan chuckled when Harry and Fred somehow met each other in the maze. Normally the 2 champions would attack each other. But they ended up joining forces. The same happened when Fleur and Victor encountered each other. They also allied themselves. Soon enough they all met in the middle. They all stared at the cup. The audience watched, seeing who would grab the Triwizard Cup. Kyan smirked, knowing the inevitable. He was right as everyone grabbed one handles on the Triwizard Cup. They all were teleported to the stage, still holding the Triwizard Cup. Everyone stood there confused. Kyan stood up and clapped. Artoria, from the judge's booth, joined him. Soon everyone else began to clap and cheer. The award ceremony was an interesting event. The judges decided to split the prize money among them, but unsure what to do with the Triwizard Cup. Champions had a different idea in mind. All 4 of them took their wand and cast Amplifying Charm on themselves. "If we could have your attention, please," the 4 champions yelled. The stadium quickly went quiet. "All 4 of us wish to recognize someone," Fleur said. "For his efforts to help us," Fred said. "Throughout the entire tournament," Harry said. "Despite not being from his school," Victor said. "So Kyan Shiba, from the Shiba Academy of Mystical Arts, can you please come to the stage?" They all said together. Kyan smiled as he stood up. He shunpei'd to the stage. His sudden appearance startled the audience. "We all agreed to present to you the Triwizard Cup for constantly showing international relations when others failed to do so." They handed the Triwizard Cup to him. Kyan grabbed the cup and lifted it in the air. Artoria and all his students clapped for him. Slowly the rest of the audience joined in. Professor Dumbledore and Madame Maxime were forced to join in. I need to confront them," Dumbledore thought. He walked toward them. "Mr. and Miss Shiba," Dumbledore said. "Hello, Professor Dumbledore. What can we do for you?" Kyan asked. "I need to see you in my office before you 2 go," he said. "Sure." Kyan and Artoria followed Dumbledore to his office. About time he would confront us, Kyan thought. "I agree. It's been a few months since he lost control of the castle. Artoria replied. They arrived at the gargoyle statue. The state moved to the side, allowing them to enter the headmaster's office. They all sat in the office. So, what can we do for you? Kian asked. Stop with the act, Dark Lords, Dumbledore said. We are not Dark Lords, Kian replied. You are. Only Dark Lords could command fiend fire like that. Not only that, but the other headmasters and I also had trouble handling you. Dumbledore said. While it is true that we are significantly stronger than all of you combined, we are not Dark Lords, Artoria said. We were sent by a being of a higher power to fix your meddling, Kian admitted. Preposterous, Dumbledore said. Kian shrugged his shoulders. That's fine if you don't believe us, Kian said as he turned away from Dumbledore, leaving the office. You will not leave. He yelled as he pulled out his wand and cast a stupefy. The spell flew halfway before it stopped moving, as if it was trapped in a bubble. What? You dare try to attack Kian with his back turned, Artoria said, glaring at Dumbledore. Dumbledore pointed his wand at Artoria and tried to cast a spell. Only for the spell to backfire, sending him to the wall. Suddenly the wall turned liquid, sucking Dumbledore's limbs in the stone wall. The wall returned to solid. All the portraits of previous headmasters and headmistress were shocked to see what was happening to Dumbledore. This castle. Artoria started staring at the only still portrait in the office. This castle knows the truth, before it became Hogwarts, before it became Hogwarts. Artoria said. Everyone, except for Kian, stood there confused by Artoria's words. Why, that's preposterous. One of the portraits said. According to history, a magical architect helped the founders design the castle. Another portrait said. Fools. Artoria sneered. Those were lies that the founders said to explain the existence of the castle, for they were the only ones who knew the truth about the castle. A truth that would tear this country apart. A truth that would see everyone try and destroy this castle. Artoria said. Albus Dumbledore and all the portraits were unsure what to say to Artoria's words. What's the truth of this castle? Dumbledore asked. All the other portraits paid close attention to Artoria's words. Artoria smirked. Well, if you insist, Artoria said. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Everyone could sense magic gathered around her. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia. Bow before me. The magic around her flowed. Everyone, even the portraits, except for Kian, was forced on their knees and bowed to Artoria. Dumbledore was shocked at what happened. How? My occlumency barriers were active. I can resist the Imperious Curse. Why did I obey her orders? Dumbledore thought. All of you obeyed my order because Magic of Britannia still recognized me as its king, Artoria said. As long as my castle still stands, I will remain as the true king of this land. Dumbledore and all of the portraits understood what castle she was referring to. Your Majesty, Dumbledore started. Artoria turned to Dumbledore. Speak, Dumbledore, Artoria said. So, Hogwarts used to be the fabled castle, Camelot? Indeed, Artoria said. She turned to look at Dumbledore and all the portraits. I, Artoria Pendragon, order all information mentioned in this room as top secret national information. No one is allowed to attempt to reveal any part of this information. Their magic bounded this knowledge, preventing them from revealing it. Dumbledore's eyes widened when he realized how Artoria could force them to obey her, for she can control their magic. Dumbledore, follow me, Artoria ordered. The portrait displaying Camelot on a grassy plain opened up. Kian, Artoria, and Dumbledore entered the secret passageway. They arrived on the 4th floor. They walked down the empty corridor and arrived to see a giant Hogwarts coat of arms. Artoria walked towards the giant coat of arms. The Hogwarts coat of arms began to glow white as the 4 houses separated to reveal another secret corridor. They entered the corridor and walked down a path and arrived to see a giant stone pillar, radiating magical energy. Artoria turned to Albus Dumbledore. Repeat after me. I, state your full name. Artoria said. I, Albus Percival Wolfred Brian Dumbledore, Dumbledore state. Swear upon the magic that flows in my body to take charge of my post as the Wardkeeper of Camelot, Artoria said. Swear upon the magic that flows in my body to take charge of my post as the Wardkeeper of Camelot, Dumbledore repeated. I swear to safeguard this castle and all residences of this castle. I swear to correctly and properly maintain the wards of Camelot. Artoria said. I swear to safeguard this castle and all residences of this castle. I swear to correctly and properly maintain the wards of Camelot, Dumbledore repeated. I swear to teach the next Wardkeeper of Camelot the correct and proper methods to maintain the wards of Camelot, Artoria said. I swear to teach the next Wardkeeper of Camelot the correct and proper methods to maintain the wards of Camelot, Dumbledore repeated. I swear that my first priority is to the wards and residents of Camelot, Artoria said. I swear that my first priority is to the wards and residents of Camelot, Dumbledore repeated. I swore to never reveal the secrets of the wards of Camelot, the secrets of King Pendragon, or Camelot, Artoria said. I swore to never reveal the secrets of the wards of Camelot, the secrets of King Pendragon, or Camelot, Dumbledore repeated. May the magic that flows through my body, through Camelot, through the wards of Camelot and the land around us cast judgment upon me for breaking my oath. Artoria ended. May the magic that flows through my body, through Camelot, through the wards of Camelot and the land around us cast judgment upon me for breaking my oath. Dumbledore finished. The magic around them shot and wrapped itself around Dumbledore, binding him to the oath. Kian looked at his watch. Artoria, it was time to leave, Kian said. Thank you, Kian. Artoria turned to Dumbledore. I will remember the oath, Your Majesty, Dumbledore said. With that, Kian and Artoria left the secret chamber. Kian and Artoria walked outside to see all the other foreign students entered their respective vehicles. Kian and Artoria joined the Hogwarts students on the Hogwarts Express. Kian and Artoria joined his students in playing various games, ranging from wizard chess to cards. After a few long hours, they arrived at King Cross's station. Many of the Hogwarts students said goodbye to Kian and Artoria. They returned the gesture as they crossed the brick barrier and back to London. Kian turned to Harry and Hermione. We'll see each other someday, Kian said. Bye, Kian-sensei. Bye, Artoria-sensei. They replied. Kian and Artoria summoned the night bus and took them to Diagon Alley. Kian visited Ragnarok one last time, informing him to send a letter to his students in 12 years to meet here. Ragnarok nodded his head as he wrote that note down on his calendar. Kian and Artoria founded the International Travel Shop, which creates international portkeys. Hello? Kian said as he entered the shop. Ah. Good afternoon. The shopkeeper said. What can I do for you? I was wondering if you have any portkeys to Japan? Kian asked. The shopkeeper said as he pulled out a small book. 7 galleons. He said. Kian pulled out 7 galleons for the shopkeeper. He took the coins and placed them in a drawer. One moment. Kian and Artoria waited. The shopkeeper returned with a small talisman. It will be ready to go in a minute. Kian and Artoria grabbed the talisman. Soon the portkey activated, and they were gone. Scene change, Shiso, Hyogo. Back to Japanese. Kian and Artoria arrived at Bonsai Bazaar. Welcome to Japan. An Auror greeted them. Hello, Kian replied as he handed the Auror their paperwork. The Auror took the paperwork and looked it over. Seems everything's good. The Auror stamped their paperwork and allowed to continue. Kian and Artoria were soon greeted with a small kitsune. Let me guess. You wish to take us to Amaterasu? Kian asked. The kitsune nodded its head. Okay, we'll follow you, Kian said. The kitsune led them down an empty alleyway. As soon as they were away from everyone, the kitsune's lower body began to combust into orange-red flames which began to surround Kayan and Artoria. Soon enough they were teleported away. Scene change, Amaterasu's private shrine. Kayan and Artoria exited the orange-red flames to see that they arrived in a shrine. Amaterasu sitting in front of them was Amaterasu. "Hello, Kayan Shiba and Artoria Shiba." She greeted. "Amaterasu-sama." Kayan and Artoria replied. "Sit with me," she said. Kayan and Artoria sat down in front of her. "It appears you've finished your mission." "Indeed," Kayan replied. Kayan pulled out a small pouch and placed it on the table. "This is all the money we used with 5% interest," Kayan said. Amaterasu accepted the pouch. "So, you will go back to your time?" she asked. "Yes please," Kayan said. "Very well, please wait in one of these rooms while I get ready for the ritual," Amaterasu said as she disappeared in a swirl of flames. Kayan and Artoria stood up and walked towards the hallway she pointed to. Kayan grabbed the door handle of the first room. He pulled it open and was shocked. In front of him was Ichigo Kurosaki. He appeared as if he was asleep. Kayan moved to touch Ichigo only to encounter an invisible wall. Kayan and Artoria heard approaching footsteps. They closed the door and quickly found an unoccupied room. "What was that?" Artoria asked. "I'm not sure," Kayan replied. Amaterasu soon entered the room. "Are you two ready?" she asked. "We are," Kayan replied. She handed Kayan a small mask. "It's a mask to hide your identity since you came here under a different name," Amaterasu explained. "I see," Kayan said as he placed the mask on. "Now then, are both of you ready?" she asked. "We are," Kayan replied. Amaterasu began to chant in a language neither one recognized. The orange-red fire began to surround them. Soon everything went black. Chapter 47, Arc 10. Kayan and Artoria opened their eyes to see that they were on a bed. Kayan sat up and took the mask off and transformed back into normal. "Are we back in our time?" Artoria asked. "Not sure," Ichigo replied. "Scat hack, Medea, Zealot. Please respond." Ichigo thought. "You're back," Scat hack replied. "I am," Ichigo replied. "When will His Holiness grace us with his presence?" Zealot asked. "Give me a few hours. I need to take care of a few things." Ichigo replied. "Very well," Scat hack replied. "By the way, how many days have passed since we left?" Artoria asked. "It's only been a day," Medea said. "Oh good," Ichigo said. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Enter," Ichigo said. The door opened and a female servant entered. "Amaterasu-sama has requested your presence when you are available," the servant said. "Very well. Give us a few minutes," Ichigo replied. "Here is a set of clothes you both of you," she said before leaving the room. Ichigo and Artoria changed out of their old clothes and placed the informal kimonos on. Ichigo was dressed in a navy blue kimono and hakama with a white obi belt. Artoria was dressed in a dark violet-black kimono and hakama with a red obi belt. They walked out of the room where she stood by. "Follow me." She led them down a familiar hallway. They arrived to see Amaterasu sitting at a table with a pot of tea and 3 cups. "Hello, Amaterasu-sama," they greeted. "Ichigo, Artoria. Please sit." They sat down in front of Amaterasu. The servant poured them a cup of tea. "You are good to go," Amaterasu said to the servant. She nodded her head and left. Amaterasu turned to Ichigo and Artoria. "Is there anything you wish to talk about?" "I do," Ichigo said. "Before I was sent back to my time, I discovered my body in one of these rooms, locked in a barrier." Amaterasu sighed. "I didn't expect you to find that," Amaterasu said. "Allow me to explain," Amaterasu said as she took out a sheet of paper and a pencil. Have you heard of the many-universe theory? She said. Artoria shook her head. The many-universe theory is that theory that states every possible outcome does happen, but we are only able to see one, Ichigo said. Amaterasu nodded her head. Artoria is an excellent example of this. You are already aware of at least 4 different versions of yourself. The inhuman king with Excalibur, the tyrannical king with Excalibur, the divine king with Rangominiad and the demonic king with Rangominiad. Amaterasu said. Artoria nodded her head. She remembered when Ichigo used the chaos piece on her, somehow it allowed her to absorb both versions of herself with Rangominiad. So, the many-universe theory is correct? Ichigo asked. Not fully, Amaterasu said. The multiverse isn't able to handle all the different universes based on small insignificant changes. So, the multiverse selects those beings whose actions may change the world forever. Those beings' actions or inaction create different universes. Amaterasu said. It makes sense, Artoria said. How does my body gets involved with this? Ichigo asked. I'm getting there. So when I sent you to help Genryusai, I sent you to a different universe but remained on the same date. So you're saying that day I arrived to see Genryusai and Aku was the same date you sent me off? Ichigo asked. Correct, Amaterasu said. But when both of you entered that time portal, you traveled back in time without a tether. A tether? Ichigo asked. When we send someone back in time, we have a magical tether in place, so we know which set of situations are required to result in you going back in time in the first place. The tether is strong enough for 7 years. Amaterasu said. Which is why Morrigan required your help to extend the tether to 14 years. Correct, Amaterasu said. But there wasn't a tether when Genryusai and I entered the time portal to get back to his time, Ichigo said. But I did give you one, Amaterasu said. I kissed your forehead, giving you a magical tether for the previous 7 years. What about the rest of the time? Amaterasu sighed. We were forced to do the riskier method. Which is? Artoria asked. I wiped myself of my memory of you as an attempt to prevent jeopardizing the fate of the others. I see. So what about my body? Ichigo asked. Your body was placed in a pocket dimension where the time flowed so slowly it would be centuries before it was a second for you. Then you slowly travel to the future. Amaterasu said. Why? Artoria asked. If we were to send someone forward in time, it could destabilize the other timelines, sending ripples through the other alternative universes. And I assumed that you did the same method for us. Indeed. This time I had the entire tether to use, to make sure you were in the correct universe. Amaterasu said. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways, I promised to grant you a reward for this, Amaterasu said. Yawatch, can you give me an unnamed script? She asked. Very well, Yawatch said from Ichigo's mindscape as a white ball of energy appeared in front of Ichigo. Amaterasu took the unnamed script. She concentrated for a few moments. The white ball began to glow golden red dots. She placed the script back down on the table. This script is filled with my blessing. Amaterasu started. When invoked, you summon a replica of Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Amaterasu raised her hand as Nodachi appeared. It was along with a silver blade and a charred black edge. It has a simple circular tsuba with a handle crimson, like the sun. Everyone could hear sizzling from the Nodachi. A small smoke trail began to appear. This is my Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, your replica is similar to this. Amaterasu flicked her hand, returning Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi back to where she kept it. You are granted a few abilities. The first is that with this script active, you slowly gain more power as the sun slowly rises with full power at noon, but you slowly lose power as the sun sets. The second ability is regarding the Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. The heat of the sun, 5,505 degrees Celsius or 9,941 degrees Fahrenheit, is concentrated along the edge of the blade. It neither burns nor erupts, but anything it touches is eradicated to nothingness. Amaterasu said. You can also use divine energy and use my signature black flames. Amaterasu said. Wait. Divine energy? Ichigo questioned. Gods and goddess have their energy, different from humans. Amaterasu began. It's possible to harm gods and goddess with Ryatsu, but by using divine energy makes it much more effective. I see, thank you for the ability, Ichigo thanked. No problem Ichigo, Amaterasu thanked. Now where was I? Amaterasu took the opportunity to sip her tea. Ah, I remember now. The last ability is that your body is enveloped by the sun. It becomes impossible to even touch you while this ability is active. This ability, if not controlled, could damage the environment around you. I see. Ichigo said as he picked up the script. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said as he pushed it into himself. Suddenly he felt his entire body is on fire. Ichigo could feel script I, the Ignatius merge with the new script. Gore, Ichigo growled as he tried to resist the intense heat. Soon the heat calmed down. Ichigo. Are you okay? Artoria asked, seeing the drops of sweat on his forehead. I'm fine, Ichigo said. Amaterasu smiled. The few who earned the honor of my blessing has commented about the intense heat when the blessing was first bestowed upon them. I see. Ichigo said. I call this script T, the Teo, sun, Ichigo said. Amaterasu continued to smile. When you return to Britain, Morrigan will contact you about her side of the deal, Amaterasu said. Very well, Ichigo said. Anything else I can do for you? She asked. Can you send us to Yasaka's office? Ichigo requested. Very well. The nearby shoji began to glow golden as Ichigo and Artoria stood up. Thank you, Amaterasu-sama. They said before sliding the shoji open and entering Yasaka's office. Scene change, Yasaka's office. Yasaka was in her office reading various reports about the yokai population. Mikagami sent me and the rest of the yokai in Ichigo's peerage an invitation to the annual school festival. Maybe I should bring this to Ichigo. Yasaka considered. Imagine the students' reaction to seeing Akasha at the festival. Yasaka thought with a Cheshire grin. Her shoji door began to glow golden. Yasaka straightened her desk up as she waited for her guest. The shoji slid open as Ichigo and Artoria entered her office. Ichigo. Artoria. What are you two doing here? Last I heard, both of you were in Britain. We were. But Amaterasu sent us both on a mission. Artoria replied. I see. Yasaka said. Ichigo turned to Artoria. I need to have a private word with Yasaka, Ichigo said. Artoria gave him a confused look. Okay. I'll be outside. Artoria said as she stood up and left Yasaka's office. Seal this room, Ichigo commanded Yasaka through the peerage link. Yasaka raised her hand and sealed the room. Ichigo closed his end of the peerage link, preventing anyone from overhearing him. Yasaka. Who was Kunu's father? Ichigo asked. Yasaka lightly blushed. Why do you ask? Yasaka asked. I know who Kunu's father, Ichigo said. Huh? Yasaka questioned. A few weeks after Yasaka was pregnant, she sent people to search for her one-night stand. She couldn't find him at all. In the end, Yasaka raised Kunu alone. Ichigo. You better not be lying to me. She growled. Then tell me what you remember, Ichigo said. Kunu's father was a Japanese man with black hair and matching black eyes. He has Yasaka's eyes widened mid-sentence. He looked like this. Ichigo said as his face transformed in Kaien Shiba. Yasaka's eyes widened in shock. On that night, you were in your Sayaka disguise but with longer hair. You were dressed in a pink yukata. You sat on a bench, crying and drinking. Ichigo said. But that means. Yasaka began to say. Kunu was my biological daughter, Ichigo answered as he transformed back. So, what should we do about this? Yasaka asked. Well, we could tell everyone the truth, tell Kunu the truth, or keep silent about it. Ichigo said. I honestly want to tell Kunu, Yasaka said. When she was born, her fur, hairs, and eyes weren't that color. I used blood magic to create an illusion that we all see. Yasaka admitted. I see. Ichigo said. I believe we need to tell Kunu the truth and then we decide what to do from there, Ichigo concluded. I agree. Yasaka stood up from her desk and walked to another set of shoji. She unsealed just that door. She slid it open. Bring Kunu to my office immediately, Yasaka ordered one of her guards. Yes, Yasaka Hime-sama. The guards saluted and ran to retrieve Kunu. Yasaka didn't need to wait long as the guard quickly returned with Kunu on his shoulders, enjoying the ride. The guard took a knee, allowing Kunu to get off. Mama, Kunu shouted as she ran to her mother. Hello, Kunu, Yasaka replied. She picked up Kunu and took her inside her office. She quickly sealed her office behind her. Papa! Kunu shouted as she ran to Ichigo. Hello, Kunu, Ichigo said as he picked her up. Ichigo put her down, Yasaka said. Ichigo put Kunu down in one of the nearby chairs. Kunu, we need to have a serious talk. Did I do something wrong? Kunu asked. No. It's not you. Yasaka said as she glanced at Ichigo. Yesterday, Amaterasu-sama had a mission for me. She sent me back in time. Just like the girl who leapt through time? Kunu asked. Ichigo cracked a smile. Something like that, Ichigo said. Now then, I went back in time and I found out who your father is. Kunu's eyes widened. Really? I did. I know him. Can I meet him? Kunu asked. Are you sure, Kunu? Do you want to meet your biological father? Biological? Kunu said. It means your father by blood, Ichigo said. Oh. I do. I want to ask him why he abandoned me and Kasan. Kunu said. Ichigo sighed. When I went back in time, I somehow met your mother, Ichigo said. You're my real father? Kunu realized. I am, Ichigo said. Kunu looked at Yasaka. Is Papa lying? Honey, he isn't, Yasaka confirmed. Kunu tackled Ichigo. She began to cry and hug him tight. Ichigo gently hugged her back. Yasaka moved and joined in their hug. Kunu continued to cry, tears of joy. Kunu soon stopped crying. But if you're my real papa, how come I don't look like you? She asked. I used magic to hide your real features, Yasaka admitted. She bit her finger. A bit of blood began to drip out. She used her blood and drew the kanji, reveal, on Kunu's forehead. Suddenly Kunu's golden blonde hair, foxtails, and ears slightly darkened to an orange blonde. Her golden eyes turned slightly brown. Yasaka showed Kunu a mirror. She gasped. I looked like a mix of Kasan and Papa. She said. Indeed, you do, Ichigo replied. Now that I know who Kunu's real father is, the coloration makes sense, Yasaka said. Now then, should we reveal this to everyone or just the peerage? Ichigo asked. I feel that this should remain a secret to the general public, Yasaka said. I agree. The golden blonde and the orange blonde are two distinctly different physical traits. Fewer people would make the connection that they belong to one person. Ichigo said. What about the peerage? Yasaka asked. I think we should do it in a few days, Ichigo said. A few days? Yes. After this, I need to go back to Britain. I have a meeting over there. Ichigo said. I see. Yasaka said. She used her bloody finger and drew, illusion, on Kunu's forehead, hiding her true self again. Is there anything else? Nope. See you in a few days, Ichigo said as Yasaka unsealed her office. Ichigo walked out to see Artoria standing guard outside. She followed behind Ichigo. So where are we going? She asked. Back to Britain. We need to say hi to everyone, Ichigo said. Artoria groaned. She remembered her conversation with Fleur. Ichigo and Artoria left Yasaka's shrine. Ichigo found it an empty alleyway. So how are we going back to London? Artoria asked. We are going to use Garganta, Ichigo said. You may be able to travel through the Garganta without my car, Ichigo theorized. How? Artoria asked. By using your spirit form, Ichigo said. Artoria nodded her head as she shifted into her spirit form. Ichigo opened a Garganta. Ichigo jumped in the Garganta. Artoria followed right after. Scene change, London, Hotel 41. Everything is in English. Scathach, Medea, and Zealot were in their hotel room. Scathach and Medea were watching TV. Zealot was standing on the side, looking at the window. Suddenly a Garganta opened up. Scathach and Medea jumped off the couch. They shifted into their spirit form, ready for the invader. Ichigo and Artoria walked out of it and resumed physical form. Hello everyone. It's been a long time, Ichigo said. Scathach and Medea lowered their weapons. And a short time for us, Medea replied. Are all of you busy? Ichigo asked. Not really, Scathach said. We've spent some time watching TV, Medea said. Zealot had patiently waited for your return. Zealot said. What are you planning to do? Scathach asked. When I was in 1994, I attended a school called Hogwarts. Hogwarts? That's an unusual name, Medea commented. Indeed, Artoria said. So, I may have told my students that I would meet them in the magical district today, Ichigo said. Do you want to come? Sure, Scathach said. I might be able to get some ingredient for my potions, Medea said. Zealot will follow. Zealot replied. All right then. We'll be using a Garganta. A what? Medea asked. Scathach looked curious as well. Ichigo quickly explained to the other servants on what a Garganta was. They all shifted into spirit form and followed behind Ichigo. In an empty alleyway, a Garganta opened up as Ichigo, Artoria, Scathach, Medea, and Zealot appeared out of it. Ichigo summoned 2 of his wizard robes. Put these on, Ichigo said as he handed one to Zealot and Scathach. Zealot will remain in his holiness's shadow, Zealot said as she disappeared into his shadow. Scathach shrugged as she put on the robe. Medea and Artoria summoned their cloak. Ichigo put his on and lead them into the leaky cauldron. The leaky cauldron looked nearly the same, despite nearly a decade and a half since the last time Ichigo and Artoria saw the pub. Ichigo and Artoria lead them out of the leaky cauldron to a small, walled courtyard with a dustbin. Ichigo pulled out Mysteria, in wand form, and tapped the brick wall. Slowly the brick wall unraveled itself to reveal a large archway. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Ichigo whispered. Scathach, Medea, and Zealot looked around at the shops. Ichigo walked straight. Artoria gently pushed the distracted Scathach and Medea. They quickly caught up with Ichigo. Ichigo entered Gringotts. Scathach, Medea, and Zealot looked at the interesting building. Ichigo and his group waited in line for a few minutes. Next, one of the goblin tellers yelled. Ichigo and his group walked to the goblin teller. Paraguayan Guarani, may your enemies fear your wrath. Paraguayan Guarani. Ichigo greeted the goblin teller. The goblin teller was shocked to hear a human speak the goblin language. Paraguayan Guarani, may your vault continue to flow with gold and good fortune. Paraguayan Guarani. The goblin teller quickly replied. What can Gringotts do, you wizard? I have a private meeting under the name Kyan and Artoria Shiba, Ichigo said. His eyes widened. Very well. Allow me to escort you and your guests to the meeting room, the goblin teller said. He closed his teller booth and led them down a hallway. As they walked down, Ichigo shifted his face back to Kyan. They soon arrived at a room. There was a plaque on the door. Private meeting in progress. The goblin teller opened the door for them. Ichigo and his group walked in. The room was packed. They looked to see who opened the door. Kyan-sensei. They shouted in shock and surprised. Ichigo could see that all his students are much older than before. Many of them looked much older and mature than before. Ichigo could see a few children there. How do you look the same as before you left? Hermione asked. Ichigo smiled. Allow me to sit down and then I'll explain, Ichigo said. Ichigo and his group sat down. Now then, allow me to explain. Ichigo started. Artoria and I were sent back in time to 1994. Ichigo said. What? Time turners are only able to go back a few hours. How were you two able to go back that far? Divine intervention, Artoria said. Harry's fate wasn't going the way it was intended to go, so we were sent back in time to fix it, Ichigo said. I see. Daphne said. I was already born before 1994, so I had to go under a pseudonym, Ichigo said. So what is your real name? Harry asked. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki, Ichigo said as he went back to normal. Why does that name sound familiar? Hermione thought. What about Artoria? Fred asked. The adults turned to Artoria. Artoria chuckled. While my first name is indeed Artoria, my last name is something else. Artoria turned to them. Are you sure you can handle the revelation that my last name brings? Are you saying you are related to Voldemort or one of us? Fred joked. Angelina smacked him in the gut with her elbow. Artoria smiled. If I were related to any of you, it would most likely be Harry, Artoria said. Harry looked shocked. Don't worry, my last name isn't Potter. Then what is it that would shock us? Fleur asked. Magic began to gently swirl around her. Ichigo could see the magic around them was getting excited. I am Artoria Pendragon, King of Knights and once and future King of Britannia, she declared. But that can't be. You would be 2,000 centuries old, Hermione said. Everyone questioned Artoria's claim. Outrageous it may be, but it is the truth, someone said. The door opened up as King Ragnarok entered the room. When we first met, and she introduced herself with that name, we performed a blood test to confirm her identity. What about the others? Daphne asked. Scathack took her robe off. My name is Scathack, Queen of the Land of Shadows, she said. Wait, the same Scathack from the Ulster cycle? Hermione asked. The very same, Scathack replied. To think we just met two heroes of legends, she said. But how are you still here? Alicia asked. They're servants, Fleur said. Everyone turned to her. The world is unfortunately much bigger than we think. Fleur started. Wizards and witches are not the only humans with magic. There exists another group that calls themselves Magus. They are a much smaller group of magic users who uses magic in a completely different way, Fleur said. Indeed. The Magus created an object called the Holy Grail. An object that can grant any wish if it is fueled with enough magical energy. To fill the Holy Grail, 7 servants of different classes are summoned to fight each other to the death. This event has happened a total of 5 times. In the end, I prevented them from fading away, Ichigo vaguely explained. So, what about you? Harry asked, looking at the last person. I am Medea, Witch of Colchis, she said as she lowered her hood. Everyone could see her elven ears. Hermione was the only one who recognized her name. Wait, weren't you a member of the Argonauts? Hermione asked. Medea nodded her head. I was forced to be a member of the Argonauts, Medea asked. Huh? None of the books mentioned that you were forced to be a member of the Argonauts, Hermione said. That's because I was drugged by that stupid bimbo to like Jason, she growled. Long story short, Aphrodite mind-controlled Medea to like Jason, which caused her to betray her people and help Jason to obtain the Golden Fleece. When Jason betrayed her, she went crazy since no one knew why she betrayed everyone. So, she desired to live her life how she wants to and get revenge on the Greek gods. Ichigo said. So, the Greek gods are still around, Victor said. They are, and so are many others, Luna said. Such as the Shinto gods, the Aesir gods, the Olympians, and a lonely few Celtic ones. That reminds me, I still need to talk with Anku and Morrigan, Ichigo thought. Ichigo, when you are done, I need to see you in my office, Ragnarok said as he left. Let's continue this meeting at my house, Harry offered. Sure, Ichigo replied. Harry and everyone left Gringotts and used a portkey to go to Potter Manor. Ichigo and the servants started at the large manor. Upon entering the manor, Ichigo could hear Yugi and his voice in Japanese. I fuse my Buster Blader and my Dark Magician in my hand to fusion summon Dark Paladin. Yugi yelled as dust blew up, obscuring Ichigo's view of Yugi. Suddenly something parted the dust cloud as Dark Paladin stood there. I activate Dark Paladin's effect, Yugi said. He gains 500 times the number of dragons on your side of the field and graveyard, Yugi said as Dark Paladin's attack points grew from 2900 to 7900 attack points. Now then, Dark Paladin attack Ichigo's Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, Yugi said. It seems my duel with Yugi is still a common knowledge then, Ichigo joked. The children turned to see Ichigo there. It's Ichigo Kurosaki, the kids yelled. Ichigo heard Hermione smacked herself. That's why I remember that name, Hermione said. All the other students watched the recording. Dark Paladin charged towards Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. While Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon charged up its attack and fired it back at Dark Paladin. Upon contact, both attacks kicked up dust, obscuring the view. I've won, Yugi said. Yugi. Don't think so yet, Ichigo said. Yugi looked up to see Dark Paladin is blocking the attack of Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What? Yugi said. I activate the effect of Honest, Ichigo said as he reveals a white angel-looking monster card from his hand. During either player's damage step, when a light monster I control battles, I can send this card from my hand to the graveyard. That monster gains ATK equal to the ATK of the opponent's monster it is battling, until the end of this turn, Ichigo said. What? Yugi said. As he now noticed that Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon attack points weren't 4,500 but it was 12400. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon finished this duel with White Obliteration Burst. Ichigo shouted as Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon increased the strength of its attack and managed to destroy Dark Paladin. Wait, Fred said. Didn't that look like Kizara? Fleur, Victor, Harry, and Hermione looked at Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. You're right, Harry said. Kizara herself was the inspiration of those, Ichigo revealed. Wait, inspire? Hermione questioned. Kizara. Val Iona. Do you want to greet the kids? Ichigo asked. Sure, Kizara said. Let's go first. Let's see if they forgot what you and Kizara taught them about dragons, Val Iona said with a smirk. Ichigo's body began to glow black as Val Iona appeared in her dragon form. She let out a roar, scaring everyone. All the adults moved in front of the children, wands pointing at the dragon. That's Red Ice Black Dragon, one of the kids said. Ichigo and Artoria smirked. Wait, Hermione said. Ichigo's body glowed white as Kizara appeared in her human form. Val Iona quickly joined Kizara in her human form as well. It's the maiden with the eyes of blue and the maiden with the eyes of red, the kids shouted. Ichigo smiled. Kazara and Valiona were the inspiration of the decks, Ichigo said. He summoned 2 of his decks and gave it to Kazara and Valiona. While the adults talk, let's entertain you, boys and girls, with some duels, Kazara said. Yay! The kids cheered as they ran upstairs. Ichigo turned to the shocked adults. While my dragons entertain the children, for the time being, let's catch up, Ichigo said. Sure, Harry said. Everyone sat in the living room and began to share their stories with Ichigo. After Victor graduated from Durmstrang, Victor transferred himself from the Bulgarian Quidditch team to the Irish Quidditch team as a part of a deal. In return for his transfer, he gained temporary British citizenship, the right to live in Britain, and allowed to complete his mastery in Britain. Victor used this opportunity to continue his relationship with Luna. At Luna's graduation ceremony, Victor proposed to her on stage, which Luna happily said yes. They soon had 3 children. The eldest daughter was named Pandora, the middle son was named Kyan, and the last one was named Celine. Luna continued to write for the Quibbler, which evolved from a joke magazine to a real newspaper. Fred and George also continued their relationship with Angelina and Alicia for their final year at Hogwarts. They proposed to their respective girlfriend at the graduation ceremony. Angelina and Alicia pranked them by pretending to turn them down. After graduation, they used the capital Ichigo gave them to start their own joke shop, Weasley Wizard Wheezes. Fred and George ran their shop while Angelina and Alicia joined professional Quidditch for a few years. Angelina retired from professional Quidditch and helped at the joke shop. When Alicia retired, she replaced Madame Vooch as the Quidditch instructor. Fred and Angelina had a girl named Roxanne. George and Alicia had a pair of twins boys named Gideon Jr. and Fabian Jr. in honor of their uncles. Harry, Hermione, and Daphne continued their relationship. They used their relationship to bridge the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherins. All 3 of them were made prefects of their respective houses. They soon graduated from Hogwarts. Hermione returned to the non-magical world for a few years, getting her master's degrees in both history and music. She returned to Hogwarts and replaced Professor Burbage for Muggle Studies. She changed the name to Non-Magical Studies. While Daphne became a potion mistress, beating Professor Snape's title as youngest potion master. She soon joined Hermione at Hogwarts, teaching potions. She also started to teach about pure blood culture. Soon pure blood studies became a class. Daphne and Hermione forced the 2 classes to become mandatory classes to take depending on the student's background. Harry was forced into the Wizengamot where he removed the bias laws, create laws to help magical creatures, and forced the wizarding world to evolve further. Harry had 2 children with Hermione, the eldest daughter being Lily Luna and the younger son being James Sirius. He also had 2 children with Daphne, the eldest son being Corvus and a younger son named Leo. It was soon Fleur's turn. She let out a sigh as she began her story. After I graduated from Beauxbatons, I had a large argument with my family. My parents didn't want me to go and explore the world. But I went anyway. Fleur started. I traveled all over the world, learning all kinds of magical and non-magical arts. I learned the way of the rapier, the sword, savate, karate, capoeira, and so much more. During my travels, I encountered a group of vampires attacking a village. So, armed with my sword and wand, I charged in to deal with the vampires. In my fight, I encountered a woman named Bazette Fraga McRemitz. Fleur said. She was a magus. She explained to me about the magus. I joined her for a short time. We returned to Britain when she received a call from someone named Codomine. She gave me a quick explanation about the Holy Grail War and soon left. Fleur said. She turned to Artoria. Despite knowing who you are, I wish to challenge you, Fleur said. Artoria sighed. Very well, Artoria said as she stood up. Everyone looked at Ichigo with confusion. Long story short, Fleur had feelings for me. I didn't know if those feelings would still be there now. So, we challenged her to become the strongest she could be and then challenge Artoria to a duel. If she wins, then I acknowledge her feelings for me, and we begin to date. Ichigo explained. Harry led them outside to an empty courtyard. Both duelists stood 10 meters from each other. Harry stood in between the duelist. "What rules will be used in this duel?" Harry asked. "No spells categorized as dark magic from the International Confederation of Wizards," Fleur said. "Fine," Artoria said. "Very well then," Harry said as the dueling wards were cast around them. "Duelists, are you ready?" Harry asked. Artoria nodded her head as she summoned her wand. Fleur nodded her head as she threw a silver cylindrical case to the side. Fleur and Artoria nodded as they drew their wands. "Begin!" Harry shouted. "Globus Igneus, Fireball." Fleur silently cast, sending multiple fireballs at Artoria. "Ventus Forum, Windstrike." Artoria silently cast, swiping her wand down like a sword. Compressed air shot out of Artoria's wand and collided with Fleur's fireballs, causing an explosion. The ground below Artoria began to rumble. Artoria jumped away from her spot, dodging the sudden appearance of stalagmite. The dust settled to see Fleur was the one who cast the spell. Hastam Terai, Earth Spear. Fleur cast. The ground began to shake. Artoria jumped in the air as more stalagmite shot up from the ground. Artoria stood in the air as the entire ground around her was covered in stalagmites. Depulso. Fleur cast. All the stalagmites were dislodged from the ground and flew towards Artoria. Ventus Forum, Windstrike. Artoria silently cast, swiping her wand down. The compressed air shot out of Artoria's wand and barely made a scratch against the flying stalagmites. Artoria smiled as she swapped her wand for Excalibur. Her sword easily slashed the stalagmites. The rubble began to fall towards the ground. Fleur pointed at the fallen rubble. Saxa Animalibus, Rocks to Animals. Fleur silently cast. The stone rubble transformed into stone hawks. With a click of her wand, the flock of stone hawks flew towards Artoria. She smirked as she began to slash them with her sword. "What can I do?" Fleur thought as she used the stone hawks to distract Artoria. "This is going to be a little reckless, but I got to give it a shot." Fleur thought. She began to wave her wand around her forehead. The crushed rocks and stone dust began to flow around her. Tempestus Harini. Sandstorm. Fleur cast. All the crushed rocks transformed into the sand and mixed with the stone dust. The remaining stone hawks flew into the sandstorm. Artoria growled as the sandstorm got into her eyes. She used her left hand to cover her eyes. Absconditos Haranarum, Hidden Sand. Fleur silently cast, safely hidden in the sand. Artoria closed her eyes and grabbed Excalibur with both hands. Magical energy began to gather in the sword. "Can't let that happen," Fleur thought from her hiding spot. She looked at the stone hawks near the top of the sandstorm. "Attack her," Fleur ordered her remaining stone hawks. The stone hawks dived towards Artoria and began to attack her. Artoria growled as she ignored the stone hawks as more energy gathered in the sword. "She's ignoring my attacks," Fleur thought. Suddenly she realized Artoria's plan. If she released it much energy, she could easily destroy my sandstorm. Looks like Artoria gets what she wants, but not in the way she thinks. White long scaly wings burst from her shoulders. With a few flaps, Fleur was in the air. She soared towards Artoria. She attacked her with a combination of punches and kicks. Artoria was forced to let go of Excalibur and began to fight with Fleur. The sandstorm slowly dissipated, revealing two tired women. Both of them had bruises on their face. "I think it's time for one final attack," Fleur said. "Agreed," Artoria said as she stuck out her hand. Excalibur shot out of the ground and back to her hand. Magical energy quickly gathered in her sword. Accio Fragarak. Fleur silently cast. A lead ball shot out of the silver canister and floated in above Fleur's right fist. Magical energy began to gather around the lead ball. "Answerer," Fleur whispered. The lead ball began to glow and transform. A metallic ring with inscribed runes appeared. A spear tip grew out of the lead ball and through the metallic ring. Artoria! Scathach yelled through the peerage link. Yes? She replied as she continued to gather energy. Make sure Avalon is active, Scathach warned. Very well, Artoria replied. I enter the ever-distant utopia. The tranquil domain of the fairies that keeps out all filth from the outside world and allows nothing to harm the tranquil king, Avalon. Artoria mentally chanted. Avalon, the scabbard, dissipates into countless tiny particles in the air around her. Fleur didn't notice this. Excalibur! Artoria yelled as she swung down with her sword, sending the black and red energy towards Fleur. Fragarak! Fleur yelled as she punched with her right fist. A violet beam of light shot out of the spear tip towards Artoria's chest. Fleur was shocked when the purple light was blocked by something. Artoria's attack barely missed Fleur as it easily destroyed the dueling barrier. Artoria redirected the attack to the sky. The wards above Potter Manor glowed black as it absorbed the excess energy from her attack. The lead ball fell to the ground with a loud thump. Fleur collapsed from magical exhaustion. Artoria glanced at Scathach. You recognized her attack? Artoria asked. I did, Scathach said. That was noble phantasm is known as Fragarak. It is a very reckless and dangerous ability. Fragarak can only activate when your opponent starts to use their strongest move. Fragarak will reverse time and pierce a hole in the opponent's heart before they could use their move. Scathach explained. I see. Artoria replied. Let's get her inside, Ichigo said as he lifted Fleur off the ground in a princess carry. Let me take you to her room, Harry said. He led them to Fleur's bedroom in Potter Manor. Ichigo lowered her down and began to cast various medical diagnostic spells on her. How is she? Artoria asked. Physically her body is fine, but her magic is mostly depleted, Ichigo said. Usually a good night rest should take care of magical exhaustion, Hermione said. The others nodded and began to leave the room. I'll keep an eye on her, Ichigo said. Artoria glanced at him. You're going to talk with her, Artoria said. I do, Ichigo replied. Artoria sighed. I do, Ichigo replied. Artoria sighed. I'll keep them distracted as much as I can, Artoria said as she closed the door behind her. Ichigo cast a privacy bubble around them. You can stop pretending, Ichigo said. Fleur opened her eyes and looked at him. How did you know I was pretending? Fleur asked. I was the one who performed the medical diagnostic on you, Ichigo said. But my spells should fool those diagnostic spells. Fleur countered. Did you expect me to just use Western medial spells? Ichigo countered. Forgot about those, Fleur replied. Getting back on track here. Ichigo said. I guess I lost my chance to be with you. Fleur sighed. Ichigo sighed as he sat down on the bed, beside her. It's my fault, Ichigo said. Fleur opened her mouth to argue but Ichigo continued. It was my fault for not being clear with you. We challenged you and hoped you wouldn't accept it. Ichigo glanced at Fleur. But you did. I could tell you're much stronger than before. And it's because of us that you had to suffer for so long. Ichigo said. Fleur laid there in silence. Fleur. I will be blunt with you if you wish to peruse this relationship, then be prepared to not be the only one in the relationship. You've seen Artoria and Scathach. Ichigo stood up from the bed. Stay here and rest. Decide what you wish to do now. Ichigo left the room. He walked down to see everyone was having lunch. Ichigo recognized one of the house elves that was serving dinner. It's been a long time, Creature, Ichigo said. Creature turned to Ichigo. Stranger knows Creature but Creature doesn't know Stranger. Creature replied. You met Creature? Harry asked, noticing them talking. He does. He met me as Kai and Shiba. Creature's eyes widen. What did Creature call Cayenne Shiba before Creature left the room? Creature questioned. Creature! Harry yelled. Ichigo stopped Harry. We didn't meet in a room. We met in a cave and Creature called me Master's Savior. Ichigo replied. Creature fell on his knees and bowed to Ichigo. Creature is sorry. Creature needed to be sure person was indeed Master's Savior. Creature replied. What? Harry looked confused. I would like to know what Creature meant as well. They turned to see Sirius Black just arrived. Sirius, Harry said as he hugged his godfather. Sirius replied with a hug. So, you're Cayenne Shiba, right? Sirius asked. That was the identity I had to prevent a paradox, Ichigo said. I see. Sirius said. What did you do to earn that name from Creature? It's about someone named Regulus Arcturus Black, Ichigo said. Harry remembered seeing that name in the Black family tree. Reg? Sirius whispered. Yes, Ichigo said. He's your brother? Ichigo guessed. He is, Sirius said. But he became a Death Eater. I heard he died at some point, but I never learned how or why. Do you wish to see? Ichigo said. Sirius turned to him. Do you wish to see Regulus's final moments? I do. I do. Sirius said. So do I, Harry said. Very well, Ichigo said. Let's move to a more private setting, Ichigo said. Let's go to my office, Harry said. Sirius and Ichigo followed behind Harry. They soon arrived at a door without a doorknob. Harry pressed his ring into the door. The door opened by itself. Harry entered his office, followed by Ichigo and Sirius. Harry closed the door behind them. Before I do show you two, I need an oath from you, Ichigo said as he pulled out a sheet of paper and wrote the words down. He handed the sheet to Harry and Sirius. I, Sirius Orion Black, swear on my life, magic, and my soul that all information Ichigo Kurosaki revealed to me will not be spoken to, written to, mentioned in any shape or form to anyone else without the permission of Ichigo Kurosaki. So mote it be. Sirius said. Sirius glowed golden for a few moments as his magic enforced the oath. I, Harry James Potter, Lord of House Potter and House Black, swear on my life, magic, and my soul that all information Ichigo Kurosaki revealed to me will not be spoken to, written to, mentioned in any shape or form to anyone else without the permission of Ichigo Kurosaki. So mote it be. Harry said. He glowed golden for a few moments as his magic enforced the oath. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, swear on my life, magic, and my soul that the memory I will show to Sirius Orion Black and Harry James Potter is genuine and isn't altered in any shape or form, Ichigo said. Ichigo could feel his magic float around him, enforcing the oath. Ichigo turned to them. I want both of you to perform legilimency on me. I will create a path for you to follow. Ichigo instructed. Do not stray from the path, Ichigo warned. Harry and Sirius nodded. They pointed their wands at Ichigo. Legilimens. Harry and Sirius said as they entered Ichigo's mind. Ichigo guided them to the memory in the cave. They watched Ichigo enter the cave and move to the cave. They watched Ichigo retrieve the fake locket. They watched in horror as Ichigo triggered the inferi only to be in shock as to how easily he destroyed them. They saw the look of joy from the souls as the inferi were destroyed. They soon saw Regulus's ghost. Sirius began to cry as he realized what Regulus did. They saw Ichigo remove the soul fragment from the locket and finally performing Kanso on Regulus. They were soon pushed out of Ichigo's mind. Sirius fell into one of the nearby couches. I need something to drink, Sirius said. Harry pulled out a bottle of fire whiskey and 3 glasses. He poured 3 fingers of the whiskey in each glass and was passed to Sirius and Ichigo. To Regulus, for helping defeat Voldemort, Sirius said as they all slammed down the whiskey. Harry and Sirius let out a small stream of fire. Sirius turned to Ichigo. Thank you for showing us that, Sirius said. No problem, Ichigo said. The House of Black owes you a debt of gratitude, Sirius said. You don't need to. I agree with Sirius, Harry said. Your action freed Regulus's soul from eternal torture and showed that Regulus Black died a hero. Ichigo sighed. Very well. What do you propose? Harry asked. An alliance, Harry said. I, Harry James Potter, Lord of House Potter and House Black, hereby acknowledge a debt of gratitude to Ichigo Kurosaki. To pay for that debt, the ancient and most noble House of Potter and ancient and most noble House of Black offers you an alliance as allies. Cry for aid and I shall hear you, and give aid if it costs me my last breath. Seek succor and you shall have it of me, no matter your reasons for seeking such. Request sanctuary, and it shall be granted, regardless of your foe. Harry said as he extended his hand for a handshake. 2 streams of magic wrapped around Harry's hand. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, heir of Clan Kurosaki, heir of Clan Shiba, heir of Clan Yamamoto, hereby acknowledge the debt of gratitude and accepts the alliance with the ancient and most noble House of Potter and ancient and most noble House of Black. Cry for aid and I shall hear you, and give aid if it costs me my last breath. Seek succor and you shall have it of me, no matter your reasons for seeking such. If all the universe be arrayed against you, know that I shall guard your back. Request sanctuary, and it shall be granted, regardless of your foe. Ichigo said as he extended his hand. 3 strands of magic wrapped around his arm. Soon the two shook hands. The streams of magic intertwined with each other, sealing the alliance with magic. The magic dissipated as they let go of their hands. Let's go down for dinner before everyone questions us, Ichigo suggested. Harry and Sirius nodded their heads. They all went back downstairs and joined the rest of them for dinner. During dinner, Harry offered Ichigo and his servants a room for the rest of their time in Britain. At first, Ichigo tried to politely turn him down. Harry countered by mentioning the alliance between their houses. Ichigo sighed as he accepted Harry's offer. After dinner, Harry gave each of them a necklace with House Potter's and House Black's coat of arms on it. This is a port key that will take you either to Potter Manor or Black Manor, Harry said. To activate it, just say to the pottery for the Potter Manor or say to the doghouse for the Black Manor, Harry said. Thank you, Ichigo said as everyone took a port key. Creature will take all of you to your rooms, Harry said. We will all sleep together, Artorias said. Very well then, Harry said as he turned to Creature. Take them to one of the larger guest rooms. Yes, master. Creature said. He took them to their guest room. The guest room was a large room. In the middle of the room, there was a large 4-poster mahogany wooden bed, big enough to easily fit them all in, with light gold and red curtains. All of their belongings from Hotel 41 was already placed on one of the nearby dressers. They explored the room and quickly discovered the luxurious bathroom with an enormous bathtub with many different buttons. They spent an hour enjoying the bathtub and all its various buttons. During that time, a tired Kazara and Valiona entered the bath. After that experience, they all went to bed. Ichigo took his spot in the middle. Scathach and Medea took his sides. Artoria and Zealot settled on Ichigo's lower leg area. Kazara and Valiona were behind Scathach and Medea. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo woke up to hear a small tapping sound. He turned his head to see a black raven was tapping his window with its beak. Before Ichigo could respond, a shadow tentacle rose and opened the window. The black raven flew in toward Ichigo. Ichigo noticed that the raven had a letter tied on its leg. The tentacle tried to stop the black raven from reaching Ichigo. The black raven dodged the tentacle. More shadow tentacles rose up, ready to stop the raven. Zealot stop, Ichigo ordered. The shadow tentacles froze. The black raven landed on a shadow tentacle, staring at Ichigo. It raised its leg to Ichigo. Ichigo stared back at the raven. It will get a letter for me, Ichigo whispered. The raven nodded its head as one of the shadow tentacles moved to the raven. The shadow tentacles grew small finger-like appendage and untied the letter from the raven's leg. The black raven soon flew out of the window. The shadow tentacles closed the window and placed the letter on the table. Are you going to read the letter? a sleepy Medea asked. Ichigo looked to see everyone woke up. Fine, Ichigo said. Scat Hack and Medea let go of his arms. The shadow tentacles brought the letter to him. Ichigo grabbed the letter. Ichigo noticed on the back of the letter was sealed with wax. The emblem consisted of the letter WB. Bisecting the letters was a small bar with the words Wingbind. Centered above the letters was a small crown. Ichigo broke the seal and opened the letter. Dear Ichigo. This is Morrigan. Amaterasu told me that you have returned to the appropriate time. Anku and I are ready to meet with you. Please go to any red phone booth in London. When you go inside, pick up the phone and use the coin that is attached to this letter to make a call. When you hear the call connect, say Ichigo Kurosaki, clocking into work. Please come alone, if possible. If you need any help looking for us, refer us as Mr. Skull and Miss Raven. Below the letter was a silver coin that was about the same size as a 100 yen coin, or a dollar coin. Imprinted on the coin was the same emblem on the wax seal. Ichigo pulled the coin off the letter. So when are you planning to meet with them? Medea asked. Probably soon. Maybe after breakfast. Ichigo said. You want to see Fleur's answer, Artoria said. I do. Because we'll likely return to Japan for a short time before going to America. Ichigo said. Finally, Medea shouted. They all got out of bed and began to get ready for the morning. They all walked downstairs to see everyone except for Fleur downstairs eating breakfast. Where's Fleur? Ichigo asked. She requested to have breakfast in her room, Harry said. I see. Ichigo replied. Creature brought them both a plate of food. Artoria's plate was 3 times bigger than everyone else. Ichigo chuckled as Artoria devoured all the food in front of her. All the children were shocked to see someone eat that much food. Artoria blushed when she noticed all the stares. Soon breakfast finished. The kids grabbed Kazara and Valiona and dragged them away, likely wanting rematch duels. Ichigo stood up. I'm planning to go to London to see Ragnarok, Ichigo said. They nodded their heads as Ichigo walked over to the fireplace and left to Gringotts. Scene change, Ragnarok's office. Ichigo quickly exited the leaky cauldron and went to Gringotts. As soon as he stepped in the Gringotts, he was immediately escorted to Ragnarok's office. Hello, Ichigo Kurosaki. Ragnarok greeted. Hello, Ragnarok, Ichigo replied. The good news is that the business information you provided to us was true to the dot, Ragnarok said as he pulled out a large folder. Ichigo took the folder and looked at his portfolio. All the stocks he invested in are making a lot of dividends and he had large control of many companies as of right now. Right now, that portfolio is worth billions in pounds and yen, Ragnarok said. I see. Ichigo said. The bad news is that we at Gringotts don't wish for you to close your account, Ragnarok admitted. In the non-magical world, they have debit and credit cards where I can use my money without coming back to the bank. Ichigo started. Ragnarok began to smile. Gringotts has connections with many non-magical banks all over the world. Ragnarok pulled out a small card and handed it to Ichigo. Ichigo could see it was a credit card. It was black, made of metal with leather detailing. He could see his name on the bottom left-hand corner with an account number. On the top left side was a large capital G. This is our black gold debit card. Ragnarok began. This card allows all of our customers to use their fortune without needing to go withdrawing their galleons or converting it to non-magical money. Thank you, Ichigo said as he took the card and placed it in his wallet. Anything else? There is one thing left, Ragnarok said as he stood from his deck. For your actions to help the Goblin Nation as a whole, the Goblin Nation owes you a great debt, Ragnarok said. Not again. Ichigo thought. For your action, we grant you this item. Ragnarok pulled out a small dagger. It was silver with red and black gemstones. This dagger is made with goblin silver. It can absorb any material or solution to make it stronger. It is decorated in rubies and onyx. This dagger is a symbol of your status as a friend to the Goblin Nation. If you need anything, go to any of our Gringotts branches in Europe and you will find immediate service. Thank you for this gift, Ichigo said as he carefully took the dagger. Paraguayan Guarani, may the beings of old bless you and your nation with great prosperity for the future to come, Paraguayan Guarani, Ichigo said as he extended his hand. Paraguayan Guarani, may you and your family also be blessed by the beings of old with great health and prosperity, Paraguayan Guarani, King Ragnarok replied as he shook Ichigo's hand. Ichigo went down to his vault, where all the contents from the Lestrange vault were transferred to. Ichigo was surprised when he found a pensive in there. He sent all the books into his mindscape where Kyoka, Hogyoku, and Mysteria. After that, he went back up. Scene change, London. Ichigo left Diagon Alley. He soon spotted a red phone booth with the word telephone above the clear plastic panel. He entered the phone booth and slipped the coin in. Ichigo could feel a small wave of magic resonated around the red phone booth. Ichigo could hear the phone connect. Ichigo Kurosaki, clocking into work, Ichigo said. Above Ichigo, the sign on the phone booth that read the telephone changed to WB. Suddenly the phone booth shot downwards. Ichigo put the phone away as he waited. Ichigo could sense a change of the dimension, similar to entering Soul Society, so Ichigo changed into his Shinigami form. The phone booth stopped and the door opened. Ichigo walked out to see a stone archway. The top of the archway was broken, showing the letters WB in a part of a shield. Ichigo could see a large TV display above the broken archway, showing advisement for a drink. Below the archway was two girls arguing. The first girl is tall and slim with waist-length black hair, long bangs, and a small, white, horn-like extension on her left temple. She had brown dress shoes. The second girl has green-eyed with blonde hair that she keeps tied up in two long pigtails with red, spiked metal bands. She wore black boots with gemstones on the ankles. They were both wearing similar uniforms consisting of a green suit over a white undershirt with a thick red bow tie fastening a short, red and black plaid cape to their necks, a short green skirt with a holster for their gun on their right thigh and knee-length black leggings. Excuse me? Ichigo said. The girls turned to Ichigo. Who are you? The girl with blonde hair asked. Her hand was hovering near her gun. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo introduced. Noel Naihashi. The girl with the black hair said. Noel, why did you introduce yourself? The girl with the blonde hair asked. Naini-san. If you paid attention to your lessons, he is dressed in the uniform of the East Branch. The newly named Naini blushed and let out a nervous laugh. Noel turned to Ichigo. So Soul Reaper from the East Branch, what can I do for you? I am looking for Mr. Skull and Miss Raven, Ichigo said. Noel's eyes widen. You're looking for the president and vice president. Noel pointed to the building in front of them. Their office is on the top floor of the building. Thank you, Ichigo said as he walked to the building. Ichigo noticed the two girls were following behind him. We're not following you or anything, Naini said. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders as he entered the building. Ichigo got on the escalator and began to travel up. Ichigo ignored the stares from everyone around him. A few minutes later, Ichigo arrived at the highest floor of the building. Ichigo walked over to the front desk. He could see a secretary, cosily painting her nails. Welcome to Wingbind. What can I do for you? She asked as she continued to paint her nails. I wish to see Mr. Skull and Miss Raven, Ichigo said. Do you have an appointment? She asked. I believe so, Ichigo replied. There is no believe so. The secretary said. She opened a notebook. I can put you in for an appointment 5 years from now. Can you see if my name is on the list of appointments? Ichigo asked. Mr. Skull and Miss Raven have cleared all of their appointments today for a powerful VIP. The secretary glanced at Ichigo. Based on what I could sense, you are not that VIP. Ichigo blared at the secretary. Let's see about that. Ichigo thought as he began to lower his Ryatsu, allowing those to feel it. Suddenly the entire building began to shake. Alarms began to go off. The secretary was slammed onto the floor from the sudden pressure. The nearby office doors slammed open as Morrigan and Anku rushed out. Morrigan had a large Celtic sword in her hand, while Anku had his signature scythe in his hand. They looked around and noticed Ichigo blaring at their secretary. "Ichigo!" Morrigan called out. Ichigo waved at them and let go of his Ryatsu, allowing it to ascend back to normal. Morrigan and Anku shook their heads at the secretary. "Let's get this meeting started," Ichigo said. "Agreed," Anku said. They all entered the office. The office appeared normal with the usual office furniture. Ichigo, Morrigan, and Anku sat down at a small coffee table. "Sorry about our secretary. She will be appropriately punished for her actions," Morrigan said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "What should we start this meeting off with?" Ichigo asked. "I think I start this off with rewarding you for freeing Anku," Morrigan said. Ichigo nodded his head. "I am primarily a goddess of fate in war." Morrigan began. "After careful consideration, I shall give you my blessing." Ichigo summoned a script in front of him. "Please channel your blessing to this," Ichigo said. Morrigan took the script and began to perform her blessing. The white script turned crimson before she handed it back to him. "I, Ichigo Kurosaki, bestow this script upon myself," Ichigo said as he absorbed the script. Ichigo could feel script S, the Slayer, merge with the new script. Ichigo could also feel a rush of bloodlust flow through him. "Fight! Fight!" Zangetsu yelled from the mindscape. His instincts fueled by the sudden need for violence and bloodshed. Slowly Ichigo calmed himself down. "Good. You didn't get overwhelmed by the bloodlust," Morrigan commented. "The blessing that you received from me grants you a few abilities. The first is that upon grabbing any object, intending to use it as a weapon, you gain insight on how to quickly and effectively use it. This ability requires you to practice the weapon more to gain mastery of it. Thought," Morrigan warned. Ichigo picked up a pen and held it like a knife. Suddenly different techniques appeared in his mind. Ichigo changed his grip, holding it like a normal pen. Those different techniques vanished from his mind. This also grants you an understanding of strategy and tactics. You can see what your opponents are doing, and you can predict what strategies they are using and figure out different countermeasures against them. Ichigo nodded his head, understanding how powerful this ability is. The other ability happens when in combat with allies. You can temporarily grant your allies an increase in overall power, but it may turn them into berserkers that will only listen to your commands. Ichigo nodded his head. "I named this script, W, the Warlord," Ichigo declared. Morrigan nodded her head. "What's the next topic to discuss?" Anku asked. "I'll go next," Ichigo said. "What is wing bind?" Allow me to explain," Anku said. "When I was freed from Morrigan's trap, I looked to see what was happening to the spirits. The non-magical ghosts would be forced to return to the cycle of reincarnation due to lack of magical energy which sustained their existence. Magical ghosts who can harness the residual magical energy in the environment to fuel its existence doesn't have this problem. The ghosts discovered that they could devour other ghosts to sustain themselves. Similar to hollows, Ichigo thought. Over time that soul would grow bigger, lose their human form, and requires more magical energy to sustain itself. We discovered that these larger souls produce resources that we could safely harvest without harming the soul. With that decision, we started to take care of these larger souls instead of killing them." Anku continued. "We soon reach a problem. Morrigan and I aren't capable of dealing with all that work." Anku looked at the office door. "In the end, we decided to recruit humans who could see souls, which also happened to be many wizards or witches that couldn't live in magical Britain. We helped them integrate back to non-magical life. In exchange, they work for us. Morrigan said. The first generation of workers that we recruited still called themselves witches and wizards. Upon seeing these larger souls, they called them dragons due to them appearing similar to dragons. Soon those names stuck. I see. Ichigo said, understanding what wingbind is. One of the girls said that I worked at the East Branch. Are you allies with the Gotii 14? The Gotii 14? I thought you were 13. Morrigan asked. The name changed after a new division was created, Ichigo explained. No, Anku said. But the naming is connected to them. We decided to call us Soul Society West Branch since it is literally what this is, a society for the souls. Anku said. So, does Wingbind wish to ally with the Gotii 14? Ichigo asked. We do, Morrigan said. We are a newer organization and would happily ally ourselves with one of the oldest soul societies out there. Here is my head of international relationship name, Ichigo said as he wrote Yukate's name down. Please mention that you talked with me about the idea and that I did not indicate a choice in the matter. Ichigo requested. Sure. Morrigan said. Now that Morrigan paid her debt to you, allow me to pay my debt in helping me, Anku said. You could grant me your blessing for the death quest, Ichigo said. Oh? You're working on that? Anku said in disbelief. I am. I already got 2 blessings with another one on the way. Impressive. Who's still around? Odin and Hades are still around. Osiris gave me its blessing before fading away. Ichigo said. I see. With me, you will have 4. Anku concluded. Indeed. I, Anku, the remaining Celtic agent for death, give Ichigo Kurosaki my blessing for the death quest. Ichigo could feel Anku's magic flowing around him. Ichigo allowed the magic to enter him. Thank you, Ichigo said. No, thank you. Anku and Morrigan said. Scene change, Potter Manor. Ichigo returned to Potter Manor. The manor was mostly empty. Artoria, Scathach, Medea, and Zealot were relaxing in their room. Hello, Master's Savior. What can Creature do for you? Creature asked as he appeared next to Ichigo. First off, call me Ichigo. Ichigo requested. Creature will try that, Ichigo. Ichigo nodded his head. What can Creature do for you? Is Fleur still here? Creature nodded his head. She is in her room right now. Thank you, Ichigo said. He walked over to her room and knocked on the door. No one responded. Fleur, this is Ichigo, Ichigo said as he knocked on the door again. The door slightly opened as Fleur peeked out. Upon seeing Ichigo standing there, she opened the door for him. Ichigo entered the room. She quickly closed it behind him. You're here for my answer? She asked. That and I'm just checking up on you, Ichigo replied. You coming here and checking up on me isn't making this decision any easier. She said. I know, Ichigo replied with a smile. Suddenly there was a small chiming like a small bell was ringing. Oh. Fleur walked over to her bag and pulled out a small box. It had a bell attached to the side, which was ringing. What's that? Ichigo asked. When I was with Bazette, she added me as a freelancer sealing designation enforcer, Fleur said. What's a sealing designation? Sealing designation is special orders to maintain and protect special thaumaturgical abilities which cannot be acquired through study, Fleur explained. To the majority of magus, this is a death sentence. I see. Ichigo said. This sealing designation also has a high bounty which causes regulars enforcers and freelancers enforcers to essentially fight it out for the unfortunate magus, Fleur explained as she opened her box. She pulled out a small stack of papers. Wow. This unfortunate magus has 5 different sealing designation. Is that unheard of? Ichigo asked. It is. Sealing designations aren't something that the Carolan Observatory usually issue, and when they do, it's one ability. With 5 sealing designations, each of these means that this Magus has 5 different unique abilities that Caroline Observatory agreed upon once their efforts to capture and preserve. Fleur explained the significance. She began to read the sealing designation. Her eyes widened as she flipped through all of the sealing designations. What happened? Ichigo asked. These sealing designations are for you, Fleur said. Chapter 48, Arc 10. Ichigo looked at her in confusion as he took the sealing designations from her and read them. The first sealing designation is for my ability to maintain my servants without help from the Holy Grail. Ichigo thought as he flipped to the next one. The second is for my ability to perform a close replica of the third true magic. Ichigo flipped to the third one. The third one is trying to figure out how I was able to end the Holy Grail War. Ichigo thought as he flipped to the next one. The fourth one is about Longinus. Ichigo thought. The fifth one is trying to figure out how to open Gargantas. Ichigo turned to the nervous Fleur. So, what are you planning to do? She asked. Simple. Go to the clock tower and beat some skulls in until they revoke the sealing designations. Ichigo said. But Ichigo, Fleur said. Ichigo turned away from her. Either help me or stay out of my way. Fleur sighed. The entrance to the clock tower is underneath Big Ben, Fleur said. I see. Ichigo said as he turned to the door. You have the option of staying here or joining me. Fleur sighed as they realized the true significance of her choice. If I don't go with him, then it shows that I don't have what it takes to join him. If I do go with him, then I show him that I am committed. Fine. I'll join you. Fleur said. Great, Ichigo said. Ichigo and Fleur walked out to see his former servants standing outside. I assume she planned to join our family? Artoria guessed. She is. Likely a bishop piece. Ichigo said. I see. Medea said. Where are you going? Scat Hack asked. Someone from the Magus Association thought it would be a good idea to put a hit on me, Ichigo said. Really now? Artoria glared. Yep. I decided I need to go see them correct that problem. If any Magus shows up, can we keep them as prisoners? Medea asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Yay! Medea shouted as she hugged Ichigo. I'll make it up to you later. Ichigo chuckled. They walked to the living room and used the flue. Scene change, London. With the help of a taxi, they arrived at Big Ben. Fleur guided them through Big Ben. They soon arrived at a dead end. This is an allusion to the entrance of the clock tower, Fleur explained as they walked through the wall illusion. They continued to walk down the corridor. Suddenly a blast of blue flames blocked their way. The fire dissipated, revealing a young man with a crimson long coat and top hat. It seems luck is on my side today. The young man said. I just received the sealing designation notification a few minutes ago and my target is in front of me. Ichigo turned to Fleur. Are all Magus this flamboyant? Ichigo asked. Some are and some aren't, Fleur said. It's rude to ignore your opponent. He yelled as he sent a stream of blue flames at Ichigo. Ichigo raised his palm and blocked the fire. Impossible. The man yelled. No one has ever survived my sea of flames. Ichigo rolled his eyes as the spell ended. Before he could respond, Ichigo appeared beside him and knocked him unconscious. Ichigo pointed the trainer at him and sent him in there. They continued to go down to the lower levels. They encountered a few more Magus that recognized them. Some of them attacked Ichigo, which Ichigo knocked unconscious and sent to the trainer. Others looked at Ichigo and immediately looked away, pretending Ichigo wasn't there. They walked down a hallway when they heard a voice. You need to be more confident to tell your master your feelings. Someone said. Artoria froze. Impossible. How is he here? Artoria thought. Be quiet, Ad. Someone is coming. someone else said. They soon spotted a young girl with green eyes. She was dressed in a black robe with white fur along the collar. She turned to look at the group. Her eyes widened when she spotted Artoria. You, she said. Who are you? She asked. I am Artoria Pendragon. Artoria said. Wart! Ad shouted. The girl pulled out a birdcage, revealing was a small cube. K? Artoria questioned. How are you here? The girl pulled the cage up to her face. Is she? She is. She is my king. Ad said. Suddenly the birdcage and cube transformed into a large scythe. She charged at them. Artoria pulled out her sword and blocked the scythe. You stupid girl! What are you doing? Ad shouted as Gray continued to attack Artoria. Artoria easily blocked Gray's attacks. Gray! Someone yelled. They all turned to see a man with long loose hair. He wore a red coat with golden ornamentations on his shoulders. In his hand was a lit cigar. Master, Gray said as she jumped to her master's side. And you are? Ichigo asked. I am Lord Elmeloi too. He said. Artoria looked at him. He flinched and glanced to the side. Everyone noticed this reaction. You've seen me before, Artoria said. No. He tried to deny. It's not that hard to figure out. The only way you would act like that if you fear me. The only way you would have seen me is if you were either a part of the 4th or 5th Holy Grail War, and I am certain you weren't a part of the 1st Holy Grail War. Artoria said. Lord Elmeloi II sighed. You are right. Lord Elmeloi II admitted. My real name is Waver Velvet. He said. Ah, Artoria said, recognized his name. Writer's Master. Lord Elmeloi II suddenly flinched. To think it has been a decade. You've grown well. Lord Elmeloi II continued to not look at her. Artoria sighed. So how did Waver Velvet, student of Lord Elmeloi I, become Lord Elmeloi II? I could explain that. They all turned to see a little girl walked out of a room. She appears pale white skin and dressed similarly to a bisque doll. Behind her was a maid made out of a silvery liquid. But I'm more interested in who you are. Rhaenys. Lord Elmeloi II said, shocked at her sudden appearance. Older brother, did you forget that we have an appointment? Rhaenys asked. Lord Elmeloi II pulled out a pocket watch and looked at the time. I'm sorry. Lord Elmeloi II said. It's no problem, Rhaenys said. She turned to Artoria and back at Gray. Both of you look similar. Are you two cousins? Gray pulled her hood up, covering her face. Artoria rolled her eyes. I am Artoria Pendragon. Artoria said. Hello, Artoria. From what I heard, you're the saber servant from the 4th Holy Grail War. Indeed, Artoria replied. So, do you know how Lord Elmeloi I died? She asked. Artoria sighed. I do, Artoria said. Lord Elmeloi II looked at Artoria. You know? I was fighting Lancer at the time. Artoria started. While this happened, Kiritsugu and Lord Elmeloi I meet in the shadows. Kiritsugu kidnapped his fiancée and used her as a hostage. He forced Lord Elmeloi I to sign a Geist contract, where Lord Elmeloi I would use his remaining command seal to force Lancer to kill himself. In exchange, Kiritsugu wouldn't kill him or his fiancée. Lord Elmeloi I signed this contract and did as instructed. Lancer stabbed himself with his spear, killing himself. Before Lord Elmeloi I could move away, he and his fiancée were killed. Artoria said. How? Kiritsugu signed a Geist contract where he will not kill them. Someone else, under Kiritsugu's orders, killed them. Lord Elmeloi II said. Indeed. Mia, Kiritsugu's assistant/partner, sniped them. Artoria said. I see. Lord Elmeloy-2 and Rhaenys said. Rhaenys turned to Artoria. Thank you for telling us this, Rhaenys said with a short bow. You have the right to know how he died, Artoria replied. Artoria turned to Lord Elmeloy-2. Are you still scared of me? Artoria asked. Lord Elmeloy-2 didn't reply. The King of Conquerors would be ashamed of you then. Artoria sneered. Lord Elmeloy-2 turned to her. What did you say? I said Iskandar would be ashamed of how you are acting, Artoria said. From what I've heard, in Iskandar's final battle with Gilgamesh, you stood there and witnessed his final stand. And when Gilgamesh killed Iskandar and turned to you, you stood your ground and stared at him with a reckless will. Artoria said. So where is that reckless will waver velvet? That will where you stared at the King of Kings with no fear. Artoria walked to Grey and threw her hood down. Grey stood her ground. You indeed look like me, Artoria said. I was told that I am a descendant of you, Grey said. My community took Rangaminiad and kept it safe for all these years. Artoria glanced at Ad. So, you keep my spear safe? I do, Wart. Ad replied. When I was born, Grey continued. The community noticed I looked like you. They took it as a sign of your return. So, they used different magics to turn me to you. Grey said. I don't even remember what my face used to be like. All I see is this. Grey said. I see. Artoria said. Ichigo walked over to them. There might be a way for you to see the truth. Ichigo said as he summoned his black skull gloves. Huh? Grey questioned, staring at the gloves. Ichigo glanced at Lord Elmeloy-2. You might want to catch her body, Ichigo warned. Before Lord Elmeloy-2 could react, Ichigo pressed his hand on Grey's forehead, pushing her soul out of her body. Lord Elmeloy-2 managed to catch Grey's soulless body. Grey opened her eyes and saw her body. She looked down to see a chain on her chest. What is this? Grey asked. This is your soul, Ichigo said. These gloves allow me to push a soul out of their body, Ichigo said. He summoned a mirror and showed Grey. Grey's eyes widened in shock. She looked completely different than her physical body. Her face's structure appears roughly the same. But her hair is black, and her eyes are more bluish color. Her skin retains its pale complexion. This is how I truly look? Grey asked as she continued to stare at the mirror. Artoria walked up to Grey, allowing Artoria's reflection on the mirror. Who are you? Artoria asked. Who am I? Grey asked, confused about the question. Artoria smirked. If you're nobody in particular, perfect. From now on you are just Grey. Artoria turned away from Grey. But remember, you cannot become me. Artoria walked to Ichigo. Ichigo smirked at Artoria's reaction. Grey stood there, slowly understanding Artoria's statement. I don't need to be her, I can be myself. So Grey. Ichigo said, getting Grey's and Lord Elmeloy-2's attention. Do you wish to change your look? Grey turned to Lord Elmeloy-2. Do you want me to? Grey asked. Lord Elmeloy-2 looked between Grey's soul and her physical body. Lord Elmeloy-2 looked nervous. What should I do? Lord Elmeloy-2 thought. Should I force her to change? Lord Elmeloy-2 looked at Grey's soul. Can I handle it? Can I handle looking at her? He looked at Grey's hopeful eyes. Lord Elmeloy-2 sighed. Grey, you can pick whatever form you wish to take. I accepted you as my student, not because of your looks, but because of the potential you possess. Lord Elmeloy-2 finally answered. Then. Grey turned to Ichigo. I wish to remain this way. She said. Great, Ichigo said. Just float back into your body. Grey nodded her head as she slowly slipped into her body. As soon as it did, her eyes opened and stared immediately at Lord Elmeloy too. She immediately began to blush and stood up. Suddenly they heard someone clapping. They all turned to see two people walking towards them. The first one is an elderly man. He has healthy pale white skin with long braided silver white hair. He had turquoise blue eyes. He was dressed in turquoise blue and silver robes. In his hand was a wooden staff. The other one is an older woman. She also has healthy pale skin with long brown hair, tied in a ponytail. She was dressed in a white coat with a matching white dress shirt. She has crimson red pants with brown knee boots. In her hand is a black riding crop. Director and Vice Director, Fleur revealed. Lord Elmeloy too bowed to them. Fleur, Gray, and Rhaenys quickly followed. Ichigo and Artoria started at them. And you are? Ichigo asked. Forgive me. I am Bartholomew Lorelei, the Vice Director of the Clock Tower. Lorelei said. While I am known as Lucius. The older man said. So, that mystic code allows you to push the soul out of the body, Lorelei said. Indeed, Ichigo said as the gloves returned to the mindscape. So, are you here to capture me? Ichigo asked. No, Lorelei said. She turned to Lucius. The director wanted to come down here. She said. The director walked to Artoria. I am here to see you. He said. You look familiar, Artoria said. Lucius smiled. Maybe if I look like this. The turquoise blue and silver robes transformed into turquoise blue and silver armor. Artoria's eyes widened as she recognized who stood in front of her. Sir Bedivere? Artoria said. The young man smiled. It has been a long time, my king, Bedivere replied with a small smile. How? How are you here? Artoria asked. Bedivere sighed. I am here because I failed you, my king, Bedivere answered. What? Artoria replied, confused at Bedivere's statement. Allow me to show you, Bedivere said as he grasped his cane. It's time, illuminate all with your golden glow. The cane began to glow golden. Let those who see your golden glow know victory. Artoria's eyes widened with realization. Sir Bedivere, you fool. Bedivere heard Artoria's words and cracked a sad smile. Excalibur, Bedivere said. The cane transformed itself into Excalibur. Everyone stared in awe of the sword. But, that means... Artoria mumbled. Suddenly her eyes widened as Rhongaminiad appeared in her hand. A scene began to fill her mind. Artoria could see herself, King Arthur, dying. She could see King Arthur handing Excalibur to Bedivere and ordering him to return Excalibur to the lake. He took the blade and rode away. Artoria watched as Bedivere stopped. He turned back and tried to return to King Arthur. But when Bedivere returned, the dying King Arthur disappeared. That King Arthur continued to wield Rhongaminiad. Over time, King Arthur absorbed the divine property of Rhongaminiad. It slowly turned her into a divine spirit, rather than a human. During all of this, Bedivere still had Excalibur, which prevented him from aging. He continued to wander the earth, looking for his King Arthur, until now. Artoria's eyes widened as she realized the truth of what she just witnessed. You are a fool, Sir Bedivere. Artoria berated her royal knight. Why did you allow yourself to suffer for that long? Bedivere gave her another sad smile. Is it wrong for a knight to not want to see their king to die? Bedivere answered. And I regret my decision ever since, Bedivere admitted. He took a knee and presented Excalibur to Artoria. Artoria allowed Rhongaminiad to vanish from her hand as she took Excalibur from Bedivere. Bedivere's body shuddered as his body was allowed to age normally. Artoria swung the blade a few times. She stared at her royal knight, still on his knee. Sir Bedivere. Artoria addressed her knight. Yes, my king? Bedivere answered. Rise and be recognized, Artoria commanded. Bedivere stood up. Sir Bedivere, for your devotion to your duty, I will grant you one reward of any kind. Artoria offered. My reward for my devotion and duty is a simple but selfish reward. Bedivere started. Speak it, Artoria ordered. A simple smile from you. Artoria looked at Bedivere. Artoria smiled at her knight, showing him her human side. Will this satisfy you, Sir Bedivere? She asked. Bedivere replied with a smile of his own. It will, my king, Bedivere replied. Sir Bedivere, as your king, it is my right and duty to give you a proper burial. How do you wish to be buried? Artoria asked. My king, if you would once again satisfy this knight's selfish wish again? Bedivere asked. I will, Artoria said. I wish to die in your arms. Bedivere requested. Very well, Sir Bedivere. I will accept your request. Artoria replied as she placed Excalibur on the side. She gently grabbed Bedivere and gave him a lap pillow. Bedivere smiled as he looked at Artoria. Ichigo handed her the black gloves. She placed the gloves on and ejected Bedivere's soul. They saw Bedivere's soul. The soul revealed what Bedivere should have looked like, being 2,000 years old. His body appears very frail and weak. His face is covered in aged white hair. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu and handed it to Artoria. Goodbye, Sir Bedivere, Artoria said, trying not to cry. Bedivere looked at her and smiled. Do not cry, my king, Bedivere said. I'm not crying. Artoria lied. Sir Bedivere smiled. He glanced over to Ichigo. As the last knight of the Round Table, I, Sir Bedivere, charge Ichigo Kurosaki to protect our king. Do you, Ichigo Kurosaki, accept that duty? I do, Ichigo replied. Sir Bedivere smiled as he looked back at Artoria. Artoria tapped Bedivere's forehead with Kokogetsu, performing Kanso. Sir Bedivere smiled as his soul dispersed into spirit particles. Artoria was shocked when some of them went to her while the rest floated above. Artoria handed Kokogetsu back to Ichigo and turned to the various magus that stood there and watched them. Anyone want to try and place a sealing designation on me? Artoria challenged. Ichigo summoned a small fireball and began to cremate Bedivere's body. They all shook their heads. Good. Now then, tell us where the Carolan Observatory is. Artoria said, glaring at them. The gathered magi turned to Bartholomew Lorelei, the new director of the clock tower. The Carolan Observatory is further down, likely the last floor of the clock tower. Bartholomew Lorelei replied. Ichigo and his group nodded their heads. However, the sealing dedication on Ichigo Kurosaki is still active. Bartholomew Lorelei warned. Okay. Ichigo accepted. His group began to walk down the corridor. Many magi disappeared from the scene. Some returned to what they were doing, while others planned to try and attack them. Lord Elmeloy II, Grey, and Rhaenys quickly followed behind Ichigo and his group. Time skip, 1 hour. Ichigo and his group finally arrived at the final floor of the clock tower. They encountered a lot more magus than before. Unlike before, they all tried to attack them. Ichigo easily knocked them out and sent them to the trainer for Medea. They soon arrived at an old wooden door with the words Carolan Observatory carved in the middle. Ichigo grabbed the door and pushed it open. Inside the room were 7 people, dressed in robes with their heads covered. In front of them were mirrors. You dare enter this sacred place? One of them yelled. I do dare, Ichigo said. We will take great pleasure when we capture you. Another one yelled. Ichigo activated Eyes of the Sin. Ichigo could see all of these magi have committed many acts that earned them a spot in hell. Ichigo glanced over to Lord Elmeloy II, Grey, and Rhaenys, who stayed near the door. Lord Elmeloy II, Ichigo called out. Yes? He replied. What would happen if all these magi are killed? Ichigo asked. What? Gray and Rhaenys replied, shocked to hear Ichigo's question. Probably nothing. Lord Elmeloy too replied. Gray and Rhaenys turned to Lord Elmeloy too, wanting an explanation. Simple, the new director of the clock tower already warned everyone that she will not try and stop Ichigo. Ichigo warned that any magus that tried to stop them are dead. You can't. Other magi yelled. The clock tower needs us. We scry to find the magecraft that the others need. You will recall the sealing designation on me right now or die. Ichigo threatened. Never. One of them shouted. Suddenly that magi was sent to the trainer. To them, it looked like Ichigo killed that magi. We'll recall it. One of them shouted. The others nodded their heads. They quickly sent out an update on Ichigo's sealing designation, canceling it. They all turned to Ichigo, giving him a copy of the updated sealing designation. We cancelled it. Now leave. You better not apply another sealing designation on me or anyone else under my protection. If you do, all of you are dead. Ichigo threatened as he walked out of the room. As they began to walk up, Ichigo was talking with Medea. So, Medea, are you done with those maguses, yet? Ichigo asked. I am. I managed to collect a total of 300 magic circuits and 5 magic crests from them. Medea reported. I assume that they are all alive? Ichigo asked. They're alive, just unconscious, and are no longer magus, Medea said. Okay, thank you, Ichigo said. No problem, we'll figure out what to with them later, Medea said. Ichigo and the rest of them walked out of the clock tower. Lord Elmeloy too, Gray, and Rhaenys followed behind them. Ichigo turned to them. Lord Elmeloy too, make sure to take care of these fools, Ichigo said as he ejected all the magus that he captured. Lord Elmeloy too let out a groan, staring at the unconscious mages. Artoria? Gray said as she walked up to her ancestor. Yes, Gray. Artoria replied. Do you want to add? Gray asked, showing her the birdcage. Artoria looked at Ad. What do you think, Kay? Is she worthy of Rhonda Artoria asked. She's much shyer compared to you, Wart, but she can fight. Ad said. I might stick with her for a while. Ad said. I see. Artoria said. She turned to Gray. Take care of Kay and Rhonda. I will, Gray said as she hugged the birdcage. So where are you planning to go now? Fleur asked. We'll probably go back to Potter Manor and then go back to Japan, Ichigo said. I see. Fleur said. They all used their port key to return to Potter Manor. Creature, Ichigo called. Yes, Mr. Kurosaki? Creature replied, appearing in front of him. Where is everyone right now? Ichigo asked. They are currently eating dinner right now. Creature reported. Thank you, Ichigo said. Please let Harry know that I have something to say after dinner. Creature will let Master know. Creature replied before disappearing. They all walked to the dining hall and joined them for dinner. After a wonderful dinner, everyone gathered in the living room. Good evening, everyone. Ichigo started. Good evening. Everyone replied. I want to let you all know that it's time for us to leave, Ichigo announced. And oh. The children yelled, grabbing Kazara's and Valiona's arms. We didn't beat them yet. The adult chuckled at the children's antics. We will leave in the evening. Ichigo continued. If you need anything, the adults will have my number to call me, Ichigo said. The next few hours were filled with drinking, partying, and other fun stuff. Soon it reached 2100 hours. Ichigo and everyone walked out of Potter Manor. So how are you getting back to Japan? Harry asked. Ichigo smiled. He snapped his fingers as his black Challenger SRT Hellcat. Whoa! Everyone said. Wait, that's a black Challenger SRT Hellcat, Harry said. He turned to Ichigo. You're planning to drive back to Japan? This black Challenger SRT Hellcat is specially modified. It can handle interdimensional travel and enlarge to the point it's a small house. Ichigo said. They all jumped in the car. By all of you, Ichigo said as he entered the front. With a snap of his finger, a garganta opened up. The black Challenger SRT Hellcat let out a roar and drove inside the garganta. Scene change, Koho Town, 6 o'clock. Back to Japanese. The garganta opened up on an empty street. The black Challenger SRT Hellcat drove out of the garganta. A few moments later, Ichigo arrived back at his house. Where are we? Fleur asked in English. I forgot you don't know Japanese. Ichigo thought as he cast a translation charm on her, allowing her to understand Japanese. Koho Town, Japan, Ichigo replied in Japanese. He walked out of the car. Everyone quickly followed behind him. Ichigo opened the door to see Masaki cooking breakfast. I'm home, Ichigo said. Ichigo! Masaki shouted as she walked over and hugged her son. How are you, Ka-san? Ichigo replied. It's been good. According to Akasha-san, the estate should be completely built. Oh good, Ichigo said. Masaki looked over and noticed Fleur. Hello. Are you a new member of our family? Masaki asked. I am. My name is Delacour Fleur. Fleur introduced. I'm Kurosaki Masaki, Ichigo's mother. She said. Oh, Fleur said. While this was going on, Ichigo was talking with Akasha. So how is the new estate coming? It's going well. The devils built the estate and it's well furnished. I asked Tamamo and Rin to help create the necessary wards for the estate. Akasha reported. I see, do you think we would be able to receive a tour of the manor? Ichigo asked. Sure, Akasha said. I'll be calling for a full peerage meeting as well. Let's meet here and then go for a tour of the manor. Ichigo suggested. Sure, Akasha replied. Everyone, please meet me at my house in Koho Town. We will have a full peerage meeting. Ichigo broadcasted to the entire peerage. Make sure Konu is with you, Ichigo said to Yusaka privately. Very well, Yusaka replied. Ichigo sat down at the dinner table. Fleur glanced at Ichigo with confusion. Give it a few minutes, Ichigo said. Suddenly Fleur could sense a lot of people appearing near the house. Ichigo noticed Fleur looking at the door. It's all right, Ichigo said. Fleur nodded at Ichigo. The door opened as Akasha entered. Ichigo walked to Akasha and hugged her. Hello, Akasha, Ichigo replied. They soon let go. Akasha looked and noticed Fleur. You founded a villa? She asked. I did. Her name is Fleur. Ichigo replied. I see. Akasha said as she took a closer look at Fleur. I'm planning to call for a full peerage meeting to discuss a few things, Ichigo said. Slowly the rest of the peerage entered the living room. Akasha pulled out a seal and slapped it on a nearby door. For now, this door will teleport you to the living room at the estate, Akasha explained as she pushed the door open, revealing a large room with multiple couches. Ichigo and everyone entered the living room. Everyone sat down at the nearby couches. Ichigo turned to Fleur. Go introduce yourself to your new family. My name is Delacour Fleur. I am a Vila and a witch. Fleur said. She will be given a bishop piece, Ichigo added. I am currently 30 years old, Fleur said. How did you meet? Karen asked. I met her when I was sent back in time to 1994, Ichigo said. What? The rest of the peerage questioned. Amaterasu needed to send me back in time to help with something, Ichigo explained. Wouldn't that cause a paradox? Yuzu asked, remembering the science fiction books she read. Masaki nodded her head. After all, I gave birth to you in 1989? Masaki added. Normally you would be right, but I used a different name and identity to prevent that from happening, Ichigo said as he transformed into Kaion Shiba. Something important also happened during that time, Ichigo said. Due to a set of strange reasons, I ended up in bed with someone. He ended up in bed with me, Yasaka said. Wait. Mocha said. They all turned to Kunu. That means, Kunu is Akasha started. His real daughter. Karen yelled. Indeed, Ichigo said as he transformed back to his normal form. Yasaka bit her finger. A bit of blood began to drip out. She used her blood and drew the kanji, reveal, on Kunu's forehead. Kunu's golden blonde hair, foxtails, and ears slightly darkened to an orange blonde. Her golden eyes turned slightly brown. Ichigo turned to Fleur. This is the final chance to back out, Ichigo said as he summoned the bishop piece. Fleur stared at the bishop's piece. What is this? Fleur asked. Ichigo quickly explained to Fleur about the chaos pieces and what abilities the bishop piece granted her. Fleur nodded her head. Ichigo pushed the bishop chaos piece inside Fleur. Fleur could feel a rush of energy from the bishop chaos piece. It quickly flowed into her magical core and flow throughout her body. She could sense a mental connection opening in her mind. How are you feeling? Ichigo asked through that mental connection. Good, Fleur replied. It seems you founded the mental connection, Ichigo replied. I did, Fleur said. All of this extra power is from that single piece? Fleur asked. It is, Ichigo said. I see, Fleur replied. Another thing is that in a few days, I will be going to America, Ichigo said. And I will be going. Medea said. Ichigo nodded his head. I was thinking of 2 or 3 more people to join us, Ichigo said. I think I should go. Akasha and Gilgamesh said. Ichigo stared at them. Anyone else wishes to go? Yuzu, Karen, and Mocha immediately raised their hands. Not right now since all of you still have at least another month of school left, Ichigo replied. They still glared at him. Ichigo sighed. Ichigo turned to the other peerage members. I think it would be overkill if I went, Rin replied. I would want to go. Artoria started. Scathach glared at Artoria. But it seems I already monopolized much of your time. I am ready for going, Medea said. I need to get my revenge. So, it will be Medea, Akasha, and Gilgamesh, Ichigo concluded. The peerage members nodded their heads. With that done, allow me to give you all a tour of the estate, Akasha said as a model of the entire estate appeared. The entire estate is approximately 828 square kilometers, 319.6 square miles. That's as big as Kyoto, Yasaka commented. Indeed. We are currently at the main manor, which consists of 5 floors and 1 basement. The basement is a pocket dimension training room. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and entertainment room. The second floor is the ballroom. The third and fourth floor consists of 30 regular bedrooms. The fifth and final floor is the master suite. Akasha quickly explained. We also have a guest manor, a servant manor, an Olympic-size pool, multiple different onsens, and a lot of undeveloped land around us. Everyone was amazed by how much is there. With Rin's help, we created a special ward around the entire estate. Nothing can enter the estate without being signed into the wards. Tamamo started. We did allow a guest zone in front of the estate gate. Rin pointed out. Garganta and dimensional gateways will lead unregistered visitors to the gate, no matter the original destination was, Tamamo added. Good thinking, Ichigo said. Thank you. Tamamo and Rin replied. At this time, I believe you should make yourself situated in your rooms, Ichigo said. Fleur was about to grab her bags when suddenly her arms were grabbed by Mysteria and Tamamo. Looks like you need some training to get used to the new amount of magical energy in you, Tamamo said. No. I think I'm fine. Fleur tried to argue. Nonsense. I want to see how much stronger you are. Mysterious said. Fleur sighed in defeat. Fine. She said as she walked with Mysteria and Tamamo. Akasha turned to Ichigo. Any issues with the estate? Ichigo asked. The main issue is that the estate needs servants, Akasha said. How much? Ichigo asked. We're going to need a lot of workers if we want to cultivate the land and maintain the entire estate, Akasha said. So, what, 100 servants? Maybe. The more the better. I see. Ichigo pulled out his phone. Who are you calling? Akasha asked. Just a friend. Ah, Ichigo-kun. What can I do for you? Urahara asked. I was wondering if you have any mod souls around, Ichigo asked. Oh? Why do you need some mod souls? Urahara asked. I need some mod souls to manage my estate and act as a line of defense if necessary, Ichigo said. Urahara said. Let me put you on hold. Ichigo stood there and waited. Hey, master. Ichigo turned to see Amiya Rin walking towards him. She still refers to him as master despite no longer being a servant. Rin, need something? Ichigo asked as he covered the phone's microphone. I walked by and heard something about a line of defense, Rin said. With an estate this big, we are going to need a lot of servants to maintain the estate, Akasha said. Rin said. Ichigo? Urahara said. Ichigo turned back to the phone. Yes? I looked around the lab and founded a few mod souls that might work for you, Urahara said. According to the old notes, these mod souls are already names, have their personality, knowledge, and body parameters, Urahara said. I see. Ichigo said. I'll take them, Ichigo said as he ended the call. Be right back, Ichigo said as he ripped open a Garganta and jumped inside it. The Garganta closed right behind him. A few moments later, another Garganta opened up as Ichigo jumped out of it. Follow me, Ichigo said. Akasha and Rin followed behind him. They arrived in an empty bedroom. Ichigo pulled out the Jigai gun and created 3 gig ace. He handed the mod soul pills to Akasha and 3 bundles of clothes to Rin. Insert the pill into the Jigai's mouth. Be prepared for the body to transform. Once that's done, make sure they are dressed in that. Ichigo said. I will be outside to prevent any confusion, Ichigo said as he walked outside the room. Rin closed the door behind him. Ichigo waited a few minutes before Akasha opened the door. They are ready for you. Ichigo walked inside to see 4 maids standing in front of him. The first maid took a step forward. My name is Busuji Masiko. She introduced. She's slim, young woman. Ichigo estimates she's about 174 centimeters, 5 feet 8.5 inches. She possesses straight, and shiny thigh-length straight purple hair that has a triangular fringe at the front. She has blue eyes. Ichigo noticed she had a katana behind her back. Siko took a step back. The second maid took a step forward. My name is Yuri. She introduced. She is also a slim young woman with pale skin. She was almost as tall as Siko, standing about 174 cm, 5 feet 8.5 inches. She wears her hair tied into a low-cropped bun at the back of her head. She has black eyes that are hidden by a pair of black glasses. Yuri took a step back. The third maid and final maid took a step forward. My name is Izao Isakuya. She introduced. She is much shorter compared to Yuri and Siko. Ichigo estimates she's about 159 centimeters, 5 feet 3 inches. She has crimson red eyes, silver hair which is braided on each side of her face with green bows at the ends. Sakuya took a step back. So what can you 3 do? Ichigo asked. Besides being a maid. Master, I specialize in kendo and zanjutsu, Siko said. Master, I specialize in a few forms of martial arts, Yuri said. Master, I am a knife fighter. I also have access to time manipulation, Sakuya said. Ichigo nodded his head. Do you think you would be able to maintain and guard an estate this big? Ichigo asked. They glanced out the window and could get a rough estimate of how big the estate was. No, master, Siko said. Yuri and Sakuya nodded their head. I see. Ichigo said. What about asking Ilya? Rin said. Ichigo glanced at Rin. What do you mean? Well, the Einsteins are known to create high-quality homunculus, Rin said. But would they allow it though? Ichigo questioned. If Ilya is willing to become the next head of the Einstein, then it's possible, Rin said. I guess we should go ask, Ichigo said. Rin nodded her head. Ichigo turned to Akasha. Could you give them a tour of the estate? Sure, Akasha said. Come on, girls. Ichigo ripped open a garganta and entered it. Rin changed to her spirit form and followed behind him. Scene change, Fuyuki City, Amiya Residences. Amiya Rin will be referred to as Archer to prevent confusion. Ichigo and Archer appeared outside the Amiya residence. Ichigo knocked on the door. Coming! Someone shouted. The door slid open to reveal Ilya. Ah, Ichigo, Archer. She said. Hello. May we come in? Ichigo asked. Sure. She said as she moved to the side. Ichigo and Archer walked into the house. She escorted them to the living room. Ichigo could see Heracles in the kitchen. So, what can I do for you two? Well, I just obtained a large estate and I need servants to take care of the estate. I was wondering if we could either learn how to make homunculus or purchase some from the Einstein family. Ichigo said. I see. Ilya said. In all honesty, I don't know how the Einstein homunculus are made. It is knowledge valiantly guard. Ilya said. Only the current head of Einstein, Jubstachite von Einstein, could sell homunculus or teach others how to make homunculus, Ilya said. Do you think he would do that? Ichigo asked. Very rarely does he do it. But if he finds out it is from you, he would say no. Ilya said. Me being friends with you caused me to be disowned at all but name, Ilya said. I see. Ichigo said. What do you think about doing a coup d'etat? Ichigo said. Ilya's eyes widened. You mean? Yes. We forced Jubstachite von Einstein to pass his title of head of Einstein to you. Ichigo said. How? A homunculus is made of a large amount of magic circuits, right? Ichigo asked. It is, Ilya said. Ichigo smiled. Then it will be easy, Ichigo said as he stood up. Jubstachite von Einstein will raise the alarm the moment we step foot near the Einstein estate in Germany. Zealot, are you there? Ichigo asked. I am always here, Your Holiness. Zealot replied. Ichigo smiled. You forget something. I have an assassin servant. Her eyes widen. When we arrive in Germany, she would be able to locate him, Ichigo said. Let's go, Ilya said. What's going on? Shiro said as he walked out of his room. Behind him was Rin. We're planning help Ilya do a coup d'etat. Ichigo casually said. What? Rin shouted, now fully awake. Yep. Ichigo casually said. Rin turned to Shiro. Wake me up when this is over. She said as she walked back to bed. Ichigo turned to Ilya. How long will it take for you to get a private plane from London to Germany? Ichigo asked. I don't think long. Ilya pulled out a phone and dialed a number. She waited a few moments. Hello, Ilya said in German. I need a plane from London to Germany. She continued to German. Ilya turned away from the phone. My point of contact said that he would be able to arrange a plane from London to Berlin in an hour, Ilya answered in Japanese. Any earlier? Ichigo asked. Ilya looked confused before returning to the phone. Any earlier? Ilya asked in German. He said he could get it ready in 20 minutes, Ilya said in Japanese. Good, Ichigo said. Let him know we'll be there. Ilya did as she was told. She soon hung up the phone. Ichigo turned to Heracles. You want to come with us? I do. They need some punishment for what they did to Ilya. Heracles growled. Ichigo turned to Shiro. What about you? No one is going to die, right? Shiro asked. Hopefully not, Ichigo answered. All of you will protect Ilya? Ichigo, Archer, and Heracles nodded their heads. Then I'll stay with Rin. The four walked outside where Ichigo's car waited. They all got into the car. Ichigo opened the Garganta and drove in. Scene change, London. Ichigo drove out of the Garganta. Luckily it was dark enough where no one noticed the sudden appearance of a car. Where are we meeting him? Ichigo asked. He said at London RAF Nordholt Jet Center, Ilya replied. A few minutes later, they arrived at London RAF Nordholt Jet Center. They all got out of the car. Ichigo sent it back to his mindscape. Ilya guided them to a small hidden shack. Ilya knocked on the door. The small shack opened up. A hand popped out. Ilya placed a bag in the hand. The hand disappeared behind the door. Soon a man walked out of the shack. He was dressed in a pilot uniform. Follow me, he said. They all followed behind the man. They arrived at an old bay where a plane sat. The pilot opened the door, and everyone entered the plane. The pilot closed the door behind him and went to the cockpit. Slowly the plane turned on. A few moments later, the plane was in the air. Scene change, Germany. After 2 hours, the plane landed in a small airport in Germany. They got out of the plane. Ichigo summoned his car again. They entered the car and drove towards the Einsborn estate. Despite it snowing outside, the car easily drove through the snow. When they were 500 meters from the Einsborn estate, Ichigo stopped the car. Ichigo turned to Ilya. This is your last chance. You sure about this? I am, Ilya answered. Very well. Ichigo stepped outside into the blizzard. The cold didn't bother him at all. Zealot, Ichigo said. Zealot Slow rose out of Ichigo's shadow and took a knee facing Ichigo. Your Holiness has summoned Zealot. Zealot, I need you to locate a man named Jubstichite von Einsborn. Your job is to force him to announce it to the other homunculus that he is stepping down from his position as head of Einsborn and passing that title down to Ilyasville von Einsborn. Ichigo said. Your wish is my command. Zealot said as she entered the shadows. Ichigo entered the car and drove towards the Einsborn estate. They soon arrived at a gate, guarded by 2 homunculi. They were armed with large halberds. Who are you? One of the maids yelled. Heracles walked out of the car and opened the door for Ilya. Ilya stepped out of the car. I am Ilyasville von Einsborn, Ilya introduced. Suddenly all the homunculus maids froze with a dead-eyes expression. This is a transmission from Jubstichite von Einsborn to all active and inactive Einsborn homunculus, someone transmitted mentally. I, Jubstichite von Einsborn, current head of the Einsborn family, will be stepping down from my position. Effective immediately, Ilyasville von Einsborn will ascend as head of the Einsborn family. All active homunculus stand by for the arrival of head Ilyasville von Einsborn. All inactive homunculus will remain inactive until further notice. End of transmission. All the homunculus maids returned to normal. I apologize. The maids said as they opened the doors of them. Please enter, Lady Einsborn. The maids said as they bowed to them. Heracles entered the car. Ichigo drove on in. Zealot has done as ordered. What shall Zealot do with him? Zealot asked. Keep him restrained for now, Ichigo ordered. Zealot will obey, Zealot replied. Zealot is currently holding him down right now, Ichigo said. Okay, Ilya said. They soon stopped the car when they noticed 2 rows of maids, in attention in front of the door. Ichigo stopped the car in front of them. Heracles once again walked out of the car and opened the door for Ilya. Upon seeing their new head, all the maids bowed to Ilya. Welcome Lady Einzburn. All the maids shouted. Ilya nodded her head and walked towards the door. Ichigo was behind her. Heracles and Archer were walked behind them. They soon arrived at the door to see another maid standing there. Welcome Lady Einzburn, I am head maid Philia, Philia introduced. Hello Philia, what is the current amount of homunculus we have? Ilya asked. Per your predecessor's order, we maintained 500 active homunculi and 750 inactive homunculi, she reported. I see. Ilya said. What skills do the 750 inactive homunculi have? Ichigo asked. Philia turned to Ilya. Answer his question, Ilya ordered. Yes, Lady Einzburn. Our inactive homunculi all have 100 magic circuits and knowledge to fight with the standard-issue halberds. They also know how to clean and maintain any location, Philia reported. I'll take maybe 300, Ichigo said. Lady Einzburn, I object giving away our inactive homunculi to a stranger, Philia objected. Ilya turned to Heracles. Do you think you can handle being in charge? Ilya asked. I can take temporary charge, Heracles answered. Wait. Ilya glared at Philia. You are no longer needed, Ilya said. Escort former head maid Philia to the dungeon. 2 maids walked behind Philia and grabbed her arms. Hey! Philia shouted. She struggled to free herself. Another maid raised her halberd and slammed it down on Philia's head, knocking her unconscious. Ilya turned one of the nearby maids. Where would I go to reprogram those inactive homunculi for Ichigo? Ilya asked. I'm not sure. You might find out how from former head Jubstichite von Einzburn, the maid suggested. Sure, Ilya said. They walked to the head's office, where former head Jubstichite von Einzburn was restrained by Zealot. Heracles opened the door to see him restrained by Zealot's shadows. Ichigo turned to Zealot. Allow him to talk but don't allow him to use his magic circuits, Ichigo ordered. Yes, Your Holiness, Zealot replied as the shadow tentacles moved away from his mouth. Hello, old man act, Ilya said. He glared at Ilya. You did this? You dare. I will get you back. He yelled. Ilya ignored his yelling and threats. Tell me, how can I reprogram the reserve homunculi? Ilya asked. The homunculus glared at Ilya, refusing to answer. I, Ilyasfil von Einzburn, current head of the Einzburn family, order you to answer my questions. Ilya ordered. The homunculus flinched as the basic programming as an Einzburn homunculus activated. Only the head can change the programming of any Einzburn homunculus. Former head Jubstichite answered. Which I am, Ilya said. Continue. Head Einzburn would go to the basement where there is a runic tablet guarded by a homunculus. Head Einzburn would allow a drop of blood on the runic tablet, unsealing it. Head Einzburn would then place her hand on the runic tablet. There is a book with the names of all homunculus we made, both active and reserves. You would then be able to change the programming of any of them with their designation. I see, Ilya said. Would Ichigo need any else to maintain the homunculus? If he is planning to have any maids inactive, he will need a holding chamber for each one. He answered. Ilya turned to Ichigo. Do you plan on keeping them inactive? Ilya asked. I'm honestly not sure, Ichigo answered. I got a very large estate I need to maintain. Let's go down to the basement, Ilya suggested. With that, everyone walked downstairs. Former head Jubstichite was still restrained by the shadow tentacles. All the homunculus maids greeted Ilya and ignored former head Jubstichite. They soon arrived in the basement. The basement was full of the homunculus in glass containers. They were all nude and floated in the light green liquid. Above the container had a 3-digit number. In front of them was a runic tablet. Ilya walked to the runic tablet. She pricked her finger on the tablet, allowing a drop of blood on the tablet. The protections around the tablet unsealed itself. Ilya opened the book beside the tablet. She placed her hand on the tablet. I, Iliasville von Einsburn, current head of the Einsburn family, change orders for Reserve Homunculus 001 to Reserve Homunculus 300, Ilya started. The tablet glowed blue. Ichigo could see 300 glass containers glowed blue. I, Iliasville von Einsburn, current head of the Einsburn family, issue these new orders for Reserve Homunculus 001 to Reserve Homunculus 300. Ilya took a deep breath. Reserve Homunculus 001 to Reserve Homunculus 300 will no longer be under the head of the Einsburn. All of you will be under new command. The tablet glowed white. Ilya moved her hand away from the tablet. Ichigo placed his hand on the tablet. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, heir of Clan Kurosaki, heir of Clan Shiba, heir of Clan Yamamoto, lay claim to Reserve Homunculus 001 to Reserve Homunculus 300. The tablet began to absorb Ichigo's Ryatsu. The tablet glowed black and crimson. The 300 glass containers glowed black and red. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, heir of Clan Kurosaki, heir of Clan Shiba, heir of Clan Yamamoto, activate Reserve Homunculus 001 to Reserve Homunculus 300. The green liquid began to drain out of the 300 glass containers. All the homunculus opened their eyes. The glass containers lowered the glass and they slowly walked out of their chambers. Help them get their clothes and halberds, Ilya ordered. Yes, Lady Einsburn, the homunculus maid said. Ichigo moved aside, allowing Ilya control of the tablet again. I, Iliasville von Einsburn, current head of the Einsburn family, change orders for Jubstachite von Einsburn, Ilya started. Jubstachite von Einsburn, still kept restrained by Zealot's shadow, froze. His eyes turned into the dead eyes expression. Homunculus Golem Jubstachite von Einsburn awaiting new orders, he said. Homunculus Golem Jubstachite von Einsburn disregard all pre-existing orders. He will obey these orders. Homunculus Golem Jubstachite von Einsburn will act as an advisor to me, Iliasville von Einsburn, on all matters regarding to the operations of the Einsburn estate as well as teach me all the magecraft in the Einsburn library. Orders acknowledge, he said. End of new orders, Ilya said. Jubstachite von Einsburn's eyes refocused. Ilya turned to Zealot. Can you let him go? Zealot turned to Ichigo. Ichigo nodded his head. Zealot let him go. He landed on his feet. Homunculus Golem Advisor Jubstachite von Einsburn, activated and ready to assist Lady Einsburn, he said. All the reserve homunculus are dressed, armed, and ready for you in the courtyard, the homunculus maids reported. Thank you, Ichigo said. They all walked out to the courtyard. Ichigo could see his homunculus was dressed in the same uniform as the other maids he saw. In their right arm was their halberd. All of them were standing in a 15-maid front with 20 rows behind them. All of them stood in attention. Ichigo walked to the center of the formation. Good day all of you, I am Ichigo Kurosaki. Good day Lord Kurosaki. All the maids said at once. Ichigo sighed at the formalities. Now then, Ichigo pulled out the trainer. For now, I will send all of you to a pocket dimension so that I could easily transport you to my estate. Yes, Lord Kurosaki. They all yelled. Ichigo quickly uploaded them all into the trainer. Well Ilya, thank you for the help. Ilya smiled. No problem. Do you need a ride back to Shiro's house? Ichigo asked. No thank you. I still need to see if there's anything else I need to do. Ichigo nodded his head. He snapped a finger as his car was sent back to his mindscape. See you later, Ichigo said as he opened in a Garganta. Rin entered her soul form. They walked into the Garganta, which closed behind them. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo and Rin walked out of the Garganta. What took you so long? Akasha asked. Sorry, I had to catch a flight to Germany, Ichigo replied. Were you able to get any maids? Akasha asked. I did, Ichigo turned to his 3 maids. Do you think 300 maids would be enough? 300? The maids questioned. Follow me to the courtyard. Akasha, Rin, Yuri, Busujima Siko, and Izao Isakuya followed behind Ichigo. They soon arrived at the empty courtyard. Ichigo pulled out the trainer and released all the maids. They all appeared exactly as before, in their formation and stood in attention. Ichigo turned to Akasha, Yuri, Busujima Siko, and Izao Isakuya. Can you ladies think of names for them? They don't have names? Akasha questioned. They don't. The Einsburn kept them in suspended animation and identified them by number, Ichigo explained. I see. Sure, we'll name them. Akasha said. Great, I plan to leave for America tomorrow or the day after that, Ichigo mentioned as he walked away from them the servants. Ichigo, someone called. Ichigo turned to see Artoria. Are you busy right now? Not really. You need something? I do. Can we talk in private? Sure. They walked away from the others and into the forest. They found it a clearing. This should be good enough, Ichigo thought. He turned to Artoria. So, what do you need to talk about? I want you to have this. Artoria summoned Excalibur, the one Bedivere kept, and handed it to Ichigo. You want me to have Excalibur? I do. I chose you to be my king of knights. Artoria said. Ichigo grabbed Excalibur. Ichigo took a few practice swings with the blade. The blade feels a little too small for me to use 2 hands. Ichigo thought. Suddenly Excalibur glowed black and began to elongate. Ichigo grabbed the newly elongated Excalibur and took a few more practice swings. Much better. Ichigo sent the blade to his mindscape. Ichigo surprised Artoria with a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, my Queen of Knights, Ichigo said as he walked away, with a small smirk. Artoria touched the cheek he just kissed. She began to blush. Ichigo glanced to see Akasha, holding a clipboard while discussing something with the 3 other maids. Ichigo could see Mysteria having fun with Fleur. Now, where are Yasaka and Kunu? Ichigo thought as he tried to find them. Nope, they're not here, maybe at my house? Ichigo thought. He opened a Garganta and jumped through. Scene change, Kurosaki household. Ichigo jumped out of the Garganta to see Yasaka, Kunu, Mocha, Elizabeth, Tearju, and Masaki sitting around a photo album. Ichigo's eyes widened when he realized what they were looking at. No! Not the baby pictures. Masaki looked up. Oh, Ichigo. You're home. Everyone else turned to Ichigo. You look so small, Papa, Kunu said. Yep, Elizabeth added. Ichigo let out a sigh. Suddenly Tearju grabbed her stomach in pain. Gah! She gasped. Everyone turned to her. I think she's coming out. Elizabeth, go take Kunu to your room, Ichigo said. Yes, Tusan, Elizabeth said as she grabbed Kunu. Kunu looked at Yasaka. Go ahead, honey, Yasaka said. Kunu nodded and followed Elizabeth upstairs. Masaki turned to Yasaka. Can you get some towels? There should be some in the kitchen. Okay, Yasaka said as she went to the kitchen. Ichigo, can you lift her to the clinic? Okay, Ichigo said. Tearju slowly began to float. Mocha, come with me, Masaki said. They quickly moved to the clinic. Behind them was the floating Tearju and Ichigo. Ichigo carefully moved her to the clinic. Ichigo, Masaki, Yasaka, and Mocha spent the next hour helping Tearju deliver the baby. As soon as the baby came out of Tearju, she carefully cleaned the baby. Are you all right? Ichigo asked. I am. Just tired, she replied, pausing to take a deep breath. Masaki returned and handed Tearju a carefully wrapped baby. Ichigo, can Eve come in? Kahlua asked. Sure. We just finished up, Ichigo replied. The door opened as Eve and Kahlua walked inside. Ka-san. Is that my sister? Eve asked. Yes, Eve, Tirju said as she carefully moved the towels away, revealing a small baby girl with violet blue eyes. On top of her head was a few strands of dark orange-red hair. What's her name? Eve asked. Tirju closed her eyes for a second. Kurosaki Maya. Tirju said. Kurosaki? Ichigo and Masaki looked at Tirju, confused about her action. You gave her our last name? Tirju smiled. It's the least I can do, for rescuing us and taking care of us, Tirju replied. For a second there, you could argue that she's the daughter of Ichigo and Tirju-san. Kahlua blurted out. Nei-san. Mocha replied with a small smack to the shoulder. Tirju looked embarrassed while Ichigo smiled. Alright ladies, I think Tirju needs some rest, Ichigo said. Tirju and baby Maya began to float. Masaki walked in front of Ichigo while everyone else moved to the side. Masaki opened the doors for Ichigo. Ichigo carefully moved Tirju and baby Maya to her bedroom. Eve quietly walked behind them. Ichigo carefully lowered Tirju and baby Maya to the bed. Thank you Ichigo, Tirju said. No problem. Take a rest, Ichigo said as he left the room. Ichigo returned downstairs to see everyone cleaning up. Suddenly someone hugged him from behind. Hello, husband. Ichigo sighed, realizing who was behind him. Oka-san. Yasaka yelled. She grabbed Tamamo's arms and pulled her off of Ichigo. You are not stealing my Ichigo. Your Ichigo? Tamamo replied with a smirk. Yasaka blushed in embarrassment. Yes, my Ichigo, Yasaka replied. Both kitsunes turned to Ichigo. Nope. I am not picking best fox girl, Ichigo replied, knowing what they're about to ask. Let's settle this the traditional manner, Tamamo replied. Yasaka glared at her mother. Fine then, Yasaka said. She turned to Ichigo. Ichigo already pulled out the trainer and handed it to Kyoka. She pointed the trainer at them and sent them into the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Yasaka and Tamamo standing about 5 meters, 16.5 feet, apart. Above their heads was their health points and magic points. Yasaka already transformed into her offensive form. She is dressed in a black bodysuit with golden armor. Her head is partially covered by a golden helmet in the shape of a fox head. Her golden hair is now reached her ankles but tied in a way to appear like 2 foxtails. She has golden breast and shoulder armor. She has purple and golden gloves and high heels. In her hand was a golden shakujo. Oh. This is a new trick. Tamamo complimented. Thank you, Ka-san, Yasaka replied. Tamamo pulled out a pair of black fans with a red sun on them. Above their heads was their health points and magic points. 5-second countdown, Ichigo said. A 5-second counter appeared above his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. The clock yelled. Yasaka charged towards Tamamo with a quick thrust with her shakujo. Tamamo dodged the strike. Yasaka continued her attack. Tamamo would either dodge the attack or use her fans to block the attacks. Tamamo flicked her fan, sending black fireballs at Yasaka. She easily jumped away, avoiding the attack. The black fireballs landed on the ground, burning the grass with black flames. Oh, that is cheap. Yasaka criticized. Part of Amaterasu-sama, Tamamo replied as she sent more black fireballs at Yasaka. She was forced to jump around to dodge the attacks. Damn those flames. Yasaka thought as she carefully avoided the black flames. Yasaka jumped in the air. Yasaka snapped her fingers. 5 foxes made from blue flames appeared beside her. Attack! She ordered. The 5 firefoxes ran down toward Tamamo. She smirked. She snapped her fingers as 5 foxes made from the black flames appeared. Attack, Tamamo ordered. The fire-black foxes leaped at the blue foxes. The foxes wrestled with each other. The black foxes easily overcome the blue foxes. Damn you and your divine fire. Yasaka glared. Tamamo smirked. Time out. Ichigo interrupted. Chapter 49, Arc 10. Yasaka and Tamamo stopped their match. Yes, Ichigo? They asked. Ichigo turned to Tamamo. Tamamo, are you Amaterasu's black flames? Ichigo questioned. I am, she replied. You never mentioned that you can use her flames, Ichigo said. At that time, I couldn't use it, but now I can. Looks like I need to make this fairer. Ichigo snapped his fingers. The entire battlefield reset itself. Ichigo activated Script T, the Teo. He channeled the divine Ryatsu to Yasaka. Her eyes widened when she felt the new Ryatsu flowing to her. She turned to Ichigo. He nodded his head. Above their heads, a new meter appeared. It read divine magic points. Yasaka glared Tamamo. 5-second countdown, Ichigo said. A 5-second counter appeared above his head. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. The clock yelled. Yasaka charged towards Tamamo with a quick thrust with her Shikujo. Tamamo blocked the attack with one of her fans and fired yellow lightning from her fan. While the two kitsens fought each other, Ichigo sat down by a chair, watched them fight. Ichigo. Can I talk with you? Yawatch asked. Sure, Ichigo replied as Yawatch appeared beside him, sitting in his own chair. What can I do for you? It's about the scripts, Yawatch said. Ichigo motioned for Yawatch to continue. When you accepted Script T, the Teo, it did a few things. The first is that it devoured Script I, the Ignatius, and took over its job. So Script T, the Teo, is also now the storage unit for my fire-based Ryatsu. Indeed. It also the storage unit for your divine energy. I see. Ichigo said. We have to create a new script, I and the rest of the other scripts, Yawatch said. Yawatch, why are you pushing me to create the other scripts? Ichigo questioned. Yawatch sighed. It's because of Script Z. Script Z? What does Script Z do? Ichigo asked. I can't tell you, Yawatch answered. I see, Ichigo replied. Yawatch returned to his mindscape. Ichigo looked to see how the fight. Yasaka was in her defensive form. Most of her robes were burned away. She still has about half her HP and a quarter of her MP and DMP remain. Tamamo was in a similar state. Most of her robes were singed by the flames. She has little less than half her HP but has a third of her MP and DMP remain. Look like I need to use this, Tamamo said as she summoned her mirror. Yasaka immediately recognized the mirror. The Yata no Kagami. Tamamo pulled out a set of talismans from her robes. God who resides in Izumo. The talismans left her hand and began to revolve around her and glowed purple. Aesthetically certain, breath of the soul. Residing in the mountains and watery heavens, Amaterasu. Let this freely become the proof of purification. The talismans moved away from her and transformed into Tori made from the purple energy. Thy name is Weighted Stone of Tamamo. Become the sacred treasure, Mirror of Uka. Purple energy from the Tori gates shot up. During the chant, the mirror moved above Tamamo. The purple energy hit the mirror before bouncing back to Tamamo. Her HP, MP, and DMP began to refill itself. Oh no, you don't. Yasaka said as she threw her talismans into Tamamo's noble phantasm. Tamamo was too late to stop Yasaka. Her talisman slipped into the noble phantasm, stealing the effects of the noble phantasm, as Yasaka's HP, MP, and DMP began to refill itself. "Oh, come on!" Tamamo yelled when the noble phantasm ended. "This is going to take a while," Ichigo mumbled. "Ichigo, can I see you?" Medea asked. Thought the peerage link. "Sure," Ichigo replied. A few minutes later, Medea appeared beside him. "What can I do for you?" Ichigo asked. "It's regarding the magic circuits and the magic crests we stole from those megas," Medea said. "I plan to add them to your body." "All of them?" Ichigo asked. "You want to give them to someone?" Medea asked. "I want to give a reasonable amount to my sisters," Ichigo answered. "I fought them a few days ago and could tell they are getting stronger, but they will need more help," Ichigo answered. "Very well. I will give them some of the magic circuits and maybe a magic crest," Medea said. "What abilities do those magic crests have?" "The first one is the ability to summon blue fire, the second one is the ability to control people with strings, the third one is to transfer energy from someone to another, the fourth one is the ability to see an object's past by looking or touching the object, and the fifth one is the ability to negate any magecraft with a touch, which is similar to my rulebreaker." "I want Karen to get the first one and Yuzu to get the fourth one," Ichigo said. "If I may interject," Yawatch said as he appeared holding 3 empty scrifts. "Go ahead, Yawatch," Ichigo said. "I wish to use those magic crests for these scrifts," Yawatch said. Medea looked at the magic crests in her hands. "Sure." She handed the magic crests to Yawatch. He tapped each of the scrifts and magic crests together. The scrifts drained the thaumaturgical capability of the magic crest. Yawatch handed the magic crests back to Medea. "Give me a few moments to unravel these magic crests," Medea said. Yawatch nodded his head. He turned to Ichigo. "Ready?" "Sure," Ichigo replied. Yawatch handed Ichigo the first scrifts. "This one contains the ability to control people with strings," Yawatch said. "I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this scrift." Ichigo pushed the scrift inside him. Ichigo could feel his fingers twitch as something opened around his fingers. Ichigo looked to see nothing wrong with his fingers. Ichigo flicked his wrist. Small translucent Ryatsu strings shot out of his fingertip. "Human-shaped dummy," Ichigo said. A human-shaped dummy appeared in front of him. Ichigo flicked his fingers to the dummy. The small translucent Ryatsu string shot at the dummy. Suddenly the dummy jumped up. "Move to the left," Ichigo thought as he moved his fingers. The dummy jumped to the left. "Jump to the right," Ichigo though as he moved his fingers. The dummy moved to the right. "This reminds me of Ransatengai," Ichigo commented. "Indeed. Unlike Ransatengai, this allows you to control others," Yawatch said. Ichigo spent a few more minutes practicing the new script. The dummy obeyed his commands, but its movements were very sluggish. "This might take a while to master," Ichigo said. "Indeed," Yawatch said. Ichigo deactivated the script and vanished the human-shaped dummy. "Have you considered a name for this script?" "I do. I named this script, Script P, the Puppeteer," Ichigo said. Yawatch nodded his head as he gave the next script to Ichigo. "This script allows you to understand and see the origin of an object," Yawatch said. "I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script," Ichigo said. He pushed the script in. Ichigo couldn't feel anything different. "I think I need to be in the real world to test this out," Ichigo said. "Agreed. Have you considered a name for this script?" "Yes, Script R, the Rikishi, History." Yawatch nodded his head as he handed Ichigo the last script. This script somehow evolved," Yawatch commented. "Oh? What happened?" "This script still allows you to negate any magecraft with a touch," Yawatch started. "But it also negates Kido and magic spells," Yawatch said. "How did the script evolve like that?" Ichigo asked. "I am not exactly sure, but it could be due to your experience with other forms of magic. The script evolved to accompany that experience," Yawatch theorized. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said. He pushed the script in. Ichigo couldn't feel anything different. I'll try this later, Ichigo said. Yawatch nodded his head. Finally done, Medea said as she walked back to them. I managed to unravel the empty magic crests. So, the total of magic circuits is 450. She announced. I recall that there are different qualities of magic circuits. Do we have a breakdown of that? Medea smiled. You remembered that. 100 of those of the magic circuits we have of C quality, 250 of the magic circuits are B quality while the remaining 100 are A quality. Medea said. Could we use the C quality and B quality magic circuits to create more quality magic circuits? Medea smiled at Ichigo's question. We could. Many Magus are not aware that this is possible. Medea said as she pulled out the magic circuits. I already did perform the necessary rituals to upgrade the medium quality to high quality. What is the current total? Ichigo asked. We have 200 B quality magic circuits and 200 A quality magic circuits, Medea said. I want you to give Yuzu and Karen 25 B quality and 100 A quality each. That would give you 150 medium quality. Ichigo nodded his head. That's right. If I may ask, why? Yuzu and Karen are one of the weaker members of the peerage. I want to give them this to help them get stronger. And I know that you wouldn't accept it if I gave them all of it, so I chose to give myself the lower quality one. Ichigo said. Medea nodded her head. Very well, Medea said. I need you to enter your spirit form, strip down, and lie down on the ritual circle. Ichigo followed Medea's instruction. Medea summoned a dagger. She began to use the dagger to cut Ichigo's back. Ichigo could feel the slight itch from the dagger. She began the ritual, binding the magic circuits into Ichigo's body. Once the magic circuits were secured in his back, she closed up the wound. She continued this procedure throughout the rest of Ichigo's body. Turn around, Medea ordered. Ichigo flipped around. She resumed the process. After an hour, she finished the process. Ichigo, sit up please. Ichigo did as requested. Medea placed her hand on his back. I need you to carefully let a small amount of Ryatsu through these magic circuits, Medea instructed. Okay, Ichigo said as he closed his eyes. He allowed a minuscule amount of his Ryatsu to flow into the magic circuits. Suddenly all the magic circuits in his body lit up in light green. The light green turned to a vibrant purple. Medea's eyes widened in surprise. Cut the connection! Medea shouted. Ichigo immediately cut the flow of Ryatsu. The magic circuits stopped glowing purple. How much Ryatsu did you push into the magic circuits? Less than 1% of my Ryatsu. Medea closed her eyes and placed her hand on Ichigo's back. Her eyes opened in shock. How? How did the 150 B quality magic circuits evolve into 150 EX magic circuits? I think I can answer that, Hogyoku answered as she appeared. Hello Hogyoku, Ichigo greeted. Hello Ichigo, Hogyoku replied. She turned to Medea. The reason why the magic circuits evolve is due to the simple fact that those magic circuits will not even survive that minuscule amount of Ryatsu Ichigo sent to them. So Ichigo's body forced those magic circuits to evolve to handle that minuscule amount. Hogyoku explained. Wait, you said to handle that minuscule amount, so you are implying that Ichigo can force these magic circuits to evolve beyond EX quality? Indeed, Hogyoku replied. I guess you want me to let my Ryatsu naturally flow through them? Ichigo asked. Indeed. The evolution process just began when you cut off the connection, Hogyoku said. Ichigo closed his eyes and allowed all of his Ryatsu to flow into the magic circuits. The magic circuits began to glow purple. The magic circuits began to change colors. It went from purple to green, yellow, white, sky blue, red, and finally black. Ichigo, can you cut the flow? Medea asked. Ichigo nodded his head as he cut the flow. His magic circuits stopped blowing. Medea closed her eyes and placed her hand back on Ichigo's back. They evolved even further, Medea said as she opened her eyes. How far? Ichigo asked. The quality scale's supposed to end at EX, but your magic circuits are significantly stronger than before. My guess is at least EX+++++, Medea guessed. While I am at it, do you want me to tell you your origin and element? What are they? Origin is the thing that defines us. A trait that defines one's existence and directs one's actions throughout life. Medea explained. Yhwach and Hogyoku chuckled. Medea turned to them. Sorry, Yhwach apologized. We were guessing Ichigo's origin would be something related to a protector of some kind. Medea cracked a smile. Seeing his past, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Medea placed her hand on Ichigo's back. She closed her eyes and concentrated. Ichigo could feel Medea's mana flowing through his soul. Her mana flowed back to her. She looked at Yhwach and Hogyoku. His origin is Guardian, which is similar to your guess. What about element? Ichigo asked. Well, elements is essentially what kind of magecraft you can use. In many magecraft schools, it is usually fire, water, earth, wind, and void, ether. So, what is mine? Ichigo asked. It's fire, water, earth, wind, ether, and death, Medea said. Ichigo nodded his head. Makes sense, Ichigo replied, remembering his elemental scripts. Ichigo returned to his human body. Ichigo allowed his magic circuits to activate, glowing black. Looks like they transferred over to my human body as well, Ichigo said. Yhwach and Hogyoku returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Yuzu. Karen. Ichigo said. Yes, Ichi-nii? They replied. Can both of you come to the library? Sure, Karen replied. Okay. Give me a bit. Yuzu replied. Ichigo waited a few minutes. Yuzu and Karen appeared beside Ichigo. What do you need from us, Ichi-nii? They asked. Do you want magic circuits? Ichigo asked. What? They replied, confused about Ichigo's question. Ichigo and Medea spent the next 10 minutes explaining what magic circuits were. I accept, Karen replied. Will it hurt? Yuzu asked. At first it will, Ichigo said, but it will go away in time. I need you to strip down and lie down on the ritual circle. Yuzu and Karen began to strip down. Ichigo closed his eyes and entered his mindscape to avoid seeing Yuzu and Karen naked. Ichigo stayed in his mindscape for an hour. He used that time to practice his script P, the puppeteer. Ichigo used his soulless human body as his puppet. Ichigo managed to get it down to using 3 fingers instead of 5. Ichigo left his mindscape to see Yuzu and Karen were dressed and was sitting in the ritual circles. I just finished giving them the magic circuits, Medea said. I gave Karen the magic crest that allows her to summon destructive blue fire, while I have Yuzu the magic crest that allows her to transfer energy from someone to someone else. I see, Ichigo said. Medea placed her hand on their backs. I need you to carefully let a small amount of Ryatsu through these magic circuits, Medea instructed. Okay. Yuzu and Karen said as they closed their eyes. Medea could feel all the magic circuits in their body lit up in light green. You two can cut the connection, Medea said. Their magic circuits stopped blowing. Do you want me to tell you your origin and element? What are they? Origin is the thing that defines us. A trait that defines one's existence and directs one's actions throughout life. They turned to Ichigo. I've already had this done to me. I'll tell you too what my origin and element is. They nodded their heads. Who wants to be first? Medea asked. I will, Karen replied. Medea slipped her hand underneath Karen's shirt and placed it on her back. Medea closed her eyes. Karen could feel Medea's mana flowing through her soul. Her mana flowed back to her. Medea removed her hand from Karen's back. Her origin is relentless. What does that mean? Karen asked. A relentless person is someone who keeps trying and never gives up. However, you can use it to describe someone who keeps doing something annoying as well. Ichigo said. I see. Karen said. As for her element, it is fire and earth, Medea said. The earth could be related to your origin since earth is usually associated with stubbornness and strong will. Ichigo theorized. Fire could also be like that since even a single ember could restart a fire, Yuzu added. Karen nodded her head. Medea slipped her hand underneath Yuzu's shirt and placed it on her back. Medea closed her eyes. Yuzu could feel Medea's mana flowing through her soul. Her mana flowed back to her. Medea removed her hand from Yuzu's back. Her origin is mother, Medea said. Ichigo, Yuzu, and Karen laughed. That makes too much sense, Ichigo said. You're right, Karen said. Anyways, her element is ether and water, Medea said. Ether could be due to the new magic crest. Ichigo theorized. Water could be because you tried to be the peacekeeper in the family, Karen said. But if you pissed off Yuzu, then you are going to have a bad time, Ichigo added. In the distance, there was a large explosion of black flames. Ichigo glanced to see both Yasaka and Tamamo knocked each other out. Ichigo shook his head. Medea, can you help Yuzu and Karen get started in using their magic circuits? Sure, Medea replied as they disappeared. Ichigo walked to the unconscious kitsunes. Ichigo vanished the destruction, healed both kitsunes, and woke them up. Ichigo, who won? They asked upon waking up. They turned towards each other. I won. Yasaka yelled. No, I did. I knocked you out first. Tamamo replied. It was a tie, Ichigo announced. So, are we going to fight again? Yasaka asked. I am down for that, Tamamo replied as she summoned her fans again. Nope. Ichigo countered. I allowed both of you to try to deal with the situation and it still hasn't resolved yet. Now I am going to take over. Ichigo said. Yes, Ichigo, Yasaka replied. Yes, husband, Tamamo replied. He's not your husband. He will be mine. Yasaka yelled. No, mine. Tamamo replied. Enough, Ichigo said. He turned to Tamamo. Tamamo, I am no one's official husband, yet. Ichigo turned to Yasaka. Yasaka, how come you don't want Tamamo to take over? Because I don't want her to destroy the legacy that I rebuilt after she died, Yasaka said. Huh? Tamamo said, confused at Yasaka's reason. Yasaka turned to her mother. If you didn't know, mother, when you died, I had to fix all the chaos you caused during your reign. I had to punish many of the mischievous kitsuns for taking their games too far. I finally managed to get that all under control. Ichigo summoned some tea. Yasaka drank some tea before continuing. Excluding the fact that we need to explain how you returned to the world of the living, the remaining kitsuns from your reign might see this as a sign they could do whatever they want again. I wasn't that bad, Tamamo argued. Based on the legends we have of Tamamo no Mae, I beg to differ, Ichigo said. Tamamo pouted with her fox ears closed on her forehead. Anyways. Ichigo turned to Tamamo. Why do you want to take control again? I want my daughter and my granddaughter to spend more time with each other, Tamamo admitted. Yasaka was shocked at Tamamo's response. I remember the times when you were little. You would run around, causing chaos and mayhem to get my attention. I saw the sad look you gave me every time I had to push you to the side. I don't want Kuno to suffer as you did. Tamamo admitted. Kasan, Yasaka said as she hugged Tamamo. Tamamo hugged her daughter back. If that is the case, Ichigo said as they let go. Then why don't each of you take turns being the leader, Ichigo said. Take turns, Yasaka started. Being a leader? Tamamo said. Yes. Each month one of you will be in Kyoto while the other one is here with Kunu. That way, Kunu could spend time with either her mother or grandmother. It also allows Kunu to try and have a normal childhood since no one would recognize her. Ichigo said. But will we let people know Ka-san is back? Yasaka asked. I could just turn into you, Tamamo said as she transformed into Yasaka. If you need any help, Tamamo could also use the peerage connection to contact you to see the situation and tell her how you would deal with the situation, Ichigo added. Tamamo transformed back to her normal self. I guess that could work, Yasaka said. But how long for each rotation? Maybe a month? Ichigo suggested. Sure, Tamamo replied. She turned to Yasaka. Are you fine with it? Yasaka stood there in silence for a few moments. I am fine with it. But we will need to go to Kyoto so that I can get you situated for next week. Sure, Tamamo replied. With they all left the trainer. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo, Tamamo, and Yasaka appeared in a library. Kyoka and a few of the maids were working on filling the empty shelves with books. Ichigo, Akasha wants to see you when you are available, Kyoka said as she handed a stack of books to a maid. Where is she right now? Ichigo asked. I believe she is outside, supervising Yuri and her squad of maids, Kyoka answered as she summoned another stack of books from Ichigo's mindscape. Thank you, Ichigo said as he walked downstairs. He walked out and could see Akasha and Yuri standing there, watching the maids who began to plant seeds in the ground. Ichigo walked over to them. Kurosaki-sama, Yuri said as she bowed to him. All the other maids stopped what they were doing, turned to Ichigo. Kurosaki-sama. They said and bowed to him. Ichigo sighed. The maids resumed their work. How is it going, Yuri? Ichigo asked. Kurosaki-sama, farming is going well. Due to Akasha-sama's efforts, the ground was already prepared and ready to plant the seeds in. Yuri reported. Ichigo nodded his head. I guess we need to wait a few months to see any progress. Not necessary, Kurosaki-sama. With his Aoi-san's time manipulation ability, we can accelerate the growth rate of the food. I see. Ichigo said. Keep up the good work. Yes, Kurosaki-sama. Ichigo turned to Akasha. Kyoka said you wanted to see me? I do. Yasaka handed this to me earlier today. Akasha handed Ichigo a white envelope. Ichigo opened the envelope and read the letter. I assume you want to go. I do. Especially since it's going on right now. Akasha said with a mischievous smile. Wait, let's add something else to this, Ichigo said. What? Ichigo leaned in and whispered his idea. Akasha's mischievous smile grew even bigger than before. Let's do it. She said. Scene change. Ruby was standing outside the gate to Yokai Academy, sweeping the area. She was dressed in her usual pink corset, a long black skirt with frills at the end, and high-heeled black shoes. As she swept, she was lost in her mind. It has been 16 days since Tsukun, Moka, Kurumu, and Mizore left Yokai Academy. She thought. They all left without telling me or Yukari what happened. Suddenly she felt her bracelet vibrate, breaking her from her thoughts. Oh. Someone just arrived through the dimension tunnel. From the distance, she could hear wheels rolling. It's strange, for a yokai to arrive by car. She could see a Toyota Century slowly driving towards the gate. The windows were tinted black, concealing the occupants from view. The car stopped in front of Ruby. The driver's side opened as a slim, young woman with shiny thigh-length straight purple hair stepped out of the driver's side. She was dressed in a maid uniform. Ruby could see that she had a katana on her side. She ignored Ruby as she walked to the passenger door and opened it. Ichigo and Akasha stepped out of the Toyota Century. Ichigo was dressed in a white shirt and black pants with a black jacket. Akasha was dressed in Mocha's old Yokai Academy uniform, slightly enlarged to fit her. Thank you, Siko, Ichigo said. I live to serve, Siko replied as she bowed to them. Ichigo and Akasha to Ruby. Oh, Mocha. It's good to see you. Ruby shouted as she went to hug her friend. Ah, Ruby, it's good to see you too, Akasha replied, pretending to be the pink-haired Mocha. Ruby-san, we have a meeting with Tenmei, Ichigo said. Oh. Allow me to escort both of you to Mikagami-sama. Ruby replied. The three walked towards Yokai Academy. Many of the students looked at them. Some speculated why they were there. I bet Mocha is tired of the human world and wants to return to Yokai Academy. Nah. I bet they are here because the headmaster wanted them. I bet they're a guest speaker for an assembly. Ichigo and Akasha ignored them as they entered the school. Ruby approached the headmaster's office. She walked to the door and knocked. Yes? Tenmei said. Ruby opened the door and popped her head inside. Mikagami-sama, I have Kurosaki-sama and Mocha-san here to see you. Oh? Let them in. Very well, Ruby said as she moved away from the door. The door opened further as Ichigo and Akasha walked inside. Ruby closed the door behind her. Kurosaki-sama, Akasha-san. Tenmei greeted. They noticed Narari was also in the office, smoking a cigar as usual. They sat down in the chairs nearby. Akasha-san, you've grown much since the last time I saw you. Akasha smiled. Thank you, Tenmei. It's good to feel young. Akasha replied. Tenmei and Narari paused for a moment. Akasha-san never called me by my name, Tenmei said. They turned and got a closer look at Akasha. Figured it out yet? Tenmei's and Narari's eyes widened in shock. Akasha? Tenmei asked. Akasha smiled. Good job, Tenmei. Took your little Kishin brain long enough to figure it out. Akasha criticized. Ha ha ha. That's definitely Akasha. Only she could insult you and can beat you a fight. Narari laughed. Tenmei chuckled as he sat back down. So how are you here? Ichigo said you died with Alucard. Well, it all begins with a simple question, Akasha started. Have you heard of the Holy Grail Wars? Tenmei and Narari nodded their heads. Akasha explained how she was summoned and due to Ichigo's action she was able to remain here. So that's why Reiku was there at the Shuzen estate, Narari said. Akasha nodded her head. Tenmei turned to Narari. Are Reiku's also here? Tenmei nervously said. Yep. Scared of her? Narari began to laugh once again at his brother's suffering. Narari, stop it. Tenmei countered. Well, Akasha said as they stood up. It's been nice seeing you too. Indeed. Enjoy this new life. Tenmei said. Yep. I think you found someone who loves you for who you are instead of what you are. Narari added. Ichigo and Akasha smiled as they left. They walked out of Tenmei's office. Many of the students continued to whisper about them. They were crossing the forest when suddenly a large panda burst through the forest. Rah! The large panda roared. Ichigo and Akasha looked unamused by the large panda. Pan, get back here. Someone said. A young Chinese-looking man with black hair and feminine-looking eyes and face. He was dressed in Chinese clothing. Sorry about Pan. The young man apologized. It's not a problem, Ichigo replied. Who are you? Akasha asked. I am Fongfong Wang. Fongfong introduced. I am Kurosaki Ichigo. Fongfong's eyes widened. I've heard about you. You're the one who crushed Fairy Tail. Fongfong said. Oh God. Not another fanboy. Ichigo mentally groaned. It could be worse, Akasha replied. I entered this academy so I could find strong individuals like yourself. So, Kurosaki-san, won't you join my family? No, Ichigo said. They turned away from Fong Fong and began to walk away. Fine then. Fong Fong yelled as he drew a few talismans. Fight me, Kurosaki-san. If I win, then you have to join the Huang family. I refuse. Ichigo yelled as they continued to walk away. If you don't wish to duel, then I just have to force you to duel me. Fong Fong used the coins in his sleeves to create a sword made out of coins. He stabbed the talisman with the coin sword. I am a Yasha, in control of 100 other Ayashi. Fong Fong said as a third eye opened up on his forehead. The talisman glowed as a flying serpent appeared beside him. Now we fight. Fong Fong ordered. The flying serpent flew towards Ichigo and Akasha. Ichigo turned around and punched the flying serpent in the face, instantly killing it. It collapsed on the ground. Ichigo and Akasha resumed walking towards the front of the school. Dang it! Fong Fong said as the flying serpent disappeared. He pulled another talisman and stabbed it with his coin sword. This time a small chicken appeared. Fong Fong fell to his knees in defeat. I can't win with Pieten. Fong Fong mumbled to himself. I need stronger friends to achieve our family's wish. I need strong people like Kurosaki-san. Interesting, I shall grant thine wish. Some replied. Fong Fong opened his eyes in shock. Pieten? The little chick walked to the fallen talisman and devoured it. Its eyes glowed. Ichigo and Akasha arrived at the parked Toyota Century. Siko stepped out of the driver's seat. Ready to leave Kurosaki-sama, Akasha-sama? She asked. We are, Ichigo replied. Suddenly a giant phoenix, bigger than the Yokai Academy, appeared. Kurosaki-sama, what is that? Siko asked. The giant phoenix turned towards them. Kurosaki. The phoenix said. Ooh, you are our target. The phoenix flew towards Ichigo. I shall kill you. Ichigo shunpaied in front of the phoenix and grabbed the beak. Fong Fong and all the other students stared in amazed and shock. Ichigo, do you need my help? Akasha casually asked. Nah, I got this. Ichigo casually replied. He easily lifted the phoenix and slammed it into the ground. Boom! Ichigo ignored it as he returned to Akasha and Siko. Fong Fong finally reached them. Stop! Fong Fong yelled. Ichigo stopped and turned to Fong Fong. Attack me one more time and I will end you. Ichigo threatened as he entered the car. Siko entered the driver's side and drove off. Fong Fong stared at the defeated phoenix. Ruby flew down beside Fong Fong. Huang Koing, you earned yourself detention for a month and your family will be notified of what you did, Ruby reported. Fong Fong fell on his knees and began to cry in despair. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Siko drove the Toyota Century out of the dimensional tunnel to the estate. Siko parked the car in the parking lot. She got out of the driver's side and opened the door for them. Thank you, Siko, Ichigo said. Siko replied with a bow. Artoria walked out of the estate. Ichigo, are you busy right now? Not really, Ichigo admitted. Earlier at Hogwarts, you mentioned meeting Drake in Albion. Do you think we can do that right now? Artoria asked. Sure, Ichigo said as they walked inside the estate. They used the portal to arrive at the house in Kuo Town. They walked to Issei's mansion. Ichigo knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal Issei. Hello, Ichigo-sensei. Issei said. Hello, Issei, can we come in? Sure. Just don't mind the guests. Ichigo and Artoria walked inside. They walked into the living room to see the people there. Ichigo recognized Kaneko and Valley were there. The third person was a new addition. She was a beautiful young woman with long black hair with split bangs and hazel golden cat-like eyes. She was dressed in a black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. Ichigo could see a pair of black cat ears on her head and two black tails. She was talking to Kaneko. "Hello, Kaneko." Kaneko turned to Ichigo. "Hello, Ichigo-sensei." She replied. Valley and the other woman turned to Ichigo. "I assume you are Kaneko's sister?" "I am." She replied. "Kuroka." She briefly activated her senjutsu, as an attempt to see Ichigo's power. Kuroka's eyes widen in shock seeing how much power Ichigo has. Judging the shocked look in your eyes, you attempted to see how powerful I am. Ichigo casually said. Kuroka nodded her head. Ichigo-sensei. Issei said. Ichigo glanced at him. "Why are you here?" "Sorry about that," Ichigo said. "I wanted to talk with Drake about something." Ichigo glanced at Valley. "Since Albion is here, it works even better," Ichigo said. Issei summoned his boosted gear, while Valley summoned his divine dividing. "Manifest!" Drake shouted. Valley and Albion were shocked when Drake appeared in the scale mail armor. "How are you able to manifest like that?" Albion asked. They could hear the desire in Albion's voice. "Ha! I'll never tell you," Drake proudly boasted. "I did it," Ichigo responded. "You?" Albion asked. "I did." "Can you do it for me?" Albion asked. "For a price," Ichigo replied with a smirk. "Anything," he begged. "Give me a copy of the Divine Dividing," Ichigo said. "What?" Drake and Albion shouted. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. "Let me think about it," Albion said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "Everyone, this is Artoria. Artoria, meet Drake, Issei, Albion, Valley, Kaneko, and Kuroka." Ichigo introduced. Artoria nodded her head. "Anyways, Drake and Albion, I want you to feel Artoria's energy. Tell me what you sense from her." Drake and Albion mumbled, feeling Artoria's energy. "Impossible!" They shouted. All the devils turned to the two sacred gears. "What happened?" Issei and Valley asked their respective sacred gear. "I could sense a small fragment of my energy in her," Drake said. So can I," Albion said. "How is this possible?" "Our respective energies should belong in our partner's body, not some stranger. When you were alive, battling the Christian god, do you remember a man with sky blue/white hair? He wore a white robe and has a black staff with multitudes of colors on the ribbons wrapped around it." "Oh, I remember him all right," Drake said. "Indeed. His illusions were very annoying to deal with." Albion added. "Annoying?" "Some of them were horrifying." Drake said. "He used an illusion of Tiamat of all things on us." "How does he know what Tiamat looks like?" "Don't even remind me," Albion said. "Since you remember him so much, his name was Murden, or commonly known as Merlin." Artoria continued. "Wait, Merlin." Issei said. "Mentor." Valis said. "Wait, doesn't that mean you are?" Issei and Valley realized. "I am Artoria Pendragon, once and future king of Britannia." Artoria said. "Wait, you're Arthur's and Leifei's ancestor." Issei said. "Indeed. I've already met them." Artoria said. "So how did our magic get inside you?" Drake asked. "When both of your souls were separated from your main body, the Christian/Catholic god allowed Murden to obtain your damaged magic cores from your bodies. The damaged magic cores still allowed me to use magic, but I can't use your powers." Artoria said. "It also doesn't help that her wand uses both of your heartstrings," Ichigo added. "What?" the dragons yelled. Artoria summoned her wand. She handed it to Drake. "I could feel a spark of my energy in this," Drake said as he handed it to Valley. Valley awkwardly held the wand. "So, can I?" Albion said as Valley handed the wand back to Artoria. So why did you bring this to our attention? First off, I wanted to meet the dragons whose magic core and heartstrings are a part of me now. Artoria started. The other reason is that I wanted to see if the magic core could use your magic again. That may be possible, Drake said. We would have to use our basic technique on you and get that magic core to remember what we used to do. I see. Artoria said. Try it. Boost, Drake said as the scale mail glowed red. Drake pointed his hand to Artoria. Drake focused on his magic core in Artoria's body. Transfer. He said as he transferred the collected energy to Artoria's magic core. Artoria could feel herself get stronger from Drake's spell. However, there wasn't any response from the spell. Drake repeated the process. After the fourth time, Artoria could feel something from that magic core. She could feel different magic energy coming from that magic core. Boost. She said. Suddenly Artoria could feel herself getting stronger. Boost. She repeated. Everyone could tell Artoria was getting even stronger than before. Artoria, release that energy, Ichigo ordered. Artoria pointed her wand at Ichigo and fired a large spell at Ichigo. Ichigo activated Script N, the negate. The spell was cancelled out before it reached Ichigo's hands. Seems like it worked, Albion, Drake said with a smirk. Fine, Albion said. Unlike you, I will not be doing this for free. Kuroka, Ichigo said. Ha? She said, looking at Ichigo. Did you kill your previous master out of self-defense? How did you know? She asked, shocked that Ichigo knew the truth. Kaneko turned to Kuroka with confused and disbelief on her face. I am an older brother, Ichigo said. The older sibling is born first to protect the little ones that come after them. Kuroka nodded her head. Ichigo turned to Valley. If you help Artoria, then I will help get the charges on her overturned. Ichigo proposed. Couldn't you directly help her? Artoria mentally asked. I could, but it would look better if I will ask Kuroka for her side of the story and then bring this up to Surzex. That way it appears that I respect Surzex's administration. Valley looked at Kuroka. He could see in her eyes that she wants this. Vala sighed. Albion, do as he asked, Vala said. Very well, Albion said. White strings attached itself to Artoria. Ichigo, can you send me a low-powered attack for me to use my abilities on? Ichigo threw a ball of Ryatsu at Valley. Valley caught the ball. Divide, Albion said. Artoria could feel Albion's energy flow into the other magic core in her body. Albion repeated the process 8 more times before Artoria's magic core began to work. She looked at the orb in Vala's hand. Divide. She said as she drained half the remaining energy from the Ryatsu ball and added it to her magic reserves. Looks like it works, Ichigo said. Albion, do you accept my offer from before? Ichigo asked. I do. I want to wipe that smug look off of Drake's face. Albion said. Very well, Ichigo said. Hogyoku, if you would, Ichigo asked. Hogyoku appeared. Kuroka and Valley were surprised at the sudden appearance of Hogyoku. Don't worry. She is one of the physical manifestations of my powers. Ichigo casually explained. Hogyoku then placed her hands on Divine Dividing. She closed her eyes and concentrated. She saw the seals on Divine Dividing. She found the seals that prevented Albion from leaving the sacred gear and the seals that prevented Albion from teaching Vala his original skills. Before she left, she found a unique seal. It prevents the Albion or his wielder from passing on miniature versions of Divine Dividing. She broke all 3 seals. From the outside, 3 of the white scales turned purple. It is done, dragon. Now try and manifest yourself. From the sacred gear, the blue wings began to glow. Soon heard manifest. The blue wings stopped glowing as Albion appeared in the scale mail. Freedom! It has been so long. Albion said. While I was there, I broke 2 other seals, Hogyoku said. Oh? Albion asked. Yes. The first seal prevented Albion from teaching his wielder directly, Hogyoku said. Vala turned to Issei. That's how you quickly caught up to me, Vala said. Issei smiled. The other seal is more important, Hogyoku said. The other seal prevents you from giving other people copies of Divine Divide. What? Everyone said. I could potentially give someone else a copy of Divine Divide? Valley asked. Indeed. However, I couldn't tell how powerful that copy is or the side effects on the original, Hogyoku said. We should try this out, Vala said. Indeed, Ichigo said as he summoned an unnamed script. He handed it to Valley. Albion returned to Divine Divide. Vala took the unnamed script. Vala closed his eyes. I, Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, Vala started. I, Albion, the White Vanishing Dragon of Supremacy, Albion said. Bestow upon Kurosaki Ichigo a part of our power. They said together. Valley and Albion could feel a part of their soul separate itself from their body and float into the script. The script glowed a light blue. Vala stumbled on the couch. Valley! Kuroka cried as she went to her friend. Are you all right? Yeah. That was draining. Indeed, Albion said. I don't think we could go into Balance Breaker for a while, Albion said. I see. Vala said. Ichigo nodded his head. It makes sense. Both of you need to agree to perform the technique knowing that both of you will be severely weakened for the time being. The script flew back to Ichigo's hand. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said as he pushed the script into his body. Ichigo could hear an unknown dragon's roar in his mind. Kazara, Valiona, was that either one of you? No, master. They answered. It came from the new script, Yawatch said. Okay. Ichigo thought. I named this script D, the Diablo Divider. Ichigo named. How poetic, Albion commented. Vala chuckled at the name. What about me? Issei asked. Ichigo turned to Issei and Draig. You want me to remove that seal on you? Ichigo asked. I do. Very well. Hogyoku walked over to Draig. She placed her hand on the scale male's chest. She quickly found the seal and broke it. Another scale on the boosted gear turned purple. It's done, Hogyoku said. Ichigo handed Issei an unnamed script. I, Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei started. I, Draig, the Red Dragon of Domination, Draig said. Bestow upon Kurosaki Ichigo a part of our power. They said together. Issei and Draig could feel a part of their soul separate itself from their body and float into the script. The script glowed a red. Issei stumbled on the couch, falling next to Valley. Issei. Are you okay? Kaneko asked. Yes, Kaneko, Issei said as he gently patted her head. Issei turned to Ichigo. Man, Valley wasn't kidding about the exhaustion. Ichigo took the script from Issei. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said as he pushed the script into his body. Ichigo could hear another unknown dragon's roar in his mind. I named this script B, the Battle Booster. Very shonen name, Issei commented. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. I wanted the names to be an alliteration since the Divine Divide was already one, Ichigo said. Anyways, is Draig and Albion strong enough to manifest themselves? Ichigo asked. Why? Draig asked as he appeared. Albion followed right after. I want to see if you two could help with Artoria get started with her new powers. The two Dragon Emperors shrugged their shoulders. Sure, Draig said. Might as well, Albion said. Issei stood up. Let me show you the training area. Issei turned to Valley and waved for him to follow. It took Valley a few seconds to realize what Issei and Ichigo were doing. Valla stood up and left, leaving Ichigo alone with Kuroka and Kaneko. Kuroka, can you tell me about your previous master? Ichigo asked. Where do I begin? Kuroka mumbled. Kaneko paid close attention to Kuroka. Chiron was a baby kitten when our parents were killed. I tried to take care of us as much as possible. The Nikomata population despised us for being a Nekashu. They wouldn't give us any money or help us at all. Eventually, a devil found us. He offered us a better life if I allowed myself to be reincarnated as a devil. With no other options available to us, I accepted. Kuroka paused as Kaneko hugged her arm. For a while it was great. We were given new clothes, fed, and a safe place to live in. We weren't aware of how dangerous he was. That devil specialized in chimera experiments. He used his peerage members as test subjects. He used a band to make them appear normal. I stumbled upon him writing plans. Kuroka paused as she looked at Kaneko. His latest plan was to use Chiron and combine her with his body to make it stronger. His queen, who appeared to be a Hydra chimera, asked him about me. He laughed. He planned to bound me in a chair and watch as he commits the ritual. After that was done, he would force me to watch the memory over and over until I broke. He would then make me more obedient with the use of the king piece. He planned to see if Senjutsu would help with his experiments. Hearing all of this made me go berserk. I barged in the room and attacked them. He ordered his entire peerage to stop me. I easily killed them all. Suddenly the rest of the manor descended and tried to stop me. I was forced to run away, and abandoned the most important person there. Kuroka hugged Kaneko, who was crying, and accepted Kuroka's hug. Ichigo sat there with his notes, patiently waited. Ichigo understood what they are going through. He jumped into hell to rescue his sister. Kaneko's tears stopped. She turned to Ichigo. Thank you for waiting, Kuroka said. No problem. I understand myself. A few years ago, I jumped to hell itself to rescue my sisters. Kuroka's eyes widened in disbelief. And you survived? I did, Ichigo said. Ichigo-sensei is very strong, Kaneko said. Anyways, is it possible for me to get a copy of that memory? Ichigo asked. How? Ichigo summoned Mysteria in her wand form. Just think about that memory. Kuroka nodded her head as Ichigo tapped her forehead with his wand. He slowly moved it away from her forehead. A silver string followed Ichigo's wand. Ichigo summoned a glass vial and placed the silver string in it. I'll talk to Surzex about this. Are you planning to stay here for the night? I guess. She said. Good. Surzex may come by for your testimony. Ichigo said as he stood up. Kaneko grabbed his arm. Thank you for the help, Nasan. She said. Ichigo smiled as he gently patted her head. No problem. Kaneko let go of his arm. Artoria, are you staying here? You're leaving? Yeah. Okay. I'll stay here with them for a while. Okay. See you soon, Ichigo said. Akasha, Gilgamesh, and Medea, please meet me in my office, Ichigo said. Very well, Medea replied. Okay, Gilgamesh said. A few minutes later, everyone arrived at Ichigo's office. Ichigo sat behind the table. Akasha and Medea took the chairs on the other side of the table. Gilgamesh leaned on the wall with a glass of wine in her hand. Thank you for coming, Ichigo said as he turned on his computer. We got a few to talk about before we proceed. Ichigo said. According to the news around America, there is a lot of unusually harsh weather going on right now. Oh? Akasha asked. Indeed. According to Hades/Pluto, the Greek gods relocated to America. I apologize for interrupting, but Amaterasu-sama sent me an important message about America, Yasaka said through the peerage connection. That's okay. What did she say? According to rumors, the Titans have reawakened, Yasaka warned. According to rumors from Amaterasu-sama, the Titans have reawakened, Ichigo repeated. It appears the Titanomachy has come once more, Medea said. Gilgamesh and Akasha nodded their heads. Tell Amaterasu-sama that I said thank you, Ichigo said. Amaterasu-sama has one other message for you and you alone, Yasaka said. Go ahead. The Titans and the Greek gods are known for their arrogance and may challenge you to a duel. If you participate then, you can claim a part or all of their authority if you defeat them. Yasaka said. I see. Ichigo said. I will keep an eye on that. Yasaka ended the connection. Ichigo turned to Gilgamesh, Akasha, and Medea. First, we can still agree that we still going to America, Ichigo said. They all nodded their heads. So, how should we get there? All their flights to the United States are severely delayed due to the unusually harsh weather. We could use the Vimana, Gilgamesh said. The Vimana? Ichigo questioned. It's a flying contraption that I own, Gilgamesh said. How fast could it go? Ichigo asked. Vimana is capable of flying at the speed of thought, Gilgamesh answered. I doubt the Vimana could handle all of us on it, Ichigo said. Gilgamesh smirked. Indeed. With us on the Vimana, it would still be able to go 7,500 kilometers per hour, 4,660.284 miles per hour. With the Vimana, we should arrive in America in less than 2 hours, Ichigo said. Indeed, Gilgamesh said. Before we leave, let me do some further research on what's going on in America before we decided when to go, Ichigo said. They all nodded their heads. It also allows us one more chance to enjoy one more of Yuzu's home cooking. Ichigo teased. Somehow Yuzu's cooking amazed Gilgamesh so much that he would give everything in his gate of Babylon for more of Yuzu's cooking. Indeed, Gilgamesh said, trying to control her excitement for Yuzu's cooking. Yuzu, have you started dinner yet? Ichigo asked. I'm working on it right now. Yuzu replied. The servants are helping me make as well. She replied. Just don't overwork yourself, Ichigo said. Ichigo pulled out his phone and dialed Surzex. Hello Ichigo, Surzex said. Hello Surzex, can I talk to you in your office? Sure. I need a break from this paperwork. Surzex hung up the phone. Ichigo rolled his eyes as he opened a red garganta and entered it. All the other servants left Ichigo's office. Scene change, Surzex's office. Ichigo appeared in Surzex's office. Ichigo could see Surzex's desk is full of paperwork. Thank you, Ichigo. Surzex said as he carefully moved away from his desk. Surzex guided Ichigo to a pair of couches. Anything to drink? Just some tea. Yuzu cooking some dinner right now, Ichigo said. Surzex nodded his head as Graphia appeared with a pot of hot tea and a teacup. She placed it down on the table in front of Ichigo. Thank you, Graphia. No problem, Wrath-sama. She replied as she disappeared. Ichigo groaned as he poured himself a cup of tea. Surzex chuckled as he poured himself a glass of amber liquid. Someone hates titles? Surzex joked. Don't even get started with that. Ichigo countered. Surzex chuckled as he sat down in front of Ichigo. How's the underworld and the 72 pillars? Ichigo asked. Much smoother now that the deadly sins have been found and all of us have them, Surzex replied. I see. Ichigo said. You do know that because you possess the sin of wrath, you do have the right to be a Mao, Surzex said. There is no point since I am also the Jigaku no Kodai, which is higher rank compared to the Mao. True, Surzex said as he took a sip of his drink. So, what can I do for you? I was wondering if you know anything currently going on with the Greco-Roman gods in America? Ichigo asked. Where do I begin? Surzex said as he took a sip of his drink. Zeus is a big playboy and overall a dick. At least that part of his legend is true. Ichigo joked. In seriousness, the Olympians are the only pantheons that haven't weakened too much since the fall of the Age of Gods. I see, Ichigo said. Also, there are rumors of potential conflict currently going on. Oh? According to the intelligence we gathered from the captured yokai, fallen angels and devils, an envoy of the Titan army approached them to seek an alliance for an incoming war with the Olympians. Ichigo nodded his head. According to the news, huge unnatural storms are rocking the entire nation. Surzex nodded his head. Much of the supernatural events are covered by the mist. The mist? The mist is a tool that Hecate, Titan goddess of the mist, magic, and crossroads manages. It can manipulate the sight of the non-magical people, preventing them from discovering the existence of magic, monsters, gods, titans, and other supernatural occurrences that happens. I see, that tool is impressive. Indeed, but there are too many problems with it. Strong enough humans could break through the mist. Luckily, the Magical Congress of the United States of America can help cover up the things the mist misses. The American witches and wizards call their government that? Indeed. Very rarely do people use the full name. The majority call it the Makusa instead. I see. Getting back on track, Surzex said as he took a sip of his drink. An envoy from the Titan army talked with them. Any idea on his name? Prometheus, the Titan of crafty counsel and forethought, Surzex said. I see. I assume they accepted? They did. The date is supposed to be around this time. I see. Ichigo said. I assume you are going to America? Surzex asked. I am. A friend of mine has a bone to pick with one of the goddesses. Oh, which one? Aphrodite. He has a crush on her? Ichigo chuckled. No. Aphrodite brain controlled her to like someone. That brain control fucked her up. Now she's cured of it and wants revenge. Ouch. Be careful of her on and off husband, Ares. Surzex warned. It's fine, Ichigo said. Anyways, is there an alliance between us and them? Formally no, Surzex said as he glanced at the paperwork on his table. Seraphol has some connections with Hades/Pluto and Hermes/Mercury, but that is it. How do you figure out which personality is in control of the body? Ichigo asked. Surzex shrugged his shoulders. If they are in front of the demigods, then the personality that the demigods are aware of takes over. Demigod? They aren't creative with their names, Surzex replied. I see. Ichigo said. Be careful in America. There are other supernatural things there besides the Greco-Roman gods and the Makusa. I will be careful then, Ichigo said. He pulled out his notes from Kuroka's interview and the vial containing her memories. I talked with Kuroka and I was wondering if you can overturn Kuroka's punishment. Surzex took Ichigo's notes and began to read it. By the end of it, Ichigo knew he had Surzex on board. I would do the same thing if someone wanted to do that to my Riastan. Same, Ichigo said. I will do what I can to help a fellow older sibling, Surzex said. She's currently staying at Issei's house. Good. This allows me to see her progress with my little training homework. Speaking of Rias, how is the extra time with Rias? Surzex's face lit up with joy. I love it. My Riatan makes me so proud. Surzex said. Ichigo chuckled, understanding Surzex's feelings. He too felt proud of Yuzu's and Karen's progress. Well, I got to go. Ichigo finished his tea as he stood up. See you later. With that, Ichigo opened a Garganta and left. Scene change, Kurosaki Estate. Ichigo appeared in his office. He walked downstairs to see everyone else was walking towards the dining hall. They arrived at the dining hall to see the long 32-seat table. Behind each seat was a maid. Sakuya sat standing behind Ichigo's spot. Ichigo sighed as he sat down in his chair. Is there something wrong, master? Sakuya asked. It's just that I am not used to something like this. I see. Sakuya said. Maybe use this for the formal event? I guess, Ichigo replied. Is it fine for us to use it for tonight? Especially since you are leaving after this? Sakuya asked. Sure, Ichigo said. Everyone sat at the long table. Ichigo had to sit at the front end of the table. Everyone else sat around him. Yuzu quickly joined them. She had a slightly annoyed pout on her face. I'm not the only one not used to the maids. The maids filed out of the kitchen, carrying dinner on a silver tray. They placed it in front of everyone on the dinner table. Itadokimasu. Everyone said as they dug in. Everyone quickly enjoyed the delicious meal. After the delicious meal, Ichigo went to his bedroom. He closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. Scene change, mindscape. Ichigo could see everyone, from Zangetsu to Azrael were there. Ichigo turned to see two new faces were there. They were dragon-human hybrids that reminded Ichigo of Kazara and Valiona. Both the dragon hybrids were about 5 feet 8 inches. They both had light tan skin. The first one had a pair of large red dragon wings on her back. Between those wings was waist-long vibrant crimson hair. Ichigo could see bits of red scales around her bright green eyes. She was dressed in a red deep V-neck t-shirt with a front crisscross. The opening and the crisscross emphasize her large breasts. She also has a pair of black jeans and a pair of black knee-high boot with gold studs on the sides. She reminded Ichigo of Rias. While the other one had a pair of large white dragon wings on her back. Between those wings was shoulder-length platinum silver hair. Ichigo could see bits of white scales around her light sky-blue eyes. She was dressed in a long-sleeve button-up shirt with a few buttons purposely not done, allowing them to emphasize her large breasts. She had a matching black jacket, pants, and black boots. She reminded him of Valley if he was a girl. Hello, master, they said. Hello, ladies, Ichigo said. I'm going to assume you two are the physical manifestation of Script B, the battle booster, and Script D, the Diablo divider? Indeed, master. They said. I'm the Script B, the battle booster. The red-hair girl said. While I am Script D, the Diablo divider, the platinum silver girl said. I assume you two want a name? We do. Battle booster said. Just don't give us a name related to Dad. Diablo divider said. I assume your dad is Dragon Issei and Albion and Valley, respectively. They nodded their heads. HM. Ichigo turned to Battle Booster. What about Vermilion? Battle Booster thought about it for a few seconds. Sure. The newly dubbed Vermilion replied. Ichigo turned to Diablo Divider. What about Nightingale? Ichigo said. Diablo Divider thought. It fine. The newly dubbed Nightingale said. So, did both of you inherited all of your father's powers? Ichigo asked. We're not honestly sure, Vermilion said. We know that we have their base form, Nightingale said. They summoned the sealed state. Vermilion had a pair of red gauntlets on her arms. White and sky blue wings appeared on Nightingale's back. A pair of white gloves with sky blue prongs at the knuckles also appeared on her hands. The dual gauntlets and the white gloves are a new thing. Ichigo pointed out. Vermilion and Nightingale nodded her head. I'll start, Vermilion said. Upon activation, the battle booster appears on your hands. It's positioned in a way that you can still use your Zanpakutos or your spells. Ichigo nodded his head. Every 10 seconds, you get a booster counter. You can use your booster counter to double the attack power of any attack exponentially. Wait, since I have 2 gauntlets, doesn't that mean I get 2 booster counter, 1 on each hand, every 10 seconds? Vermilion smiled. Indeed, master. Oh, that's interesting. Indeed. You are a more versatile fighter compared to father. Vermilion said. I'm aware Issei can transfer his powers to someone else. Do we still have that ability? Indeed, Vermilion said. You have two ways to do this. The first way is gathering the energy and apply the booster counter on that gathered energy. You can then fire that boosted energy at an ally or touch an ally. Your ally can instantly get the boosted energy but requires them to use the given energy immediately. What about the other way? Vermilion smiled. The other way is having your allies have a battle gear booster on them. A what? Ichigo asked. A red armband with a green gem appeared on Ichigo's arm. That is a battle gear booster. You can transfer the booster counter to the battle gear booster. Then your ally can use booster counter to power up their attack at their time of choosing. What's the downside? Ichigo asked. The downside to transferring using the battle gear booster is that it takes 7 seconds to transfer a booster counter, compared to immediately with the other method. I see, Ichigo said. As for me, Nightingale said, I can drain half the energy of any attack and absorb that drained energy. I can do this once every 10 seconds. I can also drain half the opponent's energy if I can in contact with them. Ichigo nodded his head. Now with these gloves, Nightingale pointed her gloves at Vermilion and shot out white strings from her knuckles to Vermilion. With these draining strings, I can drain half their energy in a few seconds, but they could cut the strings. Ichigo nodded his head. The strings could also be used to transfer the energy to someone else. How much energy could you store before you reached a limit? Ichigo asked. Unlike father, I don't have a limit. Nightingale turned around, to her back. When father's user reached their body's limit, the extra energy is released from the wings. For me, that extra energy is used to reinforce the draining strings in your body. I see. Do you know if you have access to Balance Breaker? We're honestly not sure, Vermilion said. But I believe we have a similar version to it, Nightingale said. If you don't have it, we can show you how you could design your version of it for Master, Kazara said. Valiona nodded her head. Okay, then let's see how these scripts work, Ichigo said. Yes, Master. They replied. Scene change, Ichigo's bedroom. Ichigo opened his eyes. He spent the rest of the night in his mindscape training with Vermilion and Nightingale. He was able to master their basic abilities. Ichigo glanced to see Scathach and Reiku took his arms. Gilgamesh and Akasha took his legs. Zealot was behind Scathach while Artoria was behind Reiku. All his servants looked at Ichigo. Good morning, Master. They all said. Morning, ladies. Can I get out of bed to make breakfast? Ichigo asked. They Scathach, Reiku, Akasha, and Gilgamesh let go of Ichigo's limbs, allowing him to leave his bed. Ichigo walked into the restroom. A few minutes later he walked out. Ichigo arrived at the dinner table to see Sakuya already standing behind his chair. A plate of food already in her hand. Ichigo sighed as he sat down. Sakuya presented him with his breakfast. Slowly the rest of the peerage and other residents of the estate walked down. More maids poured out of the kitchen and gave them their breakfast. After breakfast, Ichigo, Gilgamesh, Akasha, and Medea prepared to leave. They used the teleportation portal to appear in Koho town. Gilgamesh summoned the Vimana. It is a golden and emerald ark. On top of the Vimana was 4 chairs. Ichigo and Gilgamesh sat in the front while Akasha and Medea sat behind them. The Vimana glowed golden before flying off. Gilgamesh, should we cast any spells to prevent us from being detected? Medea asked. The Vimana has optical camouflage and stealth functions, Gilgamesh said as he activated those features. Everyone could see a slight shimmer around the Vimana, concealing them from detection. With that, they were off to America. Chapter 50, Arc 11. Scene change, San Francisco. Language will be in English. A young man stood in front of a crowd of armored soldiers. He was well-muscled with sky-blue eyes and close-cropped blonde hair. He was also dressed in armor that matched the soldiers who stood below him. His name is Jason Grace, the son of Jupiter, who stood in front of his legion of Roman soldiers. They were standing at the Field of Mars. They were dressed in their imperial gold armor. They all prepared for battle. All the soldiers are ready, Praetor. Someone said. Jason Grace turned to see a Hispanic girl with matching black hair and eyes. She was dressed in her own imperial gold armor. Thank you, Reina, Jason replied. He looked back at the formation of Roman soldiers. Romans! Jason yelled. It is time for war. The war against the Titians has begun. Our target is Mount Athres located at Mount Tamalpais. The Romans let out a loud war cry as they boarded their chariots and rode into battle. Scene change, Mount Athres/Mount Tamalpais. It's been 2 hours since Jason and his legionnaire began their assault at Mount Athres. They had to cross the San Francisco Bay. Luckily, the children of Vulcan enchanted the horseshoes and the chariot wheels to be able to run on water. They were halfway across the bay when they all were attacked by wind spirits. Luckily, Jason and the children of Apollo were able to defeat them before the legionnaire suffered any losses. They soon reached land. The army of Saturn was prepared for them. All along the base of the mountain were hellhounds, the Impausi of Hecate, and other monsters. The Roman legionnaires were forced to split off. One part stayed at the base, fought them off, while the rest continued up Mount Athres. Jason and his remaining legionnaire rode up the gravel trail. Harpies soared down and attacked them. Jason and his legionnaires fought these harpies. Once again, the Roman legionnaires were forced to split again. By the time Jason arrived at the top of Mount Athres, he was tired and all alone. His Roman legionnaire is scattered all over Mount Athres. Jason was shocked to see Mount Athres. The Saturn's palace is made from black marble that was as tall as the sky. This looks both beautiful and terrifying. Jason thought. He pulled out a gold coin. On one side of the coin was the image of a sword. On the other side was a picture of an axe. On the bottom edge of both sides of the coin were the words Ivlivs. Jason flipped the coin. The coin landed on the side of the sword. The golden coin transformed into a golden sword. Jason carefully enters the palace. Jason saw the main pavilion is decorated with Greek columns. The floor was polished black marble. Greek fire was burning in braziers mounted along the walls. Jason arrived in the throne room to see a giant black throne. It was made out of pure black obsidian and encrusted with gold and diamonds. Jason quickly noticed someone was standing by the throne. This person stood about 20 feet tall, 6.1 meters, and dressed in black armor with stars on it. The person wore a helmet shaped like a ram's head. To the being's side was a massive sword. Ah, the Romans finally arrived. The being said. Who are you? Jason asked. The being sighed. I am Krios, the Titan of stars and constellations and the Lord of the South. Krios proclaimed. And you are? I am Jason Grace, son of Jupiter, Jason said. I am here to destroy Saturn's throne. Very well, grandnephew, Krios said as he shrunk down to 7 feet, 2.13 meter. He pointed his sword at Jason. Let's see if you can beat me like this. With that, Jason charged at Krios. Krios easily blocked all of Jason's attack. Is this all, grandnephew? No. Jason yelled as he shot bolts of lightning at Krios. He countered Jason's attack with an energy blast. Krios' energy blast easily destroyed Jason's lightning. Jason jumped to the side, barely dodging Krios' attack. I'm getting bored with this, grandnephew, Krios said. He snapped his finger as clouds began to form above him. The clouds moved to show the battles outside Mount Athres. Jason was shocked to see his Roman legionaries losing the battle against Saturn's army. Just give up. You or your legionaries are no match for us. Your parents would have never won the war without outside help. Is Krios right? Jason thought as he saw his fellow legionaries struggle to defend themselves against Saturn's army. Suddenly a golden ship appeared out of nowhere. What? Krios questioned. How did that ship arrive here without me noticing? Krios thought. They watched as the golden ship began to shoot energy attacks at Saturn's army. The monsters were powerless against the golden ship's attack. They watched as 3 people jumped off the ship. The first person was a woman dressed in black robes. In her hand was a staff that glowed purple. The second person was also a woman dressed in a matching black fedora and overcoat. In her hands were 2 pistols. These 2 people began to annihilate Saturn's army. The third person was a man with orange hair and dressed in a strange black robe. They realized that this person landed outside the palace. They turned to the entrance of the palace to see him casually walking in. "Looks like you need help, kid," the man said. Scene change, on board Vimana. Ichigo, Medea, Akasha, and Gilgamesh sat on the Vimana. They were near Hawaii. Using one of Gilgamesh's many treasures, they were able to see the Roman legionnaire fought against the monster army. The former servants were able to identify the monsters that the Roman legionnaires were fighting. As they got closer to San Francisco, they could see the Roman legionnaires were losing against the monster army. "Gilgamesh, steer towards them," Ichigo said. Gilgamesh smirked. "Let's show these foolish Romans how to fight these monsters," Medea said, clearly showing her bias against Romans. "Gilgamesh, can you use your Gate of Babylon to attack the monsters?" Ichigo asked. "I could, but the Vimana has their own weapons," Gilgamesh replied. They approached closer to San Francisco. They could see a black palace on top of Mount Tamalpais. Medea's eyes widened in shock. "It's Mount Othrys," Medea said. Ichigo glanced at Medea. "A little explanation for those who don't know Greek mythology." "Sorry," Medea said. "Mount Othrys was the base for Kronos or Saturn for the Romans." "I see," Ichigo said. "So, what's the plan?" Akasha asked. "Medea and Akasha will help those around Mount Othrys," Ichigo ordered. "Are the monsters within range of Vimana?" "They are," Gilgamesh said. Ichigo nodded his head. "Gilgamesh will provide aerial support." "What about you?" Akasha asked. "I'll enter the palace," Ichigo said. Ichigo, Medea, and Akasha stood up. Their seats on the Vimana vanished. Akasha entered her battle form. Medea summoned her black robe and magic staff. Ichigo entered his spirit form. With that, everyone jumped off the Vimana. Medea used her magic to slow down herself and Akasha, while Ichigo shunpaed to the Black Palace. Ichigo walked in to see a human and an armored figure looking at him. "Looks like you need help, kid. The name's Ichigo Kurosaki," Ichigo said as he summoned Kokugetsu. "You can rest, kid. I got this." Jason was hesitant to listen to Ichigo's words. Krios decided for Jason. Krios used his sword in smacking Jason with the flat part of the sword. Jason was sent flying to the black marble wall. "Stay there, grandnephew," Krios said. Jason looked at the Titan. "Unlike you, this stranger's presence speaks of power, confidence, and experience that easily dwarfs you and your Roman legionnaire." Jason gave Krios a defeated look as he slid down and sat on the black marble. Krios turned to Ichigo. With one look, they charged at each other. Ichigo and Krios' blows rang around the throne room. Jason stood there shocked at what he saw. Krios looks like he's trying against him, Jason thought. "Compared to me." "Ichigo, was it?" Krios asked. "It is," Ichigo replied. "What's your name again? You haven't introduced yourself to me." "My bad," Krios said as he paused. "I am Krios, the Titan of stars and constellations and the Lord of the South." Ichigo nodded his head. "Let's kick this up a notch." Ichigo could tell Krios was smiling, despite his helmet covering his face. "Indeed," Krios replied. He sent an energy blast at Ichigo. Ichigo stood there and used Kokugetsu and split the attack. "Impressive weapon you have there," Krios complimented. "Thank you," Ichigo replied as he fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho at Krios. Krios also stood his ground. He used his sword to cancel out the attack. Ichigo and Krios charged at each other, swinging their swords at a faster pace. Jason sat there shocked to see how much Krios held back against Jason. Krios swung his sword, sending a wave of hot air at Ichigo. Ichigo activated Script T, the Teo, absorbing the attack. Krios laughed. "It's been a long time since I fought someone that was fireproof," Krios said as winds began to surround his sword. Ichigo stood there with Kokogetsu. Krios swung his sword, sending large gusts of freezing winds towards Ichigo. Ichigo ignored the cold temperatures. "Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo said as he fired his signature attack. It tore through the wind and hit Krios. "Gah!" he yelled as he was pushed back a few feet. Jason and Ichigo saw cracks on Krios' armor. Krios was unaware of the damage to his armor. He continued to charge towards Ichigo. He sent stronger wind blasts from his sword. Ichigo replied by firing more Getsuga Tenshos. Despite Krios' efforts, the Getsuga Tensho tore through his attacks and hit him, further damaging his armor. "To think I would be able to find someone that isn't a titan or a god that would be able to break my armor." Krios laughed. "Let's see if you can handle what you just unleashed." Krios began to glow, releasing more divine energy. He's regressing to his divine titan form. Us mortals can't handle the presence of it. Jason warned as he began to run away. "What will you do, Ichigo Kurosaki?" Krios yelled as the light grew brighter. Ichigo answered Krios' question with 2 words. "Getsuga Tensho." Ichigo yelled. The attack charged to Krios. The attack collided, kicking up dust. By this time, Jason was hiding behind one of the Greek columns. Jason used his sword's blade to see a reflection of the battle. He could see Ichigo standing there, staring at the dust. The dust settled to see a Krios standing there in a new form. It appears humanoid being made from his power. The being was black with little white dots. On his forehead was a pair of ram horns. Ichigo could feel the divine energy radiating from him. Ichigo's brown eyes were forced to revert to his true eyes. Ichigo could feel Krios' divine energy trying to burn him. Luckily his Hiera was able to resist it. His body slowly began to absorb the divine energy Krios radiated. "It looks like you can withstand my divine titan form," Krios said. Ichigo replied by fired a Getsuga Tensho at Krios. Krios stood there and waited. He backhanded the attack, canceling it. "Looks like I need to step it up," Ichigo said as he gathered his Ryatsu. "Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu!" Ichigo yelled. "Impressive," Krios said as he summoned a pair of swords. Both have winds spinning around them. One contained hot air while the other contained cold air. He pointed them at Ichigo. 2 large cyclones shot out from the swords towards Ichigo. "Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo said. Krios was shocked when Ichigo's attack easily tore through his attack and hit him. "Gah!" he yelled. "Getsuga Jujisho," Ichigo said. Krios didn't see the other attack before it was too late. "Gah!" Krios yelled in pain as he was hit by Getsuga Jujisho. The attack forced Krios out of his divine Titian form. Krios was dressed in a white undergarment and cloak. He looked at Ichigo. "To think there is a human out there that can defeat me," Krios said. Ichigo walked in front of Krios. In one single strike, Ichigo decapitated Krios. Golden blood began to ooze out from his neck. Krios smiled. "Don't worry. I will be back," Krios said. Ichigo shook his head. Ichigo dropped Zangetsu beside him as he summoned a script in his right hand. Ichigo picked up the Krios' decapitated head with his left hand. "I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Krios, the Titan of stars and constellations and the Lord of the South," Ichigo declared. "I invoke the rights of conquest." Krios' eyes widened in shock. "No!" he yelled. For defeating Krios, the Titan of Stars and Constellations and the Lord of the South, Ichigo said as he summoned a script. I lay claim to Krios' divinity and authority. The script began to absorb Krios' golden blood. Nu! Krios yelled. The script turned golden as it continued to drain Krios' body of its golden blood. A few moments later, the script finished absorbing the golden blood. Krios' body laid there, shriveled. Ichigo summoned a small ball of hellfire and dropped it on his body. The hellfire easily devoured the body. Ichigo could sense Krios' remaining soul being sent to hell. Ichigo looked at the golden script in his hand. Ichigo, don't absorb the script yet, Yhwach said. Why? Ichigo asked. I'm not sure what abilities the script has, Yhwach said. Okay, Ichigo said as he sent the script to his mindscape. Ichigo turned to see Jason creeping out from his hiding spot. He's dead, Ichigo said. Jason shook his head. Most monsters we kill never stay dead for long. Their soul travels back to Tartarus. Jason said. Ichigo shook his head. Not with him, Ichigo said as he glanced at the spot where he killed Krios. How are we going to destroy the throne? Jason asked. Ichigo replied with 2 words. Getsuga Jujisho. The attack easily destroyed the Black Throne. The walls around the throne room began to fall. Ichigo walked out of the palace. Jason walked behind him, amazed and shocked at what he saw. How is it going out there? Ichigo asked. The enemy army has been killed, Medea said. According to the demigod I have with me, as long as the monster's soul is still alive, the monster will reform, Ichigo said. I see. Medea said. I will keep a note of that, Akasha said. They walked out and was greeted by a figure. The figure appeared male. He had black curly hair and blue eyes. He was dressed in golden armor, similar to Jason's. Jason recognized who stood there. He took a knee and bowed. Ichigo stood there. Rise, Jason Grace, son of Jupiter. Jason rose. It's an honor to see you, Lord Mercury, Jason replied. It seems you and your Roman legionaries have defeated Saturn's army, Mercury said. Not with some outside help, Jason admitted. Mercury turned to Ichigo. I see. I have a message from your father, Mercury paused. Jason Grace, thank you for your efforts at Mount Othries. The Roman legionnaires' actions here help me and the other gods in our battle against Saturn. For now, you and your Roman legionaries return to Camp Jupiter for further words. End of the message, Mercury said. Very well, Lord Mercury. I will do as my father said. Jason said as he walked to the remaining Roman legionaries. Akasha and Medea appeared beside Ichigo. Ichigo noticed a charm placed on Medea's hood, hiding her face. The Vimana hovered above them. The Romaine legionaries left on their chariots. Mercury turned to Ichigo and the others. Mercury's face relaxed as his clothes changed. He is now dressed in a white t-shirt and running shorts. His shoes have little wings on them. Sorry about that. Ichigo noticed his tone is more relaxed than before. I assume I'm speaking to Hermes? Ichigo guessed. Right, Hermes replied. Seeing that you managed to single-handedly defeat Krios, can you help us? With? Ichigo asked. The other Olympians and I are fighting Typhon, the storm giant, and father of all monsters. Though Dad hates admitting this, they are losing the battle against him. And you want my help against him, Ichigo concluded. Yes, Hermes said. Sure, Ichigo said. Hermes' face lit up in joy. But, all of Olympians at the battle owe me a debt each, Ichigo said. The job in Hermes' face died. That might not be that easy. Hermes said. He could easily see none of them agreeing to this. Who isn't at the battle? Ichigo asked. Poseidon is stuck in his battle. While Hades, Persephone, and Demeter are hide in the underworld. I see. Ichigo said. He shrugged his shoulders. My price still stands. Hermes sighed. Be right back. With that, Hermes disappeared. You're playing a dangerous game, Medea said. Indeed, Ichigo replied. If they agree to the deal, make sure they swear to the river Styx. They cannot break an oath sworn to the river Styx. Medea warned. Very well, Ichigo said. Hermes returned. My father wishes to meet you, Hermes said. Where is he? Ichigo asked. He is little past the Hudson River, Hermes said. Ichigo, we'll meet you there, Akasha said. Very well, Ichigo said as Hermes grabbed Ichigo's hand and vanished. Akasha and Medea joined Gilgamesh on the Vimana and left towards the Hudson River. Scene change, Hudson River. Ichigo and Hermes appeared next to a large river. Ichigo could see a giant being slithering east. The giant being's face was obscured by dark clouds that floated around the being. Ichigo could see long matted hair on his head. The upper body appeared humanoid while the lower body appeared serpent-like. The being has 2 hands, each has too many fingers to count. On the being's back was a pair of giant leathery wings. Ichigo could see 7 smaller beings attacking him. Ichigo could see despite the 7 smaller beings' efforts they aren't able to stop the larger one. I'm going to assume that the big giant is Typhon and the little ones are the Olympians? Ichigo asked. Indeed, Hermes said. Ichigo could see one of the Olympians flew to them. Ichigo could tell it was a tall muscular man with shoulder-length black hair and a gray-black beard. He has electrically blue eyes. He was dressed in slightly worn white robes with threads of gold. I can assume you are the one Hermes found. The Olympian said. I am. And you are? Ichigo asked. I am Zeus, king of the Olympians. And you are? Zeus said. Ichigo Kurosaki. Zeus nodded his head. Haven't heard of you. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. Anyways, Hermes said that you might be able to help us deal with Typhon. I can try, Ichigo said as he drew Zangetsu. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo shouted as he fired his signature technique towards Typhon. The attack cut off Typhon's hand. All the Olympians stared at the missing hand. Typhon let out a loud roar as he tried to find whoever attacked him. Based on that, I believe I can help, Ichigo said. Zeus turned to Hermes. Fine. I, and the rest of the Olympians, accept your deal. Swear to the river Styx that all the Olympians will owe me a debt each, Ichigo said. Zeus nodded his head. In the name of the council, we swear by the river Styx to acknowledge the debt that we owe to Ichigo Kurosaki and will honor that debt at Ichigo's time and date, Zeus said. Thunder boomed, much different from Typhon, around them. Zeus turned to his other Olympians. Hermes, stay here with him, Zeus ordered. Hermes nodded his head. Zeus turned to the remaining Olympians. Return to Olympus. With that, the other Olympians disappeared. Ichigo and Hermes stared down at Typhon. Mugen Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo yelled as he fired the normal-looking Getsuga Jujisho over Typhon's head. Typhon turned to Ichigo. He raised his left hand and began to punch Ichigo. Hermes turned to Ichigo. He was puzzled to see Ichigo's lack of concern. Suddenly Typhon's body was assaulted by Getsuga Jujisho. Ra! Typhon yelled in pain as his body was bombarded by Ichigo's attack. Typhon's body began to reform. Ichigo and Hermes noticed Typhon's body was slightly smaller than before. This might work. Hermes thought. This is surprisingly easy. Ichigo thought as continued to use Mugen Getsuga Jujisho to decimate Typhon's body. Either the Olympians are that weak or something else is in play here. Ichigo thought. After a few minutes of constant abuse from Mugen Getsuga Jujisho, Typhon was about Hermes' height. Typhon appears more human. He retained long matted hair on his head. His face appears long and wild-looking. His fingers that were once too many to count were reduced to 5. Typhon turned to Ichigo. Foolish mortal! I am Typhon, the storm giant, and father of all monster. Ichigo replied by decapitated Typhon. Typhon's head flew and landed on Hermes' feet. He pulled out his phone and took a photo of the head. Fate decreed that us titans will never die, Typhon proclaimed. Ichigo shook his head. I am one who defies fate, Ichigo said. Ichigo dropped Zangetsu beside him as he summoned a script. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Typhon, the storm giant and father of all monster, Ichigo declared. I invoke the rights of conquest. Typhon's eyes widened in shock. No! He yelled as he pushed his decapitated head towards his body. Ichigo pulled one of Zangetsu's blades and stabbed Typhon's head. For defeating Typhon, Ichigo said as he summoned a script. I lay claim to Typhon's divinity and authority. The script began to absorb Typhon's golden blood. Nu! Typhon yelled. The script turned golden as it continued to drain Typhon's body of its golden blood. A few moments later, the script finished absorbing the golden blood. Typhon's shriveled body was quickly burned in hellfire, making sure his soul goes to hell. Ichigo turned to Hermes. Well, he's dead. Ichigo casually said as he sent the unnamed script to his mindscape. Hermes nodded his head. Ichigo, do you know any ways to get rid of possessions? Hermes asked. I do, why? Hermes sighed. My son willingly allowed himself to be possessed by the spirit of Kronos. I want to see if you can separate the spirit from his body. Hermes asked. It may be possible. Ichigo started. Hermes looked up, hope filled his eyes. How long has he been possessed? Maybe a year, Hermes said. I'm not sure anymore, Ichigo said. With those words, hope faded from his eyes. If he willingly allowed to be possessed by Kronos, then his soul and his may become one, Ichigo said. But if there any resistance, then there is a chance. If there is a chance, will you take it? Hermes asked. I'll even swear to acknowledge the debt. Ichigo looked at Hermes. For that moment, he didn't see the Hermes, the god of thieves, travelers, merchants, and messenger of the gods. Standing before him was Hermes, the concerned parent. Ichigo nodded his head. If there is a chance to separate him from Kronos' soul, then I will take it, Ichigo said. Not because you are a god but as a parent, Ichigo said. Hermes grabbed his hands. Thank you. Thank you. Luke isn't a bad child. He was justly angry at me and the rest of the Olympians. Hermes said. I see. Maybe we should go to see Uncle Poseidon, Hermes suggested. I assume he has a problem with a Titian? Ichigo asked. He does. Hermes said. Ichigo to the Vimana, Ichigo said. This is Akasha, we appear to have some sort of force pushing us away from the Hudson Bay. I see. I will meet all of you in New York. Ichigo said. Very well. See you soon. Akasha ended the call. Hermes grabbed his hand and they were off. Scene change, Atlantis. Poseidon sat in his damaged throne room. He stared at an enchanted mosaic. It showed the entire city of Atlantis in its current status. Unfortunately, most of the buildings were destroyed. Suddenly Hermes and Ichigo appeared in his throne room. Ichigo could see the man that sat on the throne appeared old and weary. He had a bushy white beard and gray hair. He was dressed in battle armor, but it appeared as if weighing him down. Hermes. For the last time, I will not go out and fight Typhon. Poseidon said. I'm not here to ask you to fight Typhon, uncle, Hermes replied. Why are you here? I was here to see if you need help with your fight against Oceanus, Hermes said. What? Poseidon said, looking at Hermes. That's when Poseidon noticed Hermes didn't come alone. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Hermes could attest that I killed Krios and Typhon by myself, Ichigo said. Poseidon's eyes widened. Impossible. But it's true, uncle. I witnessed him killing them. Hermes reaffirmed. So, Ichigo, What do I need to do to get you to help me? Poseidon asked. Swear to the river Styx that you owe me a debt and will pay for it at a later time and date. Very well, Poseidon said. Poseidon, god of the sea, storms, earthquakes, droughts, floods, and horses and king of Atlantis, swear by the river Styx to acknowledge the debt that I owe to Ichigo Kurosaki and will honor that debt at Ichigo's time and date, Poseidon said. In the far distance, you could hear thunder boomed, sealing the deal. Oceanus is coming, Poseidon said. Where is he at? Ichigo asked. He is coming from the south, Poseidon said. Can you send me there? Ichigo asked. I can. Poseidon pointed his trident at Ichigo. Wait, can breathe underwater? Hermes asked. I do, Ichigo replied. Mysteria was able to imitate the abilities of Gillyweed after Ichigo used it a few times. Poseidon fired a blast of energy at Ichigo, teleporting him to where Oceanus was. Scene change, southern Atlantis. Oceanus swam into Atlantis. Behind him was his army of sea monsters. He was larger and stronger than his army. He had long green hair and beard, along with the horns of a bull. Ichigo appeared in front of Oceanus. Gills appeared around Ichigo's neck, allowing him to breathe underwater. Who are you? Oceanus asked. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Are you a son of Poseidon? Oceanus asked. Ichigo shook his head. Attack the fool. The sea monsters swam towards Ichigo. Ichigo fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho. The attack decimated a portion of Oceanus's army of sea monsters. So, you are strong, Oceanus said as he signaled his army to stop. How about this? Oceanus fired a large geyser of water at Ichigo. Ichigo fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho, parting the geyser. Oceanus used the water to form a barrier. It stopped the nameless Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo and Oceanus continued this for a minute. They were soon at a stalemate. Enough of this. Oceanus finally said. Bring Poseidon to me. Why? Ichigo asked. For he might be strong enough to end me, Oceanus said. End you? Ichigo asked. Oceanus nodded his head. I wish to fade from this realm, Oceanus said. Fade? Ichigo questioned. It's a process of gradually being forgotten by humanity and one of the few ways an immortal being can truly die, Oceanus explained. Why though? Ichigo asked. I miss her. Oceanus mumbled. Her? Oceanus sighed. My wife, Tethys the Titaness of the sea, Oceanus answered. Many have forgotten Tethys and like many things that are forgotten fade to nothingness. Ichigo could see the sadness in his eyes. Even though humanity may forget that I exist, the ocean doesn't. Ichigo quickly understood what Oceanus mean. I think I could help you, Ichigo said. Oceanus turned to Ichigo. What do you mean? Everyone. Magical. Non-magical. Demigod. Everyone knows the word ocean, which is derived from my name. Oceanus said. I know that, but I killed Krios and Typhon and made sure they wouldn't return. I think I have a shot. Very well then. Tell me what you plan to do. Ichigo summoned a script. I want you to pour your divinity and authority into this script. Allow your Titan blood to be absorbed by this script. Ichigo said. Oceanus looked at the script in question. Would this thing be able to withstand my divinity and authority? Ichigo nodded his head. I did the same thing with Krios and Typhons, Ichigo said. I, Oceanus, the Titan of the sea and father of the waters, willing transfer my divinity and authority to Ichigo Kurosaki, Oceanus said as he pricked his finger. Oceanus could slowly feel his divinity and authority bleed from his body and into the script. In a few moments, Oceanus began to shrink. His long green hair and beard began to lose its color. Despite this, his eyes told a different story. His eyes were glowing with happiness. I could feel it, Oceanus said. Soon the script stopped glowing. Oceanus has aged. His hair and beard are now gray. His body is now shriveled and weak. Ichigo walked to Oceanus. Ichigo Kurosaki, accept the gift that Oceanus, the titan of the sea and father of the waters, has given him, Ichigo said as he took the script from him. With one swift slash, Ichigo cut Oceanus's neck. Oceanus smiled as he was decapitated. His body began to dissolve. Thank you, Oceanus said before his remaining essence mixed with the ocean water. Ichigo turned to Oceanus's remaining army. They all quickly swam away from him. Ichigo could feel a pull of magic. Ichigo appeared in Poseidon's throne room. He could see Poseidon sitting on his throne. Thank you for your help, Poseidon said. A deal is a deal, Ichigo said. Poseidon smirked. Hermes turned to Ichigo. The demigods need us. Hermes said as he grabbed Ichigo's hand and they were off. Scene change, New York City, Central Park. In the middle of Central Park, a titan was being wrapped around by trees. He appeared muscular, tall and bearded, with fiercely glowing skin, golden eyes with a harsh light. He was wearing golden armor and wielded a long golden sword. He was Hyperion, titan of heat, heavenly light, and power, lord of the eastern corner of the world. You fools! Do you think that this will stop me? He yelled. Around him were satyrs blowing an eerie melody with his reed pipes. Hyperon began to glow brighter. Keep playing. One of the satyrs ordered. The branches began to burn away. He's going supernova. One of the nearby demigods yelled. Run! Another one yelled. Suddenly there was a large fiery explosion. The nearby trees were burned away from the heat. Many satyrs were either dead or heavily burned. One demigod stood up. He has disheveled, jet-black hair swept to one side and sea-green eyes. He had a bronze sword in his hand. You ready for round 2? He yelled. Hyperion laughed. This will be the end, Jackson. He yelled. Before they could attack, a large energy blast, shaped in a crescent, shot down and hit Hyperion. Gah! Hyperon yelled in pain. Everyone looked to see Ichigo and Hermes standing there. Lord Hermes! The demigods shouted. The person Hyperion called Jackson approached them. Hermes, are the Greek gods coming? They are Percy, Hermes said. I'm not done yet. Hyperion yelled as he stood back up. Percy turned to face Hyperion. Ichigo placed his hand on Percy's shoulder. I got this. Go with Hermes to see how the rest of your forces is doing. Ichigo said. Percy nodded his head as Hermes took him somewhere else. I got a score to settle with that brat. Hyperion yelled. You have to get past me first, Ichigo said as he activated Script T, the Teo. Gah! Hyperion yelled as he charged at Ichigo. He swung his golden sword down. Ichigo blocked it with Zangetsu in his left hand. Getsuga Tensho! Ichigo yelled as he swung with Zangetsu in his right hand. Gah! Hyperion yelled as he was sent flying back towards the sea. Getsuga Jujisho! Ichigo yelled. The attack pushed Hyperion further into the sky. Ichigo Shuunpaed in behind of the Titan. Getsuga Jujisho! Ichigo yelled again. Hyperion was slammed into the ocean. The water around him began to steam. Ichigo appeared beside him. Zangetsu pointed at his neck. Ha, ha, ha. Hyperion laughed. This day has been so much fun. He turned to Ichigo. It doesn't matter. I am immortal. Ichigo looked at Hyperion's flaming eyes. And I am the one who laughs at fate, Ichigo said as he decapitated Hyperion. Hyperion's decapitated head turned to face Ichigo. Fool! No one laughs at fate. Hyperion ridicule. Ichigo dropped Zangetsu beside him as he summoned a script. I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Hyperion, Titan of Heat, Heavenly Light, and Heavenly Power, Ichigo declared. I invoke the rights of conquest. Hyperion's eyes widen in shock. No! He yelled. He opened his mouth and began to gather energy for an attack. Ichigo grabbed one of Zangetsu's blades, stabbed Hyperion's open mouth. For defeating Hyperion, I lay claim to Hyperion's divinity and authority. The script began to absorb Hyperion's golden blood. Nu! Hyperion yelled. The script turned golden as it continued to drain Hyperion's body of its golden blood. A few moments later, the script finished absorbing the golden blood. Hyperion's shriveled body was quickly burned in hellfire, making sure his soul goes to hell. Ichigo turned to see he was alone. He could sense all the Greek demigods against the monster army. Akasha, Gilgamesh, Medea, come in, Ichigo said. What is it, Ichigo? You just told us to meet you in New York City. Akasha replied. What? That was like half an hour ago? We're under a time displacement field. Medea realized. What? Ichigo replied. Someone wrapped a large part of the East Coast under a time displacement field, making everywhere slower. It's a good way to prevent allies from coming to New York City, Medea said. Or inside much faster, Ichigo said. We'll try and get there as fast as possible, Akasha said. Who dares try and interfere? Gilgamesh yelled in anger. The Greek demigods have been pushed further back during his battle with Hyperion. They were all guarding the Empire State Building. Ichigo appeared next to Percy. How's Hyperion? Percy asked, his body exhausted. Dead, Ichigo replied. Percy nodded. You got something to get rid of this army? Percy asked as he slashed a snake monster. How much collateral damage? Ichigo asked as he killed another monster. Try to keep it minimal. Percy yelled. Mugen Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo yelled as he fired the attack in the sky. The yelling and the energy attack attracted everyone's attention. One of the girls turned to Ichigo. What are you doing? She asked. Ichigo noticed she had tan skin and long curly honey blonde hair. My name is Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo introduced. Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. Who are your parents? Annabeth interrogate the new guy later. He's coming. Percy said, pointing in the distance. Everyone could see someone slowly riding towards them in a golden chariot. Giants were marching underneath him, carrying black and purple banners. The remnants of the first wave, those that survived Mugen Getsuga Tensho, regrouped. Suddenly they heard a chorus of horns. Everyone looked confused, not sure where the noise was coming from. Suddenly a large army of centaurs charged out of nowhere at the enemy. They shot arrows at the enemy. Some were regular arrows. Some had pinwheels on them. Others had boxing gloves rather than points. Centaurs! Annabeth yelled. These were not the centaurs Ichigo read about in books. These centaurs were dressed in all kinds of colors. They wore tie-dyed shirts, rainbow afro wigs, oversized sunglasses, and war-painted faces. Some had slogans scrawled across their flanks like horses PWN or Chronos SUX. Percy. One of the centaurs said. Ichigo could see this centaur was dressed in armor from the waist up, his bow in his hand, and he was grinning in satisfaction. Sorry, we're late. Dude. Another centaur yelled. Talk later. Waste monsters now. He locked and loaded a double-barrel paint gun and blasted an enemy hellhound bright pink. The hellhound yelped and dissolved into a pink and black puddle. Party ponies, the centaur yelled. South Florida. Heart of Texas chapter, a twangy voice yelled back, across the battlefield. Hawaii owns your faces, a third one shouted. The entire Titan army turned and fled, pushed back by a flood of paintballs, arrows, swords, and Nerf baseball bats. The centaurs trampled everything in their path. Stop running, you fool! The person on the chariot yelled. Stan and ACKK. That last part was because a panicked giant stumbled backward and sat on top of him. He disappeared under a giant blue butt. We pushed them for several blocks until Armored Centaur yelled, "Hold! On your promise, hold!" Ichigo cast the amplifying charm on him. Everyone could hear his voice. Chiron's smart, Annabeth said, wiping the sweat off her face. If we pursue, we'll get too spread out. We need to regroup. So that's Chiron, Ichigo said. But the enemy, Percy started. They're not defeated, she agreed. But the dawn is coming. At least we've bought some time. We need this time for those who need medical treatment to get treated. Those who are tired to recover. They will come back. We may have won the battle, but the war isn't over yet. Ichigo said. Everyone spent the next hour setting up a 2-block perimeter around the Empire State Building. Ichigo joined them inside the Empire State Building. Percy and Annabeth introduced Ichigo to the rest of the forces. They soon arrived at a group of female archers. They looked at Ichigo, wary of the newcomer. One of them walked over to them. She, a teenage girl with shoulder-length spiky black hair, electrical blue eyes, and freckles across her nose. She had a silver circlet on her head and skull earrings. She was dressed in a similar outfit like the rest. Ichigo, this is Talia. Annabeth hesitated for a moment. Grace, she finished. Isham, seems like she doesn't like her last name. Any reason why? Ichigo asked. What's it to you? Talia asked. Before Ichigo could answer, Chiron approached them. I'm sorry it took so long. Centaurs travel fast, as you know. We can bend distance as we ride. Even so, getting all the centaurs together was no easy task. The party ponies are not exactly organized. How'd you get through the magic defenses around the city? Annabeth asked. They slowed us down a bit, Chiron admitted, but I think they're intended mostly to keep mortals out. Kronos doesn't want puny humans getting in the way of his great victory. Chiron said. So maybe other reinforcements can get through, Percy said hopefully. Ichigo paid close attention since he's still wondering where the other Olympians and his servants were. Chiron stroked his beard. Perhaps, though time is short. As soon as Kronos regroups, he will attack again. Without the element of surprise on our side. And Typhon? Percy asked. Chiron's face darkened. The gods are tiring. Chiron started. Huh? I thought I already defeated him. Ichigo thought. Dionysus was incapacitated yesterday. Typhon smashed his chariot, and the wine god went down somewhere in the Appalachians. No one has seen him since. Hephaestus is out of action as well. He was thrown from the battle so hard he created a new lake in West Virginia. He will heal, but not soon enough to help. The others still fight. They've managed to slow Typhon's approach. But the monster cannot be stopped. He will arrive in New York by this time tomorrow. Once he and Kronos combine forces. Then what chance do we have? Percy said. We can't hold out another day. We'll have to, Talia said. I'll see about setting some new traps around the perimeter. She looked exhausted. Her jacket was smeared in grime and monster dust, but she managed to get to her feet and stagger off. I will help her, Chiron decided. I should make sure my brethren don't go too overboard with the root beer. What was going on? Why are they still concerned about Typhon when I already killed him? Ichigo thought. Maybe we're displaced in time? Kyoka suggested. Maybe fate is trying to correct your actions? Hogyoku suggested. I think Hogyoku was right. From what I could tell, fate has a bigger hand in this. Ichigo thought. Ichigo turned to Percy and Annabeth. But there's something else you should know. Ethan Nakamura seemed to think Luke was still alive inside his body, maybe even fighting Kronos for control. Annabeth tried to hide it, but I could almost see her mind working on the possibilities, maybe starting to hope. Ichigo quickly turned his head upon hearing Percy's words. Maybe we should speak more about this in private, Ichigo suggested. Sure, Percy said. They walked to a small bench. Ichigo waved his hand, casting a privacy bubble around them. What's that? Annabeth asked. That is a privacy bubble. It prevents anyone from hearing or read out lips. Ichigo said. Neat bubble, Percy said. So, what do you want to talk about? Can you repeat what you just said about Luke? Ichigo asked. We weren't talking about Luke. Percy quickly lied. Percy. I know when someone is lying. Ichigo said. Percy said that someone thinks Luke is still in his body, Annabeth said. Ichigo smiled. Good. Then it might work. What will work? Annabeth asked. If Luke is resisting Kronos's, then I might be able to separate them. What? Annabeth shouted. But I need to know for certain, Ichigo said. Yes, that's what he thinks, Percy said. Ichigo stood up. Suddenly Annabeth grabbed Ichigo's arm. If you can do it, please save him. I will try my best. Please don't mention this to anyone else. Ichigo asked. They nodded their heads as Ichigo took down the privacy bubble and walked away. Ichigo noticed Talia was coming back to the Empire State Building. Behind her were a squad of women. All of them were dressed in white shirts, silver jackets, silvery camo pants, and black combat boots, all of which are dirty from dirt, grime, and other stuff. Miss Talia, Ichigo called out. The squad of women turned to Ichigo. Yes, man? One of them asked. Ichigo could feel hostilities towards him. Peace, I wish to speak to Miss Talia privately, Ichigo said. Talia took a step towards Ichigo. She turned to the squad of women. Don't worry. I can deal with him if he gets handsy with me. Talia reassured. Ichigo leads Talia to a private spot. Ichigo wrapped them in a privacy bubble. What's that? She asked. That is a privacy bubble. It prevents anyone from hearing or read out lips. Ichigo said. So what do you want? Talia asked. Have you heard of someone named Jason Grace? Ichigo asked. How do you know that name? She asked. Has he been spying on me? Talia thought. Did Annabeth and Percy tell him? No, that's impossible. I never mention him to any of them. Are you done trying to figure out how I know that name? Ichigo asked. Talia turned to him. She sighed as they sat down on a bench. Jason is my younger brother. Talia started. I'm 5 years older than him. I was 7 when Jason mysteriously disappeared. I blamed my mother for Jason's disappearance. Which explains your dislike to your last name. Talia nodded her head. From what I've seen, he is a part of the Roman Legionnaire. The Romans? Why would he be there? When you were younger, you met Zeus, right? She nodded her head. Did Zeus you met back then act differently than the Zeus you met now? Talia closed her eyes. I think so, Talia said. Then you might have to meet Jupiter, the Roman king of Olympus, Ichigo said. Her eyes widened. But, why would there be Roman versions of the Olympians? Talia asked. All gods are bounded by their followers. The Romans renamed the Greek gods, giving them alternative sides. But why did they kidnap him? From what I've seen, the Greeks and Romans hated each other. You two might not hate each other, but this hatred towards each other is old. Other demigods may think otherwise. Ichigo said. I see. Talia said. Do you want to see him? Ichigo asked. How? Ichigo summoned a pensive. This is pensive. It allows others to view memories. Ichigo explained as he pulled his memory of Jason into it. He allowed it to drop into the pensive. How do I see it? Just place your head into the pensive. Ichigo demonstrated. Talia quickly followed. Talia was amazed to see Jason leading the Roman legionaries. She could see Jason in action. Why is he weaker than me? Talia asked. It could be training. Ichigo theorized. Romans train as a team while Greeks are trained for solo battles, Ichigo said. Ichigo, someone is tapping on the bubble, Kyoka said. Ichigo gently grabbed Talia and forced themselves out of the pensive. Ichigo sent the pensive back to his mindscape. Ichigo turned to see Annabeth standing there. Ichigo lowered the privacy bubble. The enemy is attacking, Annabeth said. Ichigo and Talia followed Annabeth. Ichigo counted 16 campers, 15 hunters, and half a dozen satyrs left in fighting shape. Where is the rest? Ichigo asked. The rest had taken refuge on Olympus, Annabeth said. Your friend here has some useful insights, Percy, Sharon said. Rachel blushed. Just some things I saw in my head. A draken, Chiron said. A Lydian draken, to be exact. The oldest and most dangerous kind. Percy stared at her. How did you know that? I'm not sure, Rachel admitted. But this draken has a particular fate. It will be killed by a child of Ares. Annabeth crossed her arms. How can you possibly know that? I just saw it. I can't explain. Well, let's hope you're wrong, Percy said. Because we're a little short on children of Ares. Percy suddenly cursed in ancient Greek. What? Annabeth asked. The spy, Percy told her. The spy has been keeping him updated. Kronos knows the Ares cabin isn't with us. He intentionally picked a monster we can't kill. Talia scowled. If I ever catch your spy, he's going to be very sorry. Maybe we could send another messenger to camp. I've already done it, Chiron said. Blackjack is on his way. But if Silena couldn't convince Clarice, I doubt Blackjack will be able. Suddenly there a loud roar. Die mortals. The draken roared in Draken Parseltongue. Let's see what I can do against that, Ichigo said as he summoned Bahamut. Percy looked at Ichigo. Are you sure? Ichigo smiled. Get that fated kid here before I kill this thing, Ichigo said as he walked a few feet away from the defending forces. Ichigo locked eyes on the draken. Appear before me. Crimson Ryatsu began to gather around Ichigo. Forged by the Maiden of Light. White Ryatsu joined the Crimson Ryatsu. And the Maiden of Darkness. Black Ryatsu joined the Crimson and White Ryatsu. Glare at all creation and display your ferocious might. The collected Ryatsu formed a giant pillar of Ryatsu around Ichigo. Dragon of Chaos, Bahamut. Ichigo yelled. A pair of large black and white wings destroyed the pillar of Ryatsu to reveal Ichigo in his armor. Everyone stood in shock and awe of what just transpired. One of you is fated to be a challenge to me, the draken roared in Draken Parseltongue. It tried to use its glare on Ichigo. Ichigo ignored the glare. Oh, I will be more than just a challenge for you, Ichigo replied in Draken Parseltongue. Ichigo raised Kazara's head. Holy retribution. Ichigo yelled as he fired a holy energy blast. The draken was too slow as it was hit directly in the face. The draken roared in agony. Why did that do so little? Ichigo thought. He remembered that his attacks easily decimated the skeleton dragons. Chaotic strike, Ichigo said as two swords appeared out of Kazara's and Valiona's mouth. Ichigo charged at the draken. The draken spewed acid at Ichigo. Ichigo moved to the side, dodging the attack. The two blades glowed with energy as Ichigo attacked the draken. Ichigo managed to stab one of the draken's eyes. OWWW, the draken roared. It used its long tail and smacked Ichigo to a nearby building. Ichigo got out of the building to see the ally forces had retreated to the doors of the Empire State Building. The entire enemy army surrounded them. Looks like I need to finish this quick. Ichigo thought as the blades retreaded into their respective heads. Before Ichigo could attack, he heard a girl's voice. "Ares!" she yelled. Ichigo and the ally forces turned to see a dozen war chariots charged into battle. Each flew a red banner with the symbol of the wild boar's head. Each was pulled by a team of skeletal horses with manes of fire. A total of 30 fresh warriors, armor gleaming and eyes full of hate, lowered their lances as one, making a bristling wall of death. "The children of Ares," someone said. Ichigo turned to see Annabeth. Percy and Talia were one of the few still defending the Empire State Building. Leading the charge was a girl in the same red armor as the others. Her face was covered by a helmet in the shape of a boar's head. She held a spear that crackled with electricity. The formation split, one half charged at the monster army while the other half charged at the Draken. "I smell demigods," the Draken roared. It used its remaining eye to glare at the incoming warriors. It only affected 2 of them, veering into a line of cars. The other 4 chariots kept charging. The monster bared its fangs to strike and got a mouthful of celestial bronze javelins. "OWWWW, the Draken roared in pain. "Ares, to me!" the leader screamed. Seeing the reinforcements gave the ally forces hope. They joined Percy, Annabeth, and Talia at the doors of the Empire State Building. Meanwhile, the leader's chariot circled the Draken. Lances broke against the monster's skin. Skeletal horses breathed fire and whinnied. 2 more chariots overturned, but the warriors simply leaped to their feet, drew their swords, and went to work. Ichigo joined the rest of the ally forces. "So, who's the leader?" Ichigo asked. "Her name is Clarisse LaRue, head counselor of Ares' cabin," Annabeth said. "They hacked at chinks in the creature's scales. They dodged poison spray. Clarisse was there in front, stabbing her spear at the Draken's face, trying to put out its other eye. The Draken suddenly snapped up one of the warriors in a gulp. It knocked aside another and sprayed poison on a third, who retreated in a panic, his armor melting. "We have to help," Annabeth said. Ichigo pointed Valiona's head at the Draken. "Hellfire retribution!" Ichigo yelled. The black and red fire shot out of the Draken, hitting it in the side. The Draken glared back at Ichigo. Her cabin mates threw javelins, most of which broke, but some lodged in the monster's teeth. It snapped its jaws together until its mouth was a mess of green blood, yellow foamy poison, and splintered weapons. Percy leaped on the Draken's back trying to further distract it. "You can do it!" Percy screamed at Clarisse. "A child of Ares is destined to kill it." "Ares," she shouted. She leveled her spear and charged the Draken. Percy's eyes widened in shock. "Wait!" Percy yelled, but the monster looked down at her and spit poison directly in her face. She screamed and fell. "Clarisse!" Annabeth ran to help, while the other Ares campers tried to defend their fallen counselor. Ichigo provided cover fire. Suddenly a flying chariot landed on 5th Avenue. Someone ran to Clarisse and Annabeth. She has dark eyes and pale brown hair that is described as stringy. She has short hair. She began to yell at Clarisse. "No! Curse you, why?" Annabeth and the Ares campers were trying to unfasten her helmet. "Why?" the newcomer repeated as she held the other girl in her arms while the campers struggled to remove the poison-corroded helmet. The girl turned at the Draken. Ichigo could see her face, full of absolute hate. Ichigo could feel the sin of wrath briefly glowing, empowering himself from her anger and hatred of the Draken. "You want death," she screamed at the Draken. "Well, come on." She grabbed her spear from the fallen girl. With no armor or shield, she charged the Draken. She leaped aside as the monster struck, pulverizing the ground in front of her. Then she jumped onto the creature's head. As it reared up, she drove her electric spear into its good eye with so much force it shattered the shaft, releasing all of the weapon's magical power. Electricity arced across the creature's head, causing its whole body to shudder. She jumped free, rolling safely to the sidewalk as smoke boiled from the Draken's mouth. The draken's flesh dissolved, and it collapsed into a hollow scaly tunnel of armor. She ignored the carnage she just unleashed as she ran back to the wounded girl who'd stolen her armor. So that was Clarice. Then the person who led the group earlier must have pretended to be her. Ichigo figured out as he continued to provide cover fire against the army. Ichigo could see the remaining reinforcement return to the battle. We have to fight. Annabeth's voice was brittle. She gave her life to help us. We have to honor her. The real Clarice sniffled and wiped her nose. She was a hero, understand? A hero. Come on, Clarice. Percy nodded his head. She picked up a sword from one of her fallen siblings. Kronos is going to pay. Clarice snarled. She looped a grappling line through its eye sockets and began to drive her chariot straight into the Titan's army and crushed everything in her path. The hunters scrounged arrows from the fallen and launched volley after volley into the enemy. The Ares cabin slashed and hacked. The monsters retreated toward 35th Street. She charged after the enemy, yelling insults and daring them to cross her. Ichigo noticed she had a red aura around her. The blessing of Ares, Talia commented. I am Clarice, Drakenslayer, she yelled. I will kill you all. Where is Kronos? Bring him out. Is he a coward? Clarice. Percy yelled. Stop it. Withdraw. Clarice ignored Percy's words. What's the matter, Titan Lord? She yelled. Bring it on. There was no answer from the enemy. Slowly, they began to fall back behind a Dracena shield wall, while Clarice drove in circles around 5th Avenue, daring anyone to cross her path. The 200-foot-long draken carcass made a hollow scraping noise against the pavement, like 1,000 knives. While Clarice continued her assault on the enemy. Everyone helped tended the wounded, bringing them inside the lobby. My hunters will help you stand guard, Talia said. Ichigo, Annabeth, and Percy, you should go to Olympus. I have a feeling they'll need you up there to set up the final defense. The doorman had disappeared from the lobby. His book was face down on the desk and his chair was empty. The rest of the lobby, however, was jam-packed with wounded campers, hunters, and satyrs. Connor and Travis Stoll met us by the elevators. Is it true? Connor asked. About Silena? I guess that's her name. Ichigo thought. She died a hero. Percy nodded. Travis shifted uncomfortably. I also heard. That's it, Percy insisted. End of story. Right, Travis mumbled. Listen, we figure the Titan's army will have trouble getting up the elevator. They'll have to go up a few at a time. And the giants won't be able to fit it all. That's our biggest advantage, Percy said. Is there any way to disable the elevator? It's magic, Travis said. Usually you need a key card, but the doorman vanished. That means the defenses are crumbling. Anyone can walk into the elevator now and head straight up. Then we have to keep them away from the doors, Percy said. We'll bottle them up in the lobby. We need reinforcements, Travis said. They'll just keep coming. Eventually, they'll overwhelm us. There are no reinforcements, Connor complained. Percy looked outside. Maybe that's not true, Percy said as briefly walked outside. Ichigo noticed a black dog was outside. Percy whispered something to the black dog. The dog barked before entering a shadow. What was that? Ichigo asked. Oh, that's Mrs. O'Leary, my hellhound pet, Percy explained. Ichigo shrugged his shoulders. A few minutes later, Ichigo, Percy, Annabeth, and a satyr named Grover stood inside the elevator. Soon the doors dinged, and we stepped onto the aerial walkway. Ichigo noticed that the braziers weren't lit. The streets were deserted, and the doors were barred. The only movement was in the parks, which had been set up as field hospitals. Everyone walked over to the field hospitals, trying to give hope to these injured demigods. The 3 Greek demigods gave Ichigo a rough tour of Mount Olympus. They soon arrived at the palace, where the Olympians' thrones lie. The constellations twinkled coldly on the ceiling of the great hall. The hearth was down to a dull red glow. A little girl in brown robes, hunched at its edge, shivering. The Ophiuchorus swam sadly in his sphere of water. He let out a half-hearted moo when he saw me. In the firelight, the thrones cast evil-looking shadows, like grasping hands. Standing at the foot of Zeus's throne, looking up at the stars, was a girl. Ichigo recognized her as the girl from the helicopter. She was holding a Greek ceramic vase. "Rachel?" Percy said. What are you doing with that?" She focused on me as if she were coming out of a dream. "I found it. It's Pandora's jar, isn't it?" The newly dubbed Rachel replied. "Please put down the jar," Percy said. "I can see hope inside it." Rachel ran her fingers over the ceramic designs. "So fragile." "Rachel," Percy said again, with a bit of his power in his voice. Rachel held out the jar, and Percy took it. "Grover," Annabeth mumbled. "Let's scout around the palace. Maybe we can find some extra Greek fire or Hephaestus traps." But Annabeth elbowed him. "Right," he yelped. "I love traps." She dragged him out of the throne room. Something inside Ichigo forced him to stay here. "Come on," Percy told Rachel. He also waved at Ichigo. "I want you two to meet someone." All of us sat next to the little girl. "Lady Hestia," Percy said. "Hello, Percy Jackson," the goddess murmured. "Getting colder. Harder to keep the fire going." "I know," Percy said. "The Titans are near." Hestia focused on Rachel. "Hello, my dear. You've come to our hearth at last." Rachel blinked. "You've been expecting me?" Hestia held out her hands, and the coals glowed. Ichigo could tell the coals calmed the tension between the two. To claim your place at the hearth, Hestia told her, you must let go of your distractions. It is the only way you will survive. Rachel nodded. I understand." "Wait," Percy said. "What is she talking about?" Rachel took a shaky breath. "Percy, when I came here, I thought I was coming for you. But I wasn't. You and me." She shook her head. "Wait. Now I'm a distraction? Is this because I'm not the hero or whatever?" "I'm not sure I can put it into words," she said. "I was drawn to you because you opened the door to all of this." She gestured at the throne room. "I needed to understand my true sight. But you and me, that wasn't part of it. Our fates aren't intertwined. I think you've always known that, deep down." Percy stared at her. "So what?" I said. "Thanks for bringing me to Olympus. See ya." "Is that what you're saying?" Rachel stared at the fire. "Percy Jackson," Hestia said. "Rachel has told you all she can. Her moment is coming, but your decision approaches even more rapidly. Are you prepared?" Ichigo looked at Percy. He could tell that despair began to creep to him. If that is truly Pandora's box or jar, then Ichigo realized the significance of it. Percy's fingers twitched at the top of the jar. Ichigo did the best method to snap some sense into someone. Ichigo raised his right hand and punched Percy in the face. The punch knocked him off his seat. He landed in his back. The jar remained unharmed. Rachel turned to Ichigo, shocked by what she saw. Ichigo ignored her. "Percy Jackson," Ichigo started. "Don't lose hope now. Remember why you are fighting this war." Ichigo started. "Remember those who died for you." Percy thought about the countless demigods who died during this war. "Remember those who stand with you." Percy remembered Annabeth, Grover, and the remaining ally forces. "Remember those who wait for you." Percy thought about his sleeping mother and stepfather. Percy rubbed his face. "You're right," Percy said. He looked at the jar. "I can't lose hope now. Ichigo smiled as he summoned a small stream of water at Percy. Percy used the water to heal himself. He turned to Rachel, who calmed down. "You're not going to do anything stupid, are you? I mean, you talked to Chiron, right?" She managed a faint smile. "You're worried about me doing something stupid? But I mean, will you be okay?" "I don't know," she admitted. "That kind of depends on whether you save the world, hero." Percy presented Pandora's jar to Hestia. "Hestia," Percy said, "I give this to you as an offering." The goddess tilted her head. "I am the least of the gods. Why would you trust me with this?" "You're the last Olympian," Percy said. "And the most important." "And why is that, Percy Jackson?" "Because hope survives best at the hearth," Percy replied. "Guard it for me, and I won't be tempted to give up again." The goddess smiled. She took the jar in her hands and it began to glow. The hearth fire burned a little brighter. "Well done, Percy Jackson," she said. "May the gods bless you. We're about to find out." At this time Annabeth and Grover returned. "Come on, guys," Percy said. All of them walked to the throne. Percy guided them towards one throne. It was a black leather seat attached to a swivel pedestal, with a couple of iron rings on the side for fastening a fishing pole. Percy walked to the throne. Percy starched himself, trying to reach the edge of the seat. Percy turned to the others. "Help me up," he asked. "Are you crazy?" Annabeth asked. "Probably," Percy replied. "Percy," Grover said, "the gods don't appreciate people sitting in their thrones." "I mean, like turn you into a pile of ashes, don't appreciate it." "I need to get his attention," Percy replied. "It's the only way." They exchanged uneasy looks. "Well," Annabeth said, "that'll get his attention." They linked their arms to make a step, then boosted Percy upon the throne. It was interesting to see Percy sitting there, like a baby sitting on a large chair. Percy closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, Father," Percy said. "I needed to get your attention." "I assume mental communication with his father?" Ichigo whispered. Annabeth nodded her head. "I'm sorry," Percy said again. "Listen, things are rough up here." Percy gave him a rough rundown of what happened there. Percy was in the middle of telling him about Ichigo versus Hyperion when Percy stopped mid-sentence. Percy looked confused. "He's standing in front of me," Percy said. Ichigo realized the confusion. Legilimens, Ichigo cast, entering Percy's mind, joining the father and son talk. "If I may interject. Ichigo, how are you here?" Percy asked. Outside, Annabeth and Grover looked at Ichigo and Percy in confusion. "Don't worry about that," Ichigo replied. Ichigo turned to the collection of divine energy. "Poseidon, I just finished helping you with Oceanus, right?" "Indeed. I plan to join the rest of the Olympians at Olympus to fend off the rest of the forces. The issue is that, to me, that was about 10 hours ago." "What?" Poseidon questioned. "I believe something else is in play here," Ichigo said. "Would Kronos be responsible for that?" Percy asked. "Possible. Kronos is the Titian of time," Poseidon said. "I don't think so," Ichigo replied. "If he is aware that Typhon, Oceanus, and Mount Othries all have fallen, then he would be more aggressive with his effort to reach the throne." "Who else would it be then?" Poseidon asked. "I think it's someone else. Someone who wrote the story and want to make sure their characters follow the intended story," Ichigo said. Percy wasn't sure who Ichigo was referring to, but Poseidon understood. "Them?" Poseidon replied. Suddenly the connection between them was severed. Percy carefully slipped down from the throne. "Are you okay? You turned pale and you started smoking," Grover asked. "I did not," Percy replied as he looked at his arms. Steam was curling off his shirt sleeves. The hair on his arms was singed. "If you'd sat there any longer," Annabeth said, you would have spontaneously combusted. I hope the conversation was worth it? Moo, said the Ophiuchus in his sphere of water. We'll find out soon, Percy said. Just then the doors of the throne room swung open. Talia marched in. Her bow was snapped in half and her quiver was empty. You've got to get down there, she told us. The enemy is advancing. And Kronos is leading them. By the time we got to the street, it was too late. Campers and hunters lay wounded on the ground. Clarice and her chariot were frozen in a block of ice. The centaurs were nowhere to be seen. The Titan army ringed the building, standing maybe 20 feet from the doors. Annabeth identified who Kronos' vanguards were. Ethan Nakamura, the Dracena queen in her green armor, and 2 Hyperboreans. Kronos, still possessing Luke's body, stood in front of his army with his scythe in hand. The only thing standing in his way was Chiron, who had an arrow notched, aimed straight at Kronos' face. Kronos glared at us. We all felt our bodies froze. Ichigo could feel his body slowly resisting the ability. With us frozen, Kronos looked back at Chiron. Step aside, little son, Kronos said. I'm afraid not, Chiron replied. His tone was steely calm. Chiron, Annabeth said. Look out. One of the soldiers, a female humanoid dragon, became impatient and charged. Chiron's arrow flew straight between her eyes and she vaporized on the spot, her empty armor clattering to the asphalt. Chiron reached for another arrow, but his quiver was empty. He dropped the bow and drew his sword. Kronos chuckled. He advanced a step, and Chiron's horse half skittered nervously. His tail flicked back and forth. You're a teacher, Kronos sneered. Not a hero. Luke was a hero, Chiron said. He was a good one until you corrupted him. Fool. Kronos' voice shook the city. You filled his head with empty promises. You said the gods cared about me. Me, Chiron noticed. You said me. Kronos looked confused, and at that moment, Chiron struck. It was a good maneuver, a feint followed by a strike to the face. Back! Kronos yelled as he knocked aside Chiron's blade. A blinding white light exploded between the Titan and the centaur. Chiron flew into the side of the building with such force the wall crumbled and collapsed on top of him. No! Annabeth wailed. A ripple of ugly laughter ran through the Titan's army. That laughter was cut off by a loud howl. Ichigo could sense divine energy that screamed death and decay. The Titan army were forcibly moved to the side, revealing a giant dog and a small figure in black armor. Nico? Percy said. Rove. Dog barked as it bounded toward us, ignoring the growling monsters on either side. Nico strode forward. The enemy army fell back before him. He was a part of the source of divine energy. Got your message. Is it too late to join the party? Nico asked. Son of Hades. Kronos spit on the ground. Do you love death so much you wish to experience it? Your death, Nico said, would be great for me. I'm immortal, you fool. I have escaped Tartarus. You have no business here, and no chance to live. Nico drew a black sword. I don't agree, Nico said. Suddenly the ground began to shake. Ichigo could sense the divine energy grow stronger. Cracks appeared on the road, the sidewalks, and the sides of the buildings. The divine energy erupted from the ground as skeletal hands grasped the air as the dead clawed their way into the world of the living. There were thousands of them, and as they emerged, the Titan's monsters got jumpy and started to back up. Hold your ground. Kronos ordered. The dead are no match for us. The sky turned dark and cold. Shadows thickened. A harsh war horn sounded, and as the dead soldiers formed up ranks with their guns and swords and spears, an enormous chariot roared down Fifth Avenue. It came to a stop next to Nico. The horses were living shadows, fashioned from the darkness. The chariot was inlaid with obsidian and gold, decorated with scenes of painful death. Holding the reins was Hades himself. Behind him were 2 women. I guess they're Demeter and Persephone. Ichigo thought. Hades wore black armor and a crimson red cloak. On top of his pale head was a wreath of human bones. The wreath spread fear to everyone. Hades smiled coldly. Hello, father. You're looking young. Hades, Kronos growled. I hope you and the ladies have come to pledge your allegiance. I'm afraid not. Hades sighed. My son here convinced me that perhaps I should prioritize my list of enemies. He glanced at Percy with distaste. As much as I dislike certain upstart demigods, it would not do for Olympus to fall. I would miss bickering with my siblings. And if there is one thing we agree on, it is that you were a terrible father. True, one of them said. No appreciation of agriculture. Mother! The other one complained. Hades drew a double-edged black sword etched with silver. Now fight me. For today the House of Hades will be called the Saviors of Olympus. I don't have time for this, Kronos snarled. He struck the ground with his scythe. A crack spread in both directions, circling the Empire State Building. A wall of force shimmered along the fissure line, separating Kronos' vanguard, Ichigo, Percy and his friends from the bulk of the two armies. What's he doing? Percy muttered. Sealing us in, Talia said. He's collapsing the magic barriers around Manhattan, cutting off just the building, and us. Hades quickly attacked the barrier with his war chariot. Attack, he roared. The armies of the dead clashed with the Titans' monsters. Fifth Avenue exploded into absolute chaos. Mortals screamed and ran for cover. Demeter waved her hand and an entire column of giants turned into a wheat field. Persephone changed the Dracaena's spears into sunflowers. Nico slashed and hacked his way through the enemy, trying to protect the pedestrians as best he could. Nakamura, Kronos said. Attend me. Giants, deal with them. Kronos left them and walked towards the tower. Ichigo swung Zangetsu, firing a nameless Getsuga Tensho. Kronos' remaining vanguard was vaporized by the attack. Come on! Ichigo yelled. Everyone ran back inside the building. They entered one of the elevators and it began to ascend to Olympus. As soon as we arrived at Olympus, the nearby area began to crumble. Luckily Ichigo and Percy managed to prevent anyone from falling to their death. Everyone ran towards the temple that housed the Olympians' thrones. They could see the many houses were burning, statues were cut apart, and many things were vaporized by energy blasts. Brick by brick. That was my promise. Tear it down brick by brick. Kronos' voice roared somewhere ahead of us. A white marble temple with a gold dome suddenly exploded. The dome shot up like the lid of a teapot and shattered into a billion pieces, raining rubble over the city. That was a shrine to Artemis, Talia grumbled. He'll pay for that. We were running under the marble archway with the huge statues of Zeus and Hera when the entire mountain groaned, rocking sideways like a boat in a storm. Look out! Grover yelped. The archway crumbled. I looked up in time to see a 20-ton scowling Hera topple over on us. Ichigo fired another nameless Getsuga Tensho at the statue. The attack easily destroyed the statue. Thanks, Annabeth said. No problem, Ichigo said as they continued to run towards the temple. Kronos stood in the middle of the throne room, his arms wide, staring at the starry ceiling as if taking it all in. His laughter echoed even louder than it had from the pit of Tartarus. Finally, he bellowed. The Olympian Council, so proud and mighty. Which seat of power shall I destroy first? Ethan Nakamura stood to one side, trying to stay out of the way of his master's scythe. The hearth was almost dead, just a few coals glowing deep in the ashes. Hestia and Rachel were nowhere to be seen. The Ophiuchorus swam in his water sphere in the far corner of the room, wisely not making a sound. All of us entered the room. Ethan saw us first. My lord, he warned. Kronos turned and smiled through Luke's face. Shall I destroy you first, Jackson? Kronos asked. Is that the choice you will make, to fight me and die instead of bowing down? Prophecies never end well, you know. Luke would fight with a sword, Percy said. But I suppose you don't have his skill. Kronos sneered. His scythe began to change into a sword. Ichigo could see it was steel and bronze. Annabeth gasped as she'd suddenly had an idea. Percy, the blade. She unsheathed her knife. The hero's soul, cursed blade shall reap. Kronos came at Percy like a whirlwind. Percy dodged and slashed and rolled to the side. Ethan ducked to one side, trying to get behind Percy until Annabeth intercepted him. They started to fight. Ichigo and Talia stood on the side. You help Annabeth while I help Percy, Ichigo said. She nodded as she summoned her spear. Ichigo Shuunpaed in front of Kronos and fired a nameless Getsuga Tensho at him. He was sent flying into a wall. He stood back up. Who are you, mortal? I don't smell demigod from you. Ichigo smiled. Just a human that's good at killing immortals, Ichigo smirked. As he fired another nameless Getsuga Tensho at him. He jumped aside. Only for Percy to leap into for the surprise attack. Kronos dodged Percy's attack and countered the attack. He accidentally landed in a huge mechanical lazyboy covered with bronze and silver gears. The throne whirred and hummed with secret mechanisms. Defense mode, it warned. Defense mode. Percy jumped into the air, over Kronos' head. Kronos wasn't aware of what happened until it was too late. Electricity shot out of the throne. Kronos was shocked by the attack. Soon the attack ended. He crumpled to his knees and dropped his sword. Annabeth saw her chance. She kicked Ethan out of the way and charged Kronos. Luke, listen. Kronos flicked his hand. Annabeth flew backward, slamming into the throne of her mother and crumpling to the floor. Annabeth! Percy screamed. Suddenly Talia ran towards Ethan with her spear. Kronos blasted her with an energy blast. Talia dropped her spear and summoned her shield. The blast sent her flying and she crashed into Grover. Ethan Nakamura got to his feet. Kronos rose to one knee. His hair smoldered. His face was covered with electrical burns. He tried to grab his sword. Nakamura, he groaned. Time to prove yourself. You know Jackson's secret weakness. Kill him, and you will have rewards beyond measure. Ethan's eyes dropped to Percy's midsection. Look around you, Ethan, Percy said. The end of the world. Is this the reward you want? Do you really want everything destroyed, the good with the bad? Everything? There is no throne to Nemesis, Ethan muttered. No throne to my mother. That's right. Kronos tried to get up but stumbled. Above his left ear, a patch of blonde hair still smoldered. Strike them down. They deserve to suffer. You said your mom is the goddess of balance, Percy reminded him. The minor gods deserve better, Ethan, but total destruction isn't balance. Kronos doesn't build. He only destroys. Ethan looked at the sizzling throne of Hephaestus. He slowly saw the truth to Percy's words. Ethan charged. While Kronos was still on his knees, Ethan brought down his sword on the Titan Lord's neck. It should have killed him instantly, but the blade shattered. Ethan fell back, grasping his stomach. A shard of his own blade had ricocheted and pierced his armor. Kronos rose unsteadily, towering over his servant. Treason, he snarled. Deserve better, he gasped. If they just had thrones, Kronos stomped his foot, and the floor ruptured around Ethan Nakamura. A fissure opened up. Ethan began to fall. Only for his body suddenly jerk and he flew out of the fissure. He landed on the ground to see Ichigo standing there. Mubona baka, reckless idiot, Ichigo said. Ethan cracked a small smile. Baka Janae, I'm not an idiot, Ethan replied. Ichigo, Percy, and Ethan charged at Kronos. Despite outnumbering Kronos, he easily managed to handle them well. They fought all over the temple. Slowly the battle moved closer to the thrones. Percy realized they were near Poseidon's throne. Percy drew upon the powers from his father's throne. Ichigo and Ethan noticed Percy fought even harder. His attacks were stronger and sharper. Kronos stamped his foot again and time slowed. We all tried to attack, but we were powerless against his powers. We were as slow as snails in his eyes. It's too late, Percy Jackson and allies, he said. Behold. He pointed to the hearth, and the coals glowed. A sheet of white smoke poured from the fire, forming images. We all could see the destruction and chaos down below New York City. The scene shifted. A column of storm was approaching the Hudson River, moving rapidly over the Jersey shore. Chariots circled it, locked in combat with the creature in the cloud. The gods attacked. Lightning flashed. Arrows of gold and silver streaked into the cloud. The Olympians are giving their final effort. Kronos laughed. How pathetic. Zeus threw a thunderbolt from his chariot. The blast lit up the world, but when the dust cleared, Typhon was still standing. He staggered a bit, with a smoking crater on top of his misshapen head, but he roared in anger and kept advancing. While Kronos was distracted, they noticed that they were no longer under the effect of Kronos' power. Kronos didn't seem to notice. His attention was focused on the fight and his final victory. Kronos noticed a newcomer entered the battle. He had orange hair and wielded two swords. He fired an attack. It appeared to be an energy attack in the shape of an X. The attack soared into the sky, easily missing Typhon. What fool! Kronos said. Suddenly the attack began to turn, and it began to split apart. The attack rained down and began to destroy Typhon. Kronos smiled as Typhon reformed himself, slightly smaller than before. His smile turned into shock as he continued the attack. Typhon could be destroyed and reformed smaller. This continued until he was the same size as a human. The orange-hair swordsman decapitated Typhon. Bah! Kronos screamed. He slashed his sword through the smoke, tearing the image to shreds. They're on their way, Percy said. You've lost. I haven't even started. He advanced with blinding speed. Percy sidestepped and jabbed under Kronos' guard. It was a good trick. He countered the strike and disarmed Percy. Percy's sword skittered across the ground and fell straight into the open fissure. Stop! Annabeth came from nowhere. Kronos whirled to face her and slashed with Backbiter, but somehow Annabeth caught the strike on her dagger hilt. It was a move only the quickest and most skilled knife fighter could have managed. She stepped in closer for leverage, their blades crossed, and for a moment she stood face to face with the Titan Lord, holding him at a standstill. Luke, she said, gritting her teeth, I understand now. You have to trust me. Kronos roared in outrage. Luke Castellan is dead. His body will burn away as I assume my true form. Kronos pushed against her, trying to dislodge his blade, but she held him in check, her arms trembling as he forced his sword down toward her neck. Your mother, Annabeth grunted. She saw your fate. Service to Kronos, the Titan roared. This is my fate. No! Annabeth insisted. Her eyes began to tear up. That's not the end, Luke. The prophecy, she saw what you would do. It applies to you. I will crush you, child. Kronos bellowed. You won't, Annabeth said. You promised. You're holding Kronos back even now. Lies. Kronos pushed again, and this time Annabeth lost her balance. With his free hand, Kronos struck her face, and she slid backward. Kronos loomed over Annabeth, his sword raised. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. She croaked. Family, Luke. You promised. Ichigo summoned the pair of black gloves with the skulls engulfed in blue flames and put them on. Percy took a painful step forward. Grover and Talia were back on their feet, over by the throne of Hera, but they seemed struggled to move as well. Before either of us could get anywhere close to Annabeth, Kronos staggered. He stared at the knife in Annabeth's hand, the blood on her face. Then he gasped like he couldn't get air. Annabeth. But it wasn't the Titan's voice. It was someone else. He stumbled forward like he couldn't control his own body. "You're bleeding." "My knife." Annabeth tried to raise her dagger, but it clattered out of her hand. Her arm was bent at a funny angle. She looked at Percy. "Percy, please." He surged forward and scooped up her knife. Percy knocked Backbiter out of Luke's hand. Luke hardly paid Percy any attention. He stepped toward Annabeth, but Percy stepped between him and her. "Don't touch her," Percy said. Anger rippled across his face. Kronos' voice growled. "Jackson." Kronos growled. Luke's body began to glow, turning golden. "He's changing. Help. He's almost ready. He won't need my body anymore. Please." "No." Kronos bellowed. "Luke, if you want to defy the prophecy and live, follow my instructions clearly," Ichigo said. What do I need to do?" "I want you to push Kronos' spirit into one point of your body." "Easier said than done," Luke said. "Luke. You can do it," Annabeth said. "Come on, Luke. Show me where that rebel is," Talia said. Luke's body continued to glow brighter. Luke's right hand tightened into a fist. "There," Ichigo figured out as he dove at Luke. He grabbed Luke's right hand. All the demigods were confused when Ichigo's hand phased through Luke's right hand. Ichigo grabbed something and pulled it out. "Cover your eyes," Ichigo yelled. Everyone, including Luke, covered their eyes. Ichigo ripped out Kronos' soul from Luke's body. Ichigo could see Kronos' divine form was golden. He had brutal golden eyes and an unnerving, long pointy beard. "Fool!" Kronos yelled at Ichigo. "Your foolish actions helped free me." "You're wrong," Ichigo said. Before Kronos could say anything, Ichigo began to cut Kronos into 1,000 pieces. "Gah!" Kronos screamed in pain. Ichigo soon stopped. Only Kronos' head remained. His remaining body was cut up into 1,000 pieces. "Fool," Kronos said. "I will return," he yelled. Ichigo dropped Zangetsu beside him as he summoned a script. "Not this time," Ichigo said. "I, Ichigo Kurosaki, have defeated Kronos, the king of the Titians, titan of time, evil, and harvest," Ichigo declared. "I invoke the rights of conquest." Kronos' golden eyes widened in shock. "No!" he yelled. He tried to use powers to slow down time. Ichigo grabbed one of Zangetsu's blades, stabbed Kronos' head. "For defeating Kronos, I lay claim to Kronos' divinity and authority." Kronos' golden blood flowed into the script. "Nu!" Kronos yelled. The sword Kronos used turned back into a scythe and was absorbed by the shrift. Soon Kronos laid there powerless. Ichigo summoned a ball of hellfire and began to burn Kronos' remaining body. Ichigo could feel hell had claimed Kronos' soul. Ichigo sent the golden script to his soul for Yawatch. Ichigo turned to the group of demigods. "We won," Ichigo said. Suddenly all the Olympians arrived a few minutes later in their full war regalia, thundering into the throne room and expecting a battle. They stood to see all the Ichigo and the rest of them sitting and smiling. "Kronos is dead," Ichigo said. "I see 2 members of Kronos' army here," Zeus said. "They turned traitor at the last moment," Ichigo replied. Zeus nodded his head. "Wait, Ichigo, according to Kronos' screen, you were there helping the Olympians battle Typhons, but you were here helping us defeat Kronos," Annabeth asked. "To the Olympians, I was there 10 minutes ago," Ichigo started. Zeus nodded his head. "But to me, that was over 10 hours ago." "How?" Percy asked. "Outside interference," Ichigo said. Ichigo looked at an empty wall of the temple. Everyone looked at the empty wall in confusion. Someone wrote the story and quickly found it out that the characters weren't following the story. So, the writers tried to force the characters to follow the story. All the Olympians figured out who Ichigo was referring to. Slowly the air around the empty wall of the temple began to ripple to reveal the outside interference. Zeus said. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, What If Luffy Became a Marine will also be going on hold soon, as we're nearly caught up there too. So now, I need your help picking the next project for the channel. I'm currently deciding between these 3 fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in the One Piece world? What if reborn as Gohan in the future timeline? Please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next. I'll take the second pick and start working on that as its replacement series. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.